Diaz found himself on an endless majestic plain that disappeared beyond the horizon and could not be seen even by the most attentive eye. This spacious place became his territory, and although it was an honor, he saw before him only endless grass covering the entire land without exception. His mother often told him, "Remain the person who will protect those dear and close to your soul." This became her last wish before death. His father in turn repeated, "Become a person ready to protect the weak." These words became his last request to his son. To not tarnish the good name of his parents, who tragically died when he was still young, he decided to live by their last instructions. With a heavy heart and sadness in his soul, he said goodbye to their memory and left. When he turned 15, a bloody war broke out between his country and neighboring states, and following his parents' will and wishing to protect the innocent, he voluntarily joined the army. That prolonged conflict lasted 20 painful years. When the war finally ended, he was 35 years old. Then the parties signed a peace treaty and ceased active offensives and combat operations. Finally, the long-awaited peace came, and he was able to rest a little. Later, he was awarded the title of hero as recognition of his merits, possibly due to his outstanding combat skills, high performance, and reports that distinguished him among other soldiers. His Highness personally thanked him for all the victories won, and decided that he deserved an even greater reward. He was given the title of feudal lord and allocated a land estate. He was uneducated and valuable only as a warrior on the battlefield, so he could not understand why he was given such an honor and burden of responsibility. Later, he was explained that his main task now was to guard his lands, protect their inhabitants, and collect taxes for the kingdom. The first step he decided to take was to visit his new possessions, and although everything inside protested, he gathered the necessary things, loaded them into a cart, and set off. He barely had time to get ready. The departure from the capital was too sudden. All the way, some official closely watched him, apparently to control his every step. Finally, they reached the destination, approached the very center of the new territory, stopped, and the official began showing him the boundaries, outlining the perimeter of the plot with his hand. Before him unfolded only an endless grassy plain stretching to the very horizon, so his domain almost entirely consisted of this flat green expanse. The official thought that this was a suitable place for someone like Diaz, and all he could do was try to do his best. The official shouted plain Nitros, and announced that his name was Diaz. From then on, everyone began calling him Diaz Nitros. Diaz said with relief that he had come across a source of clean drinking water. In the war, he had to drink dirty, muddy water, so this source became a true comfort for him. After traveling a considerable distance, he was surprised to notice that no trees grew around. He wondered if this grass was at least somewhat useful, but in reality, everything around looked depressing, simply terrible. He decided that tomorrow he would take time and think everything over carefully. He needed to find a way to avoid death in these lifeless conditions. He gave himself 2 more days. He planned to stay here only briefly and quickly leave the plane, hoping to find someone somewhere whom he could help and thus fulfill his parents' last will. After some time, suddenly a voice called him and demanded, "Wake up." He opened his eyes and saw a girl right in front of him. At first, he even thought she was just a human. His gaze stopped on a horn protruding from her head, and the first impression instantly changed. The girl insisted that he explain who he was and why he was here. Diaz introduced himself and explained that, as was obvious, he had been sleeping. The girl asked why he had chosen this particular place to sleep. He honestly admitted that he could not spend the night anywhere else. Then she could not contain her outrage that he had ended up in this plane. He calmly replied that he was told to live here. She, offended, sharply called him an idiot. He did not argue and only added that now this was his home. Then she asked what his goal was on this land, and he answered simply, to survive if the situation became critical. At his words, the girl sharply drew her bow, pulled the string, and aimed an arrow. Diaz froze with fear and begged her to stop. She coldly said, "If you want to live, tell the truth." He replied that he was sincere, and added that his main goal was to fulfill his parents' last will and help others. He sought to protect those weaker than himself, because that was how he saw his life path. The girl accused him of lying. Diaz firmly replied that he had no reason to lie to her, and then she wanted to find out whether he was an enemy or a friend. Diaz solemnly declared that he was a friend and protector of the girl standing before him, added that whoever stood before her was not her enemy, and resolutely promised to protect her and keep her safe from any threat. At that moment, quite unexpectedly for both, the girl's horn lit up with a mysterious light. Diaz saw with surprise how a strange blue glow emanated from it. The girl said with embarrassment and anxiety that the blue fire should not have appeared, that it was all a mistake because such a thing simply could not be true. Suddenly she grabbed Diaz by the hand and pulled him. He tried to stop her and figure out what she was planning. The girl promised to take him to her village and asked him to just follow her without asking questions. when the word village was spoken, Diaz thought that there was hardly any settlement on this desert plain. He followed the girl until evening, and when they finally reached the village, what he saw impressed him. The village was very beautiful. He had never seen anything like it, and from there they began to lead him to the village chief. The chieftainess who stood before him noticed that Aruna had brought a stranger with her and wondered if this man was the cause of the blue light's appearance. Aruna confirmed this and said that she found him sleeping. She interrogated him, but he was stubborn and behaved strangely, asking, in her opinion, senseless questions, and at some point, when she asked whether he considered himself an enemy or a friend, suddenly a blue light appeared. The chief asked again if there was any other shade, maybe red. Aruna replied that the light was purely blue, without any admixtures, and the chief reacted with surprise and interest. She approached Diaz, called him the Blue Man, and asked him to explain the meaning of his name. He hesitated a little but introduced himself as Diaz, and the chief, hearing this, paused for a moment and said that the name Diaz echoes in the depths of mystery. She emphasized that Diaz called himself Aruna's friend and asked him to show the same kindness to her, and at that moment, Diaz finally learned that the girl's name was Aruna. Diaz explained that everyone on this land, even peasants, by definition could be considered his friends, because now the entire plain belonged to him, and on his territory he treated everyone as friends. When the chief asked why he thought so, Diaz replied that it was his duty. Then the leader did not even ask from whose authority he received such an important assignment. Diaz hesitated a little, but said that he probably received it from the king himself, his highness, and suddenly Aruna raised a bow and aimed an arrow at Diaz. The chief asked her to calm down and be patient, and she again addressed Diaz and persistently asked him to tell in detail from the very beginning how everything happened and how exactly he received this order from the king. Diaz felt that he did not quite understand this story, but still began to tell about his childhood, especially about the years after his parents' death. After the story, the chieftain said that now she understood everything, admitted that she did not expect to meet a person with such a soul, except for those born with a horn. She called him Diaz the Blue and recognized him as a feudal lord whose duty is to protect all subjects. Then the chief expressed a serious and difficult doubt. What would Diaz do if the peasants did not recognize him and did not want to be his people? Even if they did not become his subjects, they could be considered friends. Diaz confidently said that if he had no choice, he would share an airplane with them as a good neighbor and help them if needed. In his opinion, such life nearby would make them friends. After these words, doubts awakened in Diaz. He wondered why the chief asked such questions and assumed that perhaps the people of this village were not his subjects at all. Although they lived on his land, this thought stunned him because logically everything on his territory should belong to him. The chief confirmed his suspicion, and she explained the peasants really were not Diaz's subjects. And also they were enemies of his king. For many years they fought against the state of Diaz. Once they looked at Diaz with hostility, but now they are ready to become his friends, and she emphasized, Diaz is one of the rarest blues, so he can live peacefully among them. The chief called him to raise his head and offered, tell me, I will listen. She called herself Maro, the chief of the Oni people. The Oni people fought battles for these lands for years, war after war for 50 years. Eventually, they were defeated and driven out of these lands. He wondered how it could happen that after the expulsion the inhabitants still lived on the plain. Moro explained that magical power was hidden in their horns, and it was this that gave them abilities unavailable to ordinary people. One of their skills is fog magic, which allows them to hide themselves, their homes, and the entire settlement. Using this magic, they returned and began to live secretly from the royal authority. Diaz admitted what he heard impressed him, and he hesitated whether to report this to the king he served. Moro replied that she decided to share the secret because Diaz was glowing with blue light. She added that the magic called the Judgment of Souls would instantly expose any hostility with red light, but during all this time, nothing like that happened even once. Red means the person is evil and dangerous, white means they are not dangerous, and blue brings luck and happiness. Moro quietly noted that people his age rarely are so devoted to fulfilling their parents' last will, then admitted that in his long life he had never met a more stubborn but sincere person, and Diaz wondered if that could be considered a compliment at all. The chief stubbornly refused to admit that their people were lucky to have such a feudal lord. Although their people had few places to hide, Diaz noticed that they could travel far and live in peace without fear of persecution. Moro said that they cannot leave this world. Their life depends on the Memu cattle, which exist only here, so relocation is impossible, and she urged Diaz to protect his subjects and become a worthy feudal lord, because if he fails, no one knows who will replace him. When Diaz asked about the previous feudal lord, Moro explained that he really existed but lived in another place, was a man prone to vices, recently died of illness, and then the elder approached Diaz and offered help, saying he had no house or supplies, so the village was ready to share everything necessary, even cattle. The chief did not demand that no one from the capital, not even the king himself, learn about the village. From now on, its existence would be protected by Diaz's silence, and she also added that Diaz could use Aruna's help. The girl held her breath in surprise. Moro explained that one cannot live on the plain without certain knowledge, so Aruna will live with Diaz and teach him everything he needs. After all, she brought the stranger to the village. No, the responsibility for his fate rests on her shoulders. DS thought to himself, this moment is his first step as a feudal lord and the beginning of life under one roof with a girl named Aran. He thought about the animals called Memu, a special breed of livestock with 2 horns and completely covered with soft, thick, fluffy wool, whose value was not in the meat but in the wool, which was sheared and exchanged for other useful supplies. Aruna explained that the more Memu ate the local grass, the faster their new fur grew, and after shearing, the villagers exchanged it for food and other necessities for survival. Diaz, hearing this, was genuinely surprised, but his intonation suggested that he did not fully grasp the importance of what was said. Aruna became irritated, felt he was mocking, or completely clueless, and reproached him for his inattentiveness, so Diaz hastily assured her that he understood everything and was speaking sincerely. Diaz mentally realized that he really needed to learn a lot, taking care of Mem, managing the household, building and repairing yurts, and understood that Aruna might have ended up there not by her own will, but she was still responsible and persistently teaching him to survive, as Chief Moro had promised. When, to confirm the trust of the people, he was handed his own memorandum, Diaz felt a push. He decided that, as a feudal lord, he should not only govern, but also develop his lands, so he began to think about how to increase the population of these territories. Turning to Aruna, he asked for advice, what to do to increase the number of people on his territory. Aruna sarcastically replied that he seemed to want too much at once. He mentally felt that there was dissatisfaction in her answer, and also understood the local customs did not keep accurate records of the population, so how many people lived in these lands is still unknown. Aruna sharply reminded him that there are things more important than simple population growth, and told him to take care of the Supplish had only 1 yurt, and the food would be enough for only 1 person. She firmly warned, if Diaz gathers many people around him and gives them nothing, they are all doomed to hunger, disease, and death. She urgently demanded that he realize the full seriousness of the situation, but Diaz understood her words too late. He honestly admitted he hoped for more help from the village if only he could gather more people. Aruna sharply cut off those hopes and sternly told him, don't even dream about it. Then DS regretfully acknowledged the mistake and asked to forget this conversation. He finally understood that first he needed to settle housing and supplies. Aruna, calling him a foolish feudal, handed over a sack, and Diaz asked what was inside. Aruna explained, in the sack was earthmetabi, a substance from some special grass that wild animals insanely love. If you scatter this mixture on the ground, the beasts will instantly run to the scent, and Diaz was surprised again, but Aruna was already used to his reaction. She explained that hunting with matabi brings not only meat but also valuable skins and horns, which can be taken to the village and exchanged for food or even a yurt, so hunting can become the basis for developing his territory. Diaz was fired up by this idea and said with a spark in his voice that during hunting he feels confident because at such moments he doesn't need to think much. Aruna gave him the last instruction to keep the wind at his back and use matabi only at a sufficient distance from the village, because otherwise the animals might attack the settlement. Later, Diaz found a suitable place and decided that he could start. He hesitated about how much matabi to sprinkle because Aruna did not say exactly, so he did not delay and immediately poured the entire pouch onto the ground. Having finished, he thought that now all that remained was to wait for the animals to come, and he was seized by curiosity. How many animals are needed to exchange for 1 yurt? Maybe 1 is enough, or maybe 10 will be needed then. To build 10 yurts, he would need 100 animals. Diaz realized this matter could take more than 1 day. Suddenly, a whole herd of wild animals appeared before him. He stood stunned. He could not understand where they all came from, but if he could handle them, he would immediately achieve his goal. Diaz was confident. His tactic was simple. He swung the battle axe with all his might and relied only on instincts. Maybe it was not the most sophisticated method, but it worked for him. Once he was taught to use a sword and bow, but it seemed too complicated. He barely understood the opponent's movements and could not choose the right moment to attack. Everything was confusing and unclear. He did not want to call himself foolish, but he felt that he barely managed such tasks. The battle axe opened new possibilities before him. With this weapon, he no longer had to rack his brains over tactics. If the enemy had a shield, the axe pierced it. If he had armor, it cut through it. Whatever the enemy was wearing, the result was always the same. When part of the animals fled, he realized that he had killed at least half of the herd. It turned out to be even easier than he expected, because they moved predictably. Then he suddenly realized how big this prey was and instantly got scared. He did not know how to carry everything to the village. He could have dragged them one by one, but he did not even think about it and rushed into battle, not calculating how to carry everything. Diaz felt in advance. Aruna would call him a stupid feudal again, and he knew he would not withstand her cold gaze. Soon Aruna appeared. She was impressed by what she saw, and she said that his first hunt deserved praise. He killed a black buffalo, and this was considered a worthy deed for a man. Diaz, hearing this, was a little confused. He did not even suspect that among the animals there was a black buffalo. He said that he did not manage to catch all who ran up and killed only half. Aruna clarified exactly how many he killed, and Diaz, quickly counting, replied that he probably killed about 30 or 40 animals. Aruna looked at the results of the hunt with sincere admiration. The number of killed animals impressed her, and she admitted that she saw Diaz in a different light, sincerely admired his deed, and noticed that he handled it perfectly without boasting. Aruna insisted that she was telling the truth. She had never before met such a brave and strong man, and promised to tell the guys in the village that the black buffaloes Diaz killed would now be given to him. Moro respectfully acknowledged Diaz's strength and said that hunting 30 black buffaloes at once really impresses with courage and bravery, and Diaz thought and clarified for himself what courage was because he realized that his view differed from the village's notions. Moro explained that in their culture masculinity is one whole. Diligence, reliability, and ingenuity intertwine and form the main trait, the value of a man. Diaz tensely tried to find out if Aruna's attitude toward him had changed after he showed such courage. Moro, with a slight smile, confirmed that in the village Aruna was considered the most attractive girl, and it was quite natural that she would pay attention to a man with such traits, and then ironically added that if he were a little younger, she might have tried herself. Diaz asked if he understood correctly whether his masculinity would really make him popular among women, and Moro answered simply, for the women in the village, masculinity was the only criterion. Other traits like beauty or eloquence did not matter. She said sternly, a beautiful face will not feed the family, and sweet words will not add livestock to the table. The women of the tribe believe that if you marry a man without courage, then the husband, wife, and their future children will starve. At that moment, Diaz felt, in this culture there are completely different ideas about common sense, value systems, and social norms. Moru changed the subject and said that if Diaz really wants to marry Aruna, he needs to prepare a bride price, and this made him tense inside. Moru explained that Aruna is not only beautiful but also hardworking, so a high price should be asked for her. The chief suggested that all the trophies Diaz had obtained during the day should be a worthy bride price for her hand, and Diaz froze in surprise. He did not expect such a turn. Moru confirmed that to form the alliance, individual conditions must be met, and Diaz realized that the views of the Oni people on marriage are very different from what he was used to. His inner voice suggested that now is not the time to think about family, priorities must be set. Settle down, strengthen the household, and stock up on supplies. Moru tried to calm him, quietly saying that the Oni people are biologically compatible with many races and can have offspring, but Diaz immediately cut in, saying that this was not what it was about at all. Morning came and Aruna cheerfully greeted Diaz, saying she had prepared breakfast for him. He noticed with pleasant surprise that the food looked very appetizing, and Aruna, hearing this, blushed shyly but was glad. Diaz tasted the food, squinted with pleasure, and confirmed that it was delicious. After the meal, Aruna asked about their hunting plans, and Diaz said they already had everything necessary but reminded her. If more people come to the village, a well, a pantry, and equipment for raising water would be needed. Aruna explained that they could hire craftsmen, but for that, more trade goods were needed. Diaz suggested hunting the black buffalo again, but Aruna noted that the village no longer needed them, and recalling that Diaz had told her about hunting monsters, proposed to do just that. Thoughts about monsters immediately surfaced in Diaz's mind. He knew that these creatures could appear from black miasma, from dungeons, or from forgotten ruins. They hated life itself, and going mad, attacked all living things, destroying everything in their path. The meat and blood of these creatures are poison and useless, but the skin, claws, and horns are valuable, and the most precious is the demonic Oregon core lying near the heart, which is used in everyday life. Diaz was worried about monsters in these parts, but Aruna calmly replied that they really exist, though not many, and promised to find them with magic and accompany him so that the hunt would be safe. At first, Diaz tried to dissuade her. He considered the hunt too dangerous and suggested that she simply show the way, but Aruna confidently said that if she went with him, the hunt would be like a simple walk through the village. In the morning, Diaz warmly greeted Francois and Francesca, two memu given to him by the Moro chief. One was male, the other female. Diaz noticed the villagers approaching and instantly realized they had brought supplies exchanged for a buffalo. He felt embarrassed. He had not shaved yet and looked untidy. Meanwhile, Aruna approached and decisively said she was fully ready, and Diaz briefly replied that he was ready too. But when Aruna appeared, all the men immediately froze. She seemed to have transformed. She had put on makeup unlike usual and looked completely different. Diaz instantly grasped the essence. Even he, who considered himself a simpleton, understood everything. Aruna said she had entrusted the other boys to watch over Mimu, so she would spend the whole day alone with Diaz. Seeing the reactions of the other men, Diaz understood they needed to leave the village immediately, and he decided that they should quickly set out to hunt the monster so that nothing awkward or dangerous would happen. Diaz recalled that in the northern part of the plains, monster activity hotspots flared up from time to time. The area was famous for the appearance of dangerous creatures, and Diaz was confident that if they managed to extract useful parts from at least one or two such monsters, it would be enough to start building a well in the compound. Without hesitation, Aruna said she was ready to search for monsters using magic, and emphasized that her skills were not limited to household chores. She also had great power in magic. Diaz, understanding her mood, allowed her to use magic, and Aruna instantly immersed herself in reading the spell, reciting it with deep concentration. After some time, she noticed the creature. The monster was huge, and it seemed to her that there was no one else nearby. Probably it was just overwhelming them with its presence. Diaz realized that the enemy was a serious threat, so he suggested moving forward to scout and asked Aruna to find a safe place to hide for now. But Aruna refused to stand aside and reminded him that her camouflage magic would cover them or allow them to retreat if it became too dangerous. Diaz thought to himself, this girl is truly steadfast. For him, the most important thing was for Aruna to be safe. Eventually, he agreed to go with her. When they approached the place from where the noise came, Aruna froze in horror. She realized what they would have to deal with. At first, Diaz thought it was a giant turtle, but Aruna explained it was not just a turtle but an earth dragon. This monster was extremely dangerous, and she could not understand why such a creature was here. Diaz did not waste time and rushed into battle, ordering Aruna to hide and not interfere. She firmly objected and called him reckless fighting. Such an enemy alone was too risky. If necessary, they could retreat, but if the dragon started pursuit, the consequences could be catastrophic. Diaz promised himself that he would not let the monster catch them. He quickly considered tactics. Perhaps, if he struck the legs near the neck, the monster would hide in its shell to protect itself. It remained to be tested whether his axe could pierce the creature's defense. Only practice could show that. He launched an attack. With the first blow, he felt how hard the enemy's shell was, so he decided to aim at the neck, but the creature instantly hid in its shell. Diaz froze in surprise. He had not expected the monster to be able to so firmly cover its vulnerable spot. Aruna screamed and begged him to retreat. She was convinced that killing the earthly dragon alone was impossible, but Diaz decided otherwise. He did not run away without doing everything possible, and although he expected Aruna's to call him a foolish feudal again, he had no other choice. He thought simply, if the first strike didn't work, strike again, and when the second didn't help, strike a third time. This is how he was used to fighting. While his body could still move, Diaz did not tire of hitting the shell. After some time, a crack appeared on his weapon. Diaz noticed the damage, closed his eyes, and mentally gave the command, repair. A magical beam ran over the surface of the weapon, and the cracks began to disappear, while Aruna did not hide her surprise and watched with interest what was happening. Diaz remembered how he first used this ability during military service. He took that axe as a trophy from a warrior of an enemy country in battle and kept it because its strength and appearance impressed him immensely. The axe had a rare ability. It healed minor damage by itself, and when needed, Diaz mentally triggered the restoration again. Inspired, he said he was ready for the second round. His strength was fading. Sweat was running down his forehead, but he did not give up. Despite all efforts, the shell remained impenetrable. Twilight was creeping in and becoming a real threat. They would have to retreat. He reproached himself. He couldn't handle the turtle, even though it was so strong. Diaz noticed that Aruna began to shiver from the cold, and this alarmed him. He struck again, and this time he succeeded. The shell cracked. It was a turning point, and Aruna noticed with surprise that Diaz really managed to break through the monster's armor. The dragon jumped out of cover, its body glowed, and it immediately launched an attack. Diaz, falling to the ground, instantly jumped up and struck back. The creature dashed to hide again. Aruna noticed that the earth dragon began to emit a magical miasma, which reached her even from afar and made her head spin, but she could not understand why it did not affect Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz methodically struck at the crack and noticed that the dragon showed no aggression at all. Apparently, no one had harmed it before. Angered, he launched into furious, chaotic attacks. Every movement showed true rage, and Diaz realized, if this continued, he could win and take the most valuable prize. During another powerful attack, Diaz suddenly noticed Aruna nearby on the ground. Her body was exhausted and weak. She was clearly in very bad condition, and Diaz instantly became angry. Suddenly, he realized that the monster was not targeting him. He was not the target. Instead, the beast turned its aggression toward Aruna, and this ignited rage in him. Diaz could not stand aside. He sincerely promised to protect her. It was not just a duty, but a promise from the heart. She was not just an acquaintance, but a true friend for whom he felt responsible, so Diaz decided. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would stand his ground and fight to the last. With these thoughts, he rushed into battle and dealt the monster a devastating blow with all his strength. His determination was at its peak, and every muscle in his body obeyed only one goal: to protect. Then he ran to Aruna to find out how she was doing. He bent over her and spoke with anxiety and hope, hoping she had regained consciousness. Aruna, trembling from what she had experienced in weakness, hugged him tightly, pressed close, and could not hold back the tears rolling from her eyes, quietly crying, and her whole soul responded to what had happened. Diaz froze in surprise. He did not know how to handle this wave of feelings. He quietly uttered her name, trying to understand what had happened to her, and Aruna, not taking her eyes off his shoulder, whispered words that turned his world upside down. She said she wanted to marry him, and these words were sincere, pure, and confident. At first, Diaz did not believe his ears and was confused. He did not expect such a confession, but Aruna repeated her words, this time more confidently. At this tense moment, one of the villagers approached them and loudly called out, trying to attract attention. Addressing Diaz and Aruna, he said that they had been gone too long, and other villagers had started to come looking for them, worried and not knowing what had happened. When they approached, they were stunned. The earth dragon lay on the ground, defeated, and surprise froze on their face. They could not believe that such a creature could be defeated. Meanwhile, Diaz was still holding Aruna in his arms and trying to understand what had happened, thoughts racing through his mind, and he noticed how tightly she held him. Her embrace seemed even stronger than the dragon's blows. Diaz tried to break free, but all his efforts were in vain. He realized it was almost impossible to escape her embrace. He gently called her by name and tried to softly bring her to her senses, but Aruna, still holding him tightly, repeated the same words and resolutely and sincerely said she would marry him. The men of the village froze in amazement when they saw the fallen earth dragon, a powerful creature lying before them, and the news that a man had defeated it caused a strong reaction, and upon learning that the monster was felled by Master Diaz, they sincerely shared this news with each other. Diaz mentally recalled how exhausting that battle was. All the men of the village together dragged the fallen dragon, and it took the whole night. Only the next morning did they manage to bring the body to the center of the settlement. When they arrived, they were greeted by Moro, who shone with admiration. No one thought that one person could defeat such a mighty enemy, and what impressed her most was that the dragon's magical mist, though deadly concentrated nearby, did not affect Diaz. Diaz noticed that most of the monster's body could be processed. These materials were extremely valuable, but the village could not buy them at full price, so he offered to process the carcass for a small fee and immediately used what he obtained to dig a well, build a warehouse, set up a yurt, and arrange a place to store the remaining materials. Moro agreed but added that part of the materials should be kept for themselves as they could be exchanged with visiting merchants, and as a feudal lord, it was beneficial for him to establish profitable connections with them, and she began to consider the next steps. However, Moro reminded him that it was time to think about a wedding gift for Aruna and suggested that Diaz give her family at least part of the dragon, because, in her opinion, this would cause sincere admiration and respect from the parents. DS tried to object and clarify what exactly was meant by wedding gift. Moro smiled slightly and said directly that the wedding would take place even if DS himself was against it, since now he had become a dragon hunter, an outsider to the village, and this could cause distrust. In such places, distrust can instantly turn into fear, and after the victory over such a monster, Diaz seemed to radiate courage, and refusing to marry Aruna would only push other girls to seek his attention. To confirm Moro's words, a little girl ran up to Diaz's leg, hugged him tightly, and looked at him with love in her eyes. Other girls in the village also looked at him with eyes full of sincere admiration. Maru explained, the girls hold back because everyone knows the men of the kingdom take only one wife and are firmly convinced that it will be Aruna. Diaz understood that there was no other choice, so he proposed an engagement as a temporary solution to avoid rushing the wedding. Moro explained that in their culture, such a concept simply did not exist. Meanwhile, Aruna had already gone to her parents to announce the upcoming wedding, and Diaz only had to set the exact date or find a compromise that would satisfy both sides. At that moment, Diaz also suddenly realized where Aruna had gone, and without any hesitation, their union immediately became official. He suddenly understood that he liked everything about her. She was beautiful, kind, attentive, sweet, always treated him with tenderness, and managed the household wonderfully, and the more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that the idea of marriage was not so bad after all. When he remembered that he was already 35, something tightened in his chest. It was time to start a family, and he decided to find out how old Aruna was. He asked a local who respectfully called him the Dragon Slayer, and he replied that Aruna was 15 years old. She had just reached marriageable age and met Dias when she was ready to marry. Something inside Dias trembled. He had imagined her young, but everything turned out differently. The age difference seemed too great to him, almost like between a father and daughter. According to the kingdom's laws, a girl can marry only at 18, so the marriage is possible only in 3 years, and DS decided that during this time he would manage to become a worthy feudal lord and be fully ready for the official marriage. Instantly he realized, simply writing this off as a delay would offend Aruna's feelings, so Dias decided to act seriously and prove his loyalty both as the feudal lord of this land and as a husband. A month had passed since Dias and Aruna became engaged. During this time they dug a well and built a warehouse. Life improved, and conveniences appeared. One thing remained unchanged: the total number of new inhabitants in his domains never increased. He had ideas on how to increase the population, but he was not sure of their effectiveness, and yet now he perceived Aruna not only as an assistant, but also as a family member. Once he thought it would be good if new settlers simply fell from the sky. Outwardly he behaved frivolously, but inside he was gnawed by unrest. At that moment, Aruna ran up to him with a glowing face and said that they were going to have a child, and he, shocked, asked again to make sure. She smiled in confirmation. Now they would have a baby, and both of them were glowing with happiness and joyfully celebrated the news. Inspired, Dias approached his memo, gently praised the woman named Frances, called her a good girl, and with light in his eyes added that she was pregnant. He looked at Francois the male and sincerely thanked him for his efforts, feeling that nature had done its work. He recalled how Aruna said, "Memu are incredibly intelligent and can understand human language. They are resourceful and survive in a harsh world. Even a wild Memu picks up the basics of human language within a week." This explained why they were tamed. It was a conscious choice, because with humans they receive protection, food, and care. Aruna warned him that it was not so simple. Although they are intelligent, Memu were still vulnerable and scared, especially during pregnancy. But sometimes when anxiety took over, only the presence of the strongest member of the pack saved them. That leader was Dias, and she advised him to spend as much time with them as possible, especially at night, because in his presence they felt safe. Dias calmly accepted her words and understood that his task now was to care not only for people and the land, but also for every creature that trusted him. He took this as a new responsibility and began sleeping next to the Memu so that they both felt safe. Aruna calmly explained that despite all the inconveniences, they would have to take the pregnant Memu just to the yurt. This practice was customary, but not all men in the village welcomed it. Many found it unaesthetic, and some complained about the smell from the animals. Others felt uneasy. It seemed the Memu kept staring at them nonstop and would not look away. This stole their peace and did not let them relax, but Dias just calmly laughed and said that for him it was not a problem at all. He sincerely believed that both Frances and Francois were full members of their family, and since they would soon become parents, all the inconveniences seemed trivial compared to their well-being and peace. His words touched Aruna to the depths of her heart. They were not just support but sincere care, and she was happy realizing that her husband had such rare kindness, and at the same time courage. Her heart was filled with happiness because this was the one she called her husband. Dias thought to himself that the language of Memu sounded strange to him. All their sounds merged into one and were indistinguishable. But Aruna said that the intonations and timbres of the voices of these creatures differ, and it seemed she recognized them, sometimes even responding to their language, as if she really understood what they were saying. At one point, Aruna reacted with surprise to what Frances supposedly said. Her reaction was emotional. She awkwardly explained that there was nothing serious yet between her and Dias. She asked the animal a little shyly to stop making hints, and her words almost sounded like an attempt to convince another person not to interfere in her personal life. Soon her horn lit up, and Dias noticed this. Mentally noting that it was the first time he saw a green gleam, he understood that the magical barrier reacted to something outside. Aruna immediately reported that from the east, where people from the kingdom usually came, a group of riders was moving. She could not say their exact number, but estimated that there were about 10 of them. He instantly realized the green gleam of the magic horn was a sign of invasion, and his heart suggested that if someone was approaching from the east, it could be either a delegation or a real threat, especially if they were bandits. And if these were armed riders, the situation could become serious. He said he would go alone to check who was approaching, and at the same time asked Arunit to use her magic to camouflage the settlement and everything that could attract attention. Tension began to press on Memo, and he was a little worried, but quickly calmed them and promised to return soon. He was confident only 10 enemies, and he believed they could not be more dangerous than the dragon he had recently defeated. Aruna, without hesitation, assured him that she would take responsibility for the home and was counting precisely on him, and these words filled Dias with determination. As he left, he looked back and immediately noticed 3 riders and 4 on foot. Aruna spoke of 10 figures, so probably she counted the horses too. Diaz decided that they probably did not come with peaceful intentions. Especially if there were archers among them, he wanted to strike first to avoid losing people, but as soon as he approached, he heard a familiar voice. One of the men joyfully and surprisingly called out his name. It turned out to be Klaus, his former comrade in arms. He had respected Diaz from the very beginning of the war, although he was from common people, and always remained a reliable ally to whom Diaz could entrust even his life. Diaz lit up with joy upon seeing him, sincerely glad to meet Klaus, and asked what he was doing here. Klaus explained without hesitation that he now worked as a guide and guard, accompanying these people because they were nobles and had a request specifically for Diaz. Diaz tensed. He immediately understood that nobles do not come to such places just like that, and began to guess who these people were and what exactly they wanted from him. Klaus politely and respectfully asked Diaz to lead them to his estate, adding that he would be very grateful because the people he was escorting were very tired after a long journey and needed rest. Diaz agreed without hesitation and smiled, adding that if this was his place, he would gladly give them a ride there, and suggested they follow him, and Klaus laughed, pleased with what was about to happen. He began to imagine with admiration what Diaz's place could be like. Images of impressive buildings in a wealthy country were already forming in his mind. When they approached, only a modest yurt appeared before their eyes, and this confused the newcomers because, considering the status of the man who invited them, they expected something bigger. Diaz noticed that almost everything was camouflaged, except the yurt, the very one that was originally built only as a training exercise, and he had to admit, the camouflage worked very well. He did not expect such a result, but was pleasantly surprised, and, restraining his excitement, invited the guests inside and told them to come in. One of the girls stepped forward and introduced herself as Diana, the third princess. She gladly greeted the hero, noted that before her was neither a fortress nor an estate, but only a tent, assumed that the estate was probably still under construction, and awkwardly noted the absence of workers or any signs of construction. But before he could finish speaking, a man nearby exploded indignantly and rudely reproached Diaz, saying that such an address was disrespectful to the princess, and said that she should be called Her Highness. Diana ordered them to step back and not interfere anymore to avoid attracting attention. Diaz explained that in fact he had neither a team of craftsmen nor materials for construction. The yurt standing before them was all he had. He said that although it did not look majestic, he built it with his own hands and had been injured more than once working alone. Diaz's words impressed Diana. She asked if he really built it himself, and an even stronger question tormented her: where were the carpenters who were supposed to be with him? And Diaz explained that on that desert plain it was simply impossible to find carpenters. The princess doubted. She knew that Diaz, as a hero, had the right to the kingdom's capital, large funds for the development of the territory, and other gifts, and all this was supposed to come to him by the will of her father, the king. Diaz bitterly admitted that despite rumors and official statements, he personally did not receive a single penny, saw neither financial support, nor supplies, nor assistance, and said outright that he felt abandoned like a dog on the roadside. Here there is not even a roadside. Klaus, who stood nearby, clenched his fist. Outrage burst out of him. He knew the truth, and this injustice painfully struck him to the core of his soul. Meanwhile, Diaz remained calm, decided to steer the conversation in another direction, and politely asked Diana why she had come to these lands. The princess reported war had broken out again in the kingdom. The situation was escalating, so she had come personally to ask the hero for help. She asked for help in military matters, and with a tremor in her voice, added that she was ready to repay Diaz with herself, or, if he wished, with one of the two girls accompanying her, Priscilla or Merida. Either of them could become his wife. These words shocked and irritated Diaz. He decided that there could be no talk of war. Now that Frances was pregnant, abandoning everything was impossible, and he was surprised that the princess, barely acquainted, was already talking about marriage as if it were a simple matter. He remembered that he already had someone to whom he was bound. Gathering his thoughts, Diaz answered in a firm voice. He had his own plans and no longer intended to participate in military conflicts. He honestly admitted that he could not send even one warrior to help because as a feudal lord, he had neither an army nor sufficient resources. Princess Diana, trying to keep the situation under control, hoped that Diaz would change his mind and offered an additional reward to influence his decision. Diaz did not waver and sharply said that he would not help, no matter what the reward was, and if that was the only reason for their visit, they should leave his land. One of the attendants exploded sharply and aggressively. Angry at the refusal, he drew his sword and pressed it to Diaz, fiercely accusing him of insolence and declaring that refusal to the princess was a direct insult to Her Majesty. Klaus tried to stop him, but he was already boiling with outrage and did not calm down, loudly accusing Diaz of becoming too arrogant after receiving the status of hero. Diaz no longer tolerated the threat. With one swift swing of his battle axe, he knocked aside the enemy's sword, and it shattered, unable to withstand the blow. The enemy was stunned and could not utter a word. Diaz felt everything tense up inside and mentally noticed a true thirst for blood in that man's actions. He realized that the man had no intention of seriously attacking it, was opposed to intimidate, but he still did not give in and ordered them to immediately leave his land. Klaus intervened and took his side. He asked everyone to disperse immediately to avoid escalating the situation. He warned, if Diaz gets angrier, the consequences will be much more serious. The man tried to object, but Klaus clearly said, even the two of them together could not withstand the hero's strength, and if they started a fight, they would suffer a crushing defeat. The group, sensing danger, fled. Diaz thought that during the incident he had damaged the floor in the yurt, and already knew that Aruna would scold him because he would have to repair the damage again. Diana did not hide her anger as she walked away. This was not at all the hero she had been told about, not a man ready to do anything for the kingdom. She saw only someone who had rejected and humiliated her in front of everyone, and inside she boiled, calling him a nobody and trash and promising to make him regret what had happened. Meanwhile, Aruna approached Diaz and told him what magic had shown her. All the women who had arrived glowed red. This meant hostility. One of the soldiers glowed blue, the rest were red or white. She knew that one of the women would cry, and so it happened. Frances cried and wanted to be there, so Aruna, using transformation magic, brought her so she could see what was happening. Diaz apologized to Frances, sincerely regretting that he could not stay with her at that moment. He placed his hand on Aruna's head and sincerely thanked her for protecting them, then explained that the women with the red glow really posed a threat. Aruna confirmed, the magic of the soul verdict clearly showed these people are dangerous both to Diaz and to her, because now they had become family. Finally, Diaz was convinced that he had done the right thing by driving away the uninvited guests. He was sure that among them there was only one reliable person, most likely Klaus, because he glowed with blue light. Meanwhile, Aruna reminded him that the damaged floor needed to be repaired, and Diaz agreed with a light sigh and promised to do it. Morning came and Diaz warmly greeted Francis and Francois, showing his care. Aruna also wished him good morning. At that moment her horn lit up, and she reported that she had found a trespasser in the east. A man was walking in circles as if lost. Diaz became alert. The stranger, who did not look like a traveler at all, immediately aroused suspicion, so he asked Aruna if she would go with him. Aruna confidently said that magic would reliably hide their presence, and added that she did not want to see Francis in tears again, so they would go together, despite his opinion. They approached closer and saw that the trespasser was Klaus. He himself admitted that he was lost and could not find the way back, and Diaz realized that on the plain, where everything was covered with the same grass, it was indeed hard to navigate. He was sure that Klaus had returned to the kingdom with the princess and her retinue, so seeing him there he shuddered and noticed that Klaus was without equipment. Klaus laughed and explained that he was simply kicked out, ordered to surrender his armor and sword. Diaz immediately thought it was because of him, since he was the one who expelled the guests, but Klaus assured that he decided so himself. He refused to return to the front. With each day the chance of war was growing. Klaus took this opportunity to find a true friend and start a new life. He said he really wanted to achieve a certain goal. When Diaz asked what exactly his ambition was, Klaus, overcoming nervousness, sincerely admitted that he wanted to work for him and hopefully asked to be accepted as a soldier. He recalled how once they fought side by side and sincerely trusted each other in battle. No one was closer to him. He would be glad to have such an ally again, but he was still hesitant. Aruna, as if reading his thoughts, assured that Klaus was safe. Blue light flowed from her all the time, a sign of good intentions. When Klaus finally saw Aruna, he was shocked not only by her but also by the presence of Memu and could barely find words. Diaz smiled warmly and said it was a long story and something important happened. Diaz gained a new ally. His territory was replenished by the subject Klaus, and now the total number of subjects increased to 1. The updated report on the state of the Nitro territory sounded like this. Among the people there was a single girl, Aruna, 2 Memu, Francis and Francois, and the former soldier Klaus. Diaz himself was the feudal lord of this land, and among the objects were yurts, a storage point, a small livestock pen, a warehouse, and a dug well. Memories struck Klaus again. He was shouting at the commander and begging him to stop. He could not understand how one could just abandon civilians in a village full of women and children and flee. He refused to believe that the captain would really retreat. The commander interrupted him and assured that it was only a temporary maneuver to gather reinforcements, and it was not a retreat. Klaus could not accept such an answer. He knew that if they left, no one would protect those who remained. In response, he heard only cold words. Their fate was now in the hands of the gods. Although he tried to stop the captain once more, the latter was already withdrawing, leaving them with a difficult choice. Diaz stood and watched as New York was being completed, because that house was intended for Klaus. Although Klaus would not refuse to live in the old damaged house, Dias could not afford it. He considered it unfair to give such a house to a friend and decided to build a new, strong one for him. Meanwhile, Aruna cheerfully called everyone to dinner. On the table stood a black buffalo, and Dias sincerely thanked her for the food. He encouraged Klaus not to be shy. Klaus gladly tasted the dish. His eyes lit up with admiration. He said it would suit even a feudal lord. He added that Aruna would make a wonderful wife. Aruna shyly brushed off the compliments and suggested eating there was plenty of food. At the table, Dias spoke about weapons, and leaning forward, asked Aruna if it was possible to make armor and cloud blades from dragon parts from the warehouse, and Aruna smiled and said that the village craftsman Petro had already taken on several things. Nothing from the dragon's body goes to waste. Fangs and claws become swords and spears, tendons turn into bowstrings, shells become shields and other protection, and Dias noticed that in the village, exchanging materials could result in losing more than gaining. So he decided to use them immediately on the spot, noticed that Klaus was distracted, and when he named the parts of the dragon he used, Klaus froze in amazement, not believing that Dias really had such trophies, and asked in surprise if Dias had really defeated the dragon. Dias calmly confirmed that before them was an earth dragon, more like a giant turtle. It did not fly or breathe fire, but was still terribly dangerous. Dias managed to pierce its shell and win, and Klaus was shocked. He knew that against such a monster a whole squad of knights and siege machines were needed, yet here one man managed alone. He felt unworthy to use such valuable materials, but Dias reassured him he did it consciously. He wanted Klaus to become the captain of his future army when he had warriors, because if the dragon parts just lay unused, they would be wasted. Klaus accepted the offer with a burning heart, swore to give his life for Dias, for his land and people, and spoke this with deep determination and respect, addressing Dias and Aranak with all honors. Dias noticed that the address Sama could have been omitted, but Klaus did not yield. He believed it was necessary to show respect both to the ruler and to his companion. Dias smiled to himself. It was clear that his new ally was very inspired. 10 days passed. Klaus trained tirelessly, and his spear and armor were made entirely from dragon parts. These items were so valuable that even a nobleman could not afford them, and sometimes not even the king, and all this was only possible because Dias fully trusted Klaus. Klaus thought about this as he continued training. He felt he had to justify the trust placed in him, while the capital was drowning in political intrigues. Every nobleman sided with one or another faction in the struggle for the throne, and in the provinces, feudal lords, taking advantage of the distance from the center of power, did as they pleased. On the way to Dias's land, Klaus witnessed the cruelty of the feudal Lord Kazdex, saw the suffering of ordinary people, and suspected that the reward intended for Dias was stolen by the second prince out of his own greed. The third Princess Diana seemed authoritative in politics, but was weak in military affairs. Most likely, she came to Dias to win his support with her charm. This could grow into a wave that will shake all the lands, so Klaus came here. He knew that if the war started again, as a soldier he probably would not survive, but he was ready to give his life with honor for the sake of Dias. At that moment, Klaus Dias came out of the house. He immediately felt that something serious had happened, and his suspicions were confirmed. Aruna caught the approach of a group with magic. 12 people were moving from the east. One of them was in critical condition, and Dias decided to hurry to them before it was too late. When he was about to approach the strangers who were approaching, Klaus said he would go with him. But Dias stopped him and firmly asked Klaus to stay and look after Aruna and Mema if it became dangerous. At the first threat, Aruna with their fluffy companions would retreat, and Klaus was to protect them. Klaus silently nodded, took responsibility, and assured that he could be relied upon. While in his soul he watched as Aruna used concealment magic, he was amazed when they disappeared as if dissolved into the air, and Aruna's power constantly surprised him. Suddenly, Dias and Aruna returned earlier than he expected. The reason for their visit was a group of elderly women who had been expelled from the village. It turned out that the women were expelled simply to reduce the number of people who needed to be fed. Their village was smoldering from hunger and erupting in riots due to the uprising. The second son of Duke Kazakh rose against his father, seeking to take his place, and unrest flared up in the neighboring territory. The leader of the exiles was an elderly woman named Maya. She was divining, searching for a safe refuge, and led her companions on a long journey that eventually ended on Dias's lands. Dias beamed with joy and happily told Klaus that in one day he had added 12 more people to his subjects. Klaus, who expected such a reaction, was not surprised and understood. Now Dias would decide their fate himself. They were exiled. They were nobodies. But it also became clear to him that the older women were unlikely to seriously help in the development of this territory. Dias, on the other hand, looked at the new settlers with sincere admiration. They were all over 70, and Grandma Maya was even 90, and he was stunned by their longevity and wondered if they would share their secrets of health and long life. Klaus pulled him back to reality, repeating that women of such age could die at any moment, and that was exactly why they were expelled, while Dias, full of enthusiasm, was already dreaming of building a few more yurts, and Klaus in despair asked, "Is anyone even listening to him?" Klaus suddenly recalled a memory from the past. Several years ago, enemies surrounded his camp. When it became clear that the village could be captured, he shouted to the other soldiers, "Do not leave the camp." He felt a duty in his chest to protect the people, so he decided to stay, knowing that he would almost certainly die. It was then that Dias appeared. He ran up to Klaus and said with relief that he was alive. Everyone around was fleeing, and Dias was beginning to think he was alone, and Klaus asked him where he had been. Dias admitted he heard the crying of a baby. He rushed toward the sound and found a little boy. He gave the child to the residents who were hiding in the basement. Crying, the boy begged him not to leave and not to abandon them because he was afraid. Dias promised that there was no need to be afraid, he would stay and protect everyone. The battle began. Dias shouted to Klaus not to even dare to die, and Klaus passionately replied that he would do everything possible, and from then on did not remember the details of the fight. He only remembered standing with his back to the shelter next to Dias and squeezing out his last strength, swinging his sword, not knowing how many enemies were around, but feeling that he had to be support. Although he was not the best warrior, his very presence allowed Dias to eliminate enemies more effectively. At that time, that was their best strategy. The next day reinforcements arrived, but the enemy had already left the village. Dias remained as always. He had not changed despite all achievements. He remained a kind, honest, and straightforward person. Klaus was ashamed of his thoughts and realized that he wanted to die to prove his loyalty, but at the same time understood that he had to live. He wholeheartedly wanted to be close to this person. Assad became a feudal lord, a true leader, so she continued to be part of his story. When Dias began setting up the yurt again, Klaus rushed to help and asked not to hurry because he was ready to work together. Grabbing part of the structure, he misjudged the force and almost damaged the yurt. Several days had passed since a group of elderly women settled in the village. Aruna carefully examined their souls with magic and saw that they all glowed blue. This meant the absence of evil intentions. One could breathe a sigh of relief, and thanks to their arrival, the settlement noticeably grew, and it was time to come up with a name for the village. Aruna proposed a name full of tradition and meaning, recalled the old word Iluk, the first village, and Klaus, inspired by the feats of his new lord, pronounced a much more powerful name, Village of Dragon Slayers, which Aruna immediately and gently rejected. Thus the first village arose on the lands of Dias, and all the inhabitants wanted to celebrate it. They arranged a modest but sincere festival, which, despite its simplicity, warmed everyone. Dias looked at the smiling faces of his new subjects and felt joy spread in his heart. He realized that he must continue working to give people even more reasons for happiness. Later, Aruna approached him and asked to talk, starting a serious conversation about population growth. She reminded them that it was time to decide how to attract new settlers. Dias recalled that they had just discussed this. There were several ideas, but nothing suitable was invented. He still had one idea, but he immediately rejected it. The one proposed by grandmother Maya really seemed the fastest, but Dias felt that something was wrong with it. Suddenly, grandmother Maya herself appeared. She said she heard his call, although he had not uttered a single word, and he was impressed by her sensitivity and unusual power. Maya returned to yesterday's conversation, raised the topic of slavery, and proposed selling valuable materials obtained from the dragon, and with the proceeds buy slaves to quickly increase the population. For Dias, this proposal struck like a cold thunder. All the horrors of war appeared in his mind. Soldier slaves, abandoned, tortured, broken. For him, slavery was not just a system, it was violence and suffering. Aruna proposed another option, simply to treat slaves well, but Dias decisively rejected this. He said that the very purchase of slaves made him an accomplice, because if the slave market grew, slave traders would look for new people to replenish their ranks. He resolutely and categorically declared that slavery, its purchase and sale, would be forbidden on his land. Maya, hearing this, sighed with relief. She admitted that she deliberately raised this issue to test his reaction. If Dias had supported this idea, she would have had to act against it, but now she sighed with relief. There was no need for that. She also admitted that she had heard terrible stories about the slaves of Duke Kazdex and was afraid that it might happen again. Dias said softly, "In his country this will not happen. Here no one will be a commodity. Here no one will be broken." He promised that he would never allow slavery. Aruna stared at him and immediately noticed he was clearly lost in thought. At that moment, Klaus entered the room, a little out of breath, apologized for interrupting the conversation, saw Dias with Aruna in the darkness, and noticing Maya as well, became completely confused. Trying to leave, he whispered tremblingly that he had seen nothing. The next morning, Aruna had important news. She noticed a merchant walking towards them, and Dias reacted quickly. He knew that merchants not only supply goods but also spread news. Through them, one can tell about the settlement, attract new people, order everything needed, learn fresh news, and develop the village. Klaus, preparing for the meeting, could not get rid of the thought of who this traveling merchant was, coming to them from such distant lands. Diaz froze in amazement, seeing before him a creature he had never seen before. It was not an ordinary merchant, but a representative of the frog race resembling an amphibian, but carrying himself with dignity. The merchant introduced himself as Pagan and politely greeted Diaz, saying he had heard of him as a dragon hunter and hoped for a mutually beneficial exchange. Aruno explained that they were dealing with a representative of a special frog race, and Diaz, seeing Pagan, barely restrained his surprise. He thought to himself that this was truly a diver. Pigeon asked to show the materials he had received from the Earth Dragon. He wanted to evaluate the goods because he had heard that Diaz had killed the monster himself, and at that moment, Aruna's rig suddenly lit up. It was a magical soul check. Diaz noticed that Pigeon's soul was white, therefore he was not dangerous, but in Pigeon's heart there was no goodness. He was only interested in trade, so Diaz still decided to make a deal. He brought the material, a part of the Earth Dragon's shell. Pigeon froze in amazement. Its size and density were impressive. He confessed when he heard about the dragon's murder, he imagined it much smaller, and with a tremor in his voice, cautiously asked if Diaz really killed this monster himself. Diaz immediately understood the hidden meaning. The merchant probably thought he had stumbled upon a dead dragon and was simply taking credit for it. To dispel doubts, he asked Klaus to bring a particularly strong piece of armor, and he himself went for an axe. When he returned, he showed that with one powerful strike, he could split the show. Klaus gladly commented and called it the dragon-killing strike. Diaz sighed mentally, thinking that Klaus, as always, had terrible ideas for names, but the effect was achieved and Pagan was completely convinced. The merchant instantly became enthusiastic. He declared that he would buy parts of the shelf even if he had to give all his resources, and explained that as an honest merchant, he would pay a fair market price. He added that he had 2 little girls. He could not sell them in the monster lands, but as a representative of the human race, Diaz might be interested. Diaz noticed the girls. There was no life in their eyes, only a deep emptiness, and he instantly felt a kinship. Apparently they were orphans like him. Stunned, he saw that they were being sold as goods, and realized that Pekin treated children like slaves. Aruna gently placed her hand on his hand and asked him to calm down. Diaz looked at her, barely holding back his emotions. Grandmamea burst into the conversation. She gently explained that his expression might scare the girls. She reminded about hygiene and calmly added that their village does not buy slaves and is not interested in them. Pagan immediately rushed to justify himself. He said that everyone misunderstood him, that he does not trade slaves, insisting. Supposedly, if he had not taken the girls as goods, they would have long died, because in their village twins were considered a curse. In these lands there was a cruel custom. Twins were killed immediately after birth, but their parents refused to obey and fled into the forest, where they hid and soon fell ill. When they had only hours left, they begged Page to take the girls and care for them, and he initially refused, saying he did not work for a charity organization. The parents begged, offering their last money. He could not refuse. He promised to find a safe place for the girls. Since then he traveled with them, but supplies were almost gone, and the girls were considered cursed, so no one wanted to accept them. He said that despite all the losses, he did not stop caring for them, and sincerely hoped that someone would take them in. Aruna confirmed his words with magic. The horn shone, and she said that Paige was telling the truth. The souls of the girls flared with bright blue light, a sign of kindness and purity. Diaz sighed deeply, made a decision, and said he would take the girls under his care. Diaz offered Pagan payment in the form of dragon parts, said it would cover all expenses, promised to care for them, and accept them into his family. Pagan blossomed with joy and gladly agreed. Yes, he thought the idea of buying children repelled him, but considering the circumstances and that they had nowhere to go, he realized this was not just a purchase but a rescue, and decided that these twins would henceforth become part of his family. When Pagan left the land of Nitros, he could not hide his joy. He said that Master Diaz had become his best buyer in the entire history of trade, proudly added that he sold all his goods and was now completely satisfied, because, in his opinion, there was nothing better than an honest, simple buyer. However, during a conversation with the Great Bear, Pagan revealed another side of his intentions. The bear was worried whether Diaz would become a threat to the king of beasts, and Pagan calmly replied that Diaz was just a man, content with his small village on the plain, and unlikely ever to become a danger, adding that Diaz did not even suspect what awaited him. He realized that if Diaz began to expand, he would inevitably come across the northern mountains. Beyond the plain, these lands teemed with monsters, but concealed rich deposits, so there was huge potential hidden here. If Diaz decided to seize them, or the king of beasts got there first, trade routes and profits would instantly explode, and Pagan, as an official trader, intended to get his share. After the deal with Pagan, everything went smoothly. they made new orders and sent out announcements to lure settlers to the feudal land, but Dias still had one unresolved matter: the new girls he had taken. He lifted them in his arms and immediately noticed. They were so thin, as if they were only 3 or 4 years old. He promised from now on they would eat well. Aruna could cook deliciously, so they would eat together. He introduced himself and asked their names. I asked if they had favorite games they played together, and Aruna, joining the conversation, suggested finding out their favorite dishes to try cooking them. Dias inquired if they liked listening to stories or singing songs, and at the end asked how he should call them. DS thought that if the parents of these girls loved them so much that they left the village to save them, then the girls also loved their parents, so the names given by the parents were especially important and should be respected. When it became clear that they had no names, Dias pondered and said that despite his stern appearance, he had great experience in inventing children's names, so he began to choose which names would suit the two girls, perhaps something soft and sweet. Suddenly the girl sharply objected. They did not want to be given new names. Dias was a little surprised, but immediately asked them to say their names. He had to know how to address them, and suddenly they said Sine and Icon. Dias thanked them and said those were very beautiful names. He immediately remembered who was who, and warmth spread in his heart. He understood that after trauma children often shut themselves off, and the war left many such children behind. For them, it usually ended tragically, but memories of their parents became those tiny windows through which these girls could at least slightly open up. He said that now he and Klaus would take care of the goods, and Aruna and Grandma Maya would help the girls change clothes and prepare something to eat for them. Aruna smiled and beckoned the girls to follow her. Maya promised to treat them to steamed potatoes later. Klaus, watching the scene, was bewilderedly surprised. Dias gets along with children so warmly and easily. Dias admitted somewhat sadly that before the war he was like a foster father to a group of orphans and also cared for an infant. When the war came, he had to leave the children under the care of a man who helped him look after them. He hoped they were safe, and Klaus believed that someday those children would find where he was and come to him. Later, when the work was finished, Dias inspected the goods, transported them to the warehouse, said he was satisfied with the completed work, and then began flirting with the girls again, tenderly calling them sweethearts. But Aruna stopped him and said sternly that he needed to wash first. Dias admitted she was right and quickly tidied herself up. Meanwhile, Aruna carefully braided Icon's hair and said that when the girls grow up, they will be able to do it themselves. Maya looked at them and felt, although the girls were not human, their arrival seemed a good sign. She promised to take care of them, and the other grandmothers in the village also did not hide their affection and admired the girls. Dias gladly noticed that the new clothes fit Sina and Icon very well. Sina, looking at the outfit, said it was beautiful. Icon agreed with her sister. Dias smiled and confirmed that they were indeed very nice. Inside he felt calm, as the girls had finally begun to open up. Later Aruna named them and, as if revealing a secret, explained. The name Srena in the ancient language means beautiful as the moon, and Icon means sacred moon. Although she did not know what their parents meant when they gave them these names, she felt in her heart that the connection to the moon was not accidental. Aruna gave each girl a precious stone called Nodi, and according to legend these stones carried the power of the moon, so she asked them to take care of them carefully. Kin trembled as she said that her name meant sacred moon. Beside her, Sene whispered hers, as if savoring every sound, as if for the first time understanding that it meant beautiful as the moon, and tears rolled down both their faces. And then something opened in their memories. He remembered their parents' voices, quiet, warm, and full of love. Those voices said they were loved and that nothing was more important than their happiness, and the parents asked for only one thing: that sign and alive happily. Dias and Aruna did not stand aside. They approached and firmly embraced the girls, accepting their tears, pain, and tender memories. At that moment, two memos quietly approached them. These fluffy creatures who feel emotions took the initiative, slowly came closer and stopped nearby. Their eyes were soft, and their ears slightly lowered in sympathy. Dias noticed their behavior and said that it seemed they also wanted to help. Aruna, looking closely at the memo, explained with understanding that these creatures were trying to comfort the girls. They feel the children. He noticed that Aruna mentioned the ancient language when choosing the name of the village, and quietly said that he used to think that only people of one nation spoke it. He also suggested that perhaps Sene's and Ichnis's parents had some connection with the people of the past, and Aruna, sighing thoughtfully, admitted that she did not know for sure. Only legends preserved the ancient language. She admitted that she could not say for sure whether anyone from outsiders knew about this language or not. She said that the only ones were not ordinary people, and perhaps a very long time ago, their lineage merged with the lineage of the only ones. After 10 days, Dias began to think that Sine and Ijon still mourned their parents. He noticed, despite the pain, they finally took the first step toward healing their souls, and their sincere smiles began to flood the village with light. Cheerful children's voices now echoed around the outskirts and warmed the hearts of the inhabitants. People began to accept them as their own, as if they had always been part of the community, and suddenly Aruna noticed an unknown rider approaching from the east. She added by his speed it was clear he would soon be very close. Diaz, noticing the direction of approach, said that he was coming from the east and called everyone to come out to greet the guest. He called Aruna, Francis, and Francois to join him. Aruna said that Francis and Francois decided to stay in the village. According to her, they felt uneasy being far from Diaz. But with the arrival of Sinai and Ikena, they wanted to be close to them. Diaz said he understood they would return soon, and he counted on their support. Seni and Akin approached Diaz with sincere expressions on their faces. Sene asked him to return home as soon as possible. Akin added that they would wait and very much hoped to see him soon, and Diaz confidently promised that he would definitely return. Aruna hid under magic and felt. The soul of the person approaching was white, therefore he had no hostile intentions. The man who entered bowed low and apologized for the unexpected visit without warning, addressed Diaz, thinking that Diaz Samas was standing before him, and Diaz, confused, asked to explain who he was. The man who entered called himself Camelot and said that he was a representative of Duke Kazdex. He added that Lord Eldon Kazdex wanted to meet Lord Diaz personally and was currently on the way. He even offered to accompany his master to Diaz's house. Diaz decided to meet him right here, in the village. Camelot understood and promised to immediately convey this news to his master. When he left, Diaz thought about the name Eldon Kazdex and recalled, this very person by his actions could cause a civil war, and he realized that he could not allow such a person to enter the sacred boundaries of the village Iluk. Noticing an approaching carriage, surprised Aruna exclaimed, "What is this phenomenon?" She added that the man with the big belly had a bright blue soul, and the souls of the people around him were tangled in mixed shades, but among them there was not a single red one. Diaz, stunned by her words, could not hold back and asked why that man had a blue soul, and Aruna said that the shade was much stronger than she had ever seen, except in Diaz himself. At that moment a new man approached, apologized to Diaz and expressed regret, introduced himself as Eldon. Kazdex spoke enthusiastically about Diaz's character and said he was inspired by stories about him. He added that he eagerly wanted to meet face to face to personally show his respect and admiration, and promised not to do anything that could harm or annoy. DS said that he was not crazy and apologized for his rude behavior towards Eldon's representative. Eldon smiled and replied friendly that no formalities were needed between them. He was already glad just to meet. He noticed the girl who was lurking on the side and was surprised at how well she could hide. He also sensed her scent as pleasant as Diaz's. Diaz said her name was Aruna, and they were engaged. Aruna sharply intervened and declared that she was his wife. Diaz confirmed her words. Eldon asked if Aruna was Najin. Aruna explained that she was from the Oni people and that their representatives are born with a horn. She added that she had never heard the word, Ajin, before and therefore did not know how to perceive it, and Eldon explained that Ajins are creatures similar to humans but not human. Beastmen, mermaids, and others. Aruna slightly nodded. If you look at it from that side, you could call it an addition. Suddenly Eldon burst into tears and rushed to hug Diaz, anxiously asking if Diaz had a child from Aruna. Frightened by such a reaction, Diaz asked him to calm down, saying they did not have children yet. Suddenly Aruna declared that she wanted to have 10 children. Diaz, surprised, said her name, and Aruna added that he had already taken 2 orphans under his care, who could probably be considered agents. Eldon, shining with enthusiasm, exclaimed that Diaz's wife was an Ajin. The children were also Ajin, and called him a kindred spirit. After that, he turned out to be who he really was. Diaz, stunned by what was happening, he could not believe it, and it turned out that Alden was the source. Eldon, recalling his childhood, said that back then, to ignite people's passion for struggle and lure more volunteers to the royal capital, stories about great heroes were told everywhere they were meant to inspire, but over time turned into theatrical performances and lost some sincerity. At that performance, he first heard about the hero Diaz. They say Diaz fulfilled his parents' will, fought the strong to protect the weak, and changed tyrannical lords not with words but with the power of his own fist. This legend was known and resonated in people's hearts, but as Eldon said, these performances frightened the nobles themselves. Within a week, they began to be restricted, and later completely banned, which only fueled popular outrage. However, tablets with records of these stories continued to pass from hand to hand and even reached the distant lands of Kazdex, cut off from the capital territories. But the worst thing was that many parts of this story were distorted or completely fabricated. There was not a word about true nobility on the battlefield, and yet Eldon did not believe her, continuing to seek testimony from those who had seen Diaz personally. From veterans, merchants who had been on the battlefield, and even from tutors, only a laudatory voice about Diaz was heard, and these testimonies influenced Eldon so much that he sincerely and deeply admired him. Hamlat, who was nearby, asked him not to strain himself because of strong emotions, and Diaz thought that Eldon lifted him like a chest. Such a load must have affected his condition. He realized their entire group had made incredible efforts to find him. Noticing signs of fatigue, Diaz asked if Eldon could move at all. Hamot explained that Eldon was a representative of the half-Aegean beings born from the union of a human and an Aegean, who very rarely could transform into true Aegeans. In particular, Eldon belongs to the elephant race giants with powerful bodies and superhuman strength, but with gentle souls and kind hearts. Diaz remembered that Eldon's father was the former feudal Lord Angus, and his mother was a slave of the elephant race named Neha. Diaz noticed every time Eldon's body transforms, a significant part of his life force disappears. Previously, Diaz thought that Eldon changed form from an excess of joy, but now he realized this must be paid for with the body. The power of the half-gene is important for who Eldon is, but it also brings many problems because of his dual nature. Hamlet explained that by elephant standards Eldon was small, but for a human his stature still impressed with strength, and added that his unstable health could only be maintained thanks to the careful care of his wives. Diaz recalled Camelot in his thoughts and realized that in the lands of Castek, the attitude towards the Aegean went beyond common sense words cannot convey it, and this deeply affected Eldon because his heart cried out from injustice. He passionately dreamed of a world without walls between races, where everyone lived in harmony. This became his deepest desire, so Eldon began secretly using his high position to protect the Aegeans. Diaz suddenly realized that the rumors about Eldon as a womanizer were most likely invented to hide his true motives and merits. Aruna, thoughtful, finally voiced a remark she had long wanted to discuss. She could not understand why the Incas did not enslave Eldon like other Aegeans. He was their child. She noticed that the children of slaves, even half-Aegeans, were still considered Aegeans. The Incas sought to enslave everyone, and Camelot confirmed that the initial plan was to treat Eldon as a slave, like his mother Neha. But then he said that Incus already had a wife named Yania, and a son named Yanni. The boy looked like his father, rough and unattractive, and suffered because of it. It turned out that the Inca did not like him very much, but when a handsome boy Eldon was born in human form, the feudal lord immediately became interested and declared that this was probably his son for political gain. Diaz felt how disgusting this story seemed. The father hated the son who resembled him and preferred the child who did not resemble him, and his complete inability to love made this man even more terrible. The fact that Eldon was Aegean was hidden from him and others. His mother Neha stayed nearby and pretended to be a servant, but when he turned 5, his body changed. His ears and nose acquired features characteristic of his race. It was then that he felt that Neha was his mother. Since then, their relationship strengthened, and a true bond began to form between them. Eldon sought to restore the natural, strong bond between mother and child. Diaz recalled that he once heard about a possible civil war, but did not want to believe that it could turn into a real crisis. Camelot calmly explained that no general crisis had occurred. Eldon Sama was simply trying to protect his loved ones. He said that Jania and her followers revealed Eldon's true intentions to Incus and Sama, and when Incus, enraged, ordered the destruction not only of Eldon and Sama himself, but also of Neha, Sama, and all other Aegean, Eldon was forced to fight against Incus and his forces. Diaz mentally noted that after a brutal and bloody battle, Eldon won over Incus's army and his supporters, and although he formally had no right to do so, he publicly declared himself the new feudal lord of the lands of Castex. Later, when the conversation resumed, Eldon sincerely apologized to Diaz for his previous words and actions, and said that Diaz had married an Aegiani, a woman he had met quite recently, so their children would also be considered Aegiani. He emphasized that Aruna, Sana lives very happily and was confident that her children would also find happiness, while at the same time Eldon admitted that he was wrong when he first met Aruna and thought she shared his dream and was a like-minded person. With sincerity in his voice, Diaz confirmed that he supports Eldon's dream and added that in his village the Aegean already lived together in peace and harmony. He said with hope that someday this would spread to other lands as well, and promised to support Eldon and cooperate with him as much as he could. Diaz noted Eldon's dream is truly noble and lofty, so he advised him to hold his head high. He added that being brave is wonderful. When Eldon heard Diaz's words, emotions took over and he began to cry. Diaz mentally noted that they had covered many topics, even food supplies, in each other's territories. Eldon warned, if Diaz cannot increase food supplies, this will turn into a serious problem. The village population is growing, and without increasing production, supplies will eventually run out. He reminded that winter will definitely come, and if preparations start too late, the consequences will be serious, and DS froze for a moment, feeling the weight of these words spoken not just as a friend, but as a true leader and feudal lord. He finally decided to act and suggested starting with 1 or 2 ideal sowing fields. Diaz recalled his pre-war work on the land and promised to show what he was capable of. Diaz and Aruna walk home side by side. When they returned, Sani and Akin, seeing them, began to cry. Sani whispered that they promised to return immediately, and Akin added that that was exactly what they said. Diaz mentally accepted the truth. He did return later than promised, and any explanation would still sound like an excuse. Later in the evening, Aruna sighed with relief and said that the children had finally fallen asleep. She wondered how long they had been angry and how much energy they had, and couldn't help but smile noticing how happy their faces looked when they slept. Diaz thought that the children had been running non-stop all day, and caught himself thinking that he had previously considered the peaceful village only an illusion. Suddenly Akin started crying and tearfully complained that Senai had eaten her potatoes. Senai also cried and said that Akin did not want to forgive her. Akin declared passionately that this was the last time. Sine justified herself and said she had already apologized. Diaz tried to calm them down and offered his ration so they could reconcile, but Akin waved it off and said she would not eat Diaz's potatoes. Aruna immediately offered her portion to calm the dispute, and Diaz mentally noted that the rivalry between the sisters was too fierce. He recalled that night there was an incident with crying, and in the morning Aruna, surprised, noticed that both had a fever. Mumbling in her sleep, Tenny asked if someone nearby was calling her mother. Diaz realized that despite hard times, he and Aruna would continue to care for the girls, and after all they had been through, the relationship between Senai and Akin began to improve, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Aruna, a little later, hesitating, suggested maybe they should at least scold them once. Diaz disagreed and said firmly that it would break their promise, emphasizing, they need to apologize, not scold, because for children who have just found a family, it is important to run, approach adults, and explore everything around. Diaz said it was better to endure and accept it now, but admitted that such behavior could harm in the future, so from tomorrow they would start raising the girls more strictly. At that moment, Aruna's horns suddenly flared up. Aruna felt an intrusion and urgently reported that a large group was approaching from the southeast. He asked if they really were not Eldon's people, and Aruna confidently replied that Eldon had already gone home and moved in the other direction, adding that at this time, representatives of dark factions usually appear, so most likely they were thieves or bandits. Night fell and she was ready to go out, but Diaz asked her to stay and guard the house, and Aruna insisted that she would go with him. Tonight is the new moon, and without her magic, they would not notice enemies in the grass. She suggested that Cloud stay and take care of the house. Diaz agreed and said that they would go together, and he would rely on her strength. Diaz paused for a moment, thinking about the life and social structure of the Oni people, and remembered that the wealthy usually had several heads of memu creatures that brought income, so many could live without physical work. Those who were forced to hunt were from the poorest classes, almost without property. By old custom, men had to pay a bride price before marriage, so the quickest way out of poverty was considered hunting bandits, although bandits appeared very rarely in these parts. All this seemed suspicious, and Diaz decided, if someone stubbornly lingers in a place where there is only grass around, then such people must have some hidden intention. Meanwhile, one of the men walking across the step sighed in surprise. There really were no signs of life here, and he complained that not even trees were visible. The client abruptly interrupted the conversation and angrily reminded that he had paid a large sum for their services, demanded to stop chatting and immediately get to work. The man began to justify himself, insisting that he could prove it, but frankly wondered why act at night. The client said that there was a man named Hero Diaz who could fight on the front line during the day and still win, so their mission was to strike unexpectedly under the cover of night, because if Diaz noticed them, everything would be ruined. He added if any of them saw a certain LDAN, they must immediately eliminate him, because supposedly he was sent to meet Diaz exactly in these meadows. One of the men asked if there would be a reward for Eldon as well, and the client replied that for Eldon's head they gave 100 silver coins, and for Diaz himself 10 gold coins were promised. The same inspired man addressed his comrades and said passionately that before them was possibly the greatest catch in many years, energetically added that there was only one man against them, and suggested quickly finishing the job to return to the city with profit. At that moment, the man saw a sudden flash of red light. He panicked and shouted that the arrows had been released and their comrade Lyle had died, realized that their ambush had been exposed, and reported that there were enemy archers in another part of the world. He ordered to throw away the torches. They made people an easy target for arrows. Then he ordered his men to shoot towards the red light. The alarm did not give him peace. He could not understand where the source of the light had disappeared. Anxiety gripped him. No one knew exactly where the attack was coming from. He noticed with admiration that the enemy was truly skilled, Even in such thick darkness, he knew exactly where they were. The man realized with horror that they had completely underestimated the enemy's strength. At first, he thought the task was easy, but now he understood otherwise. They had gotten involved in something impossible. Despite this, he stubbornly ordered his men not to sit idly and to respond with fire. He demanded accuracy because the enemy was one. If they could precisely determine his location, they would win. He shouted to be pulled out of cover. A worried voice broke out of the darkness and asked if their comrades were okay. Hearing it, the man realized the voice was coming from the front. He decisively shouted to immediately surround the enemy and swore he would kill him, while the man in despair could not understand how all their comrades could have died at the same time. He suspected that there might be more than one enemy. He immediately ordered the squad to be vigilant and suggested that, probably, besides the archer, there were others. Despite the numerical superiority, he ordered to take battle formation and wait for the attack, and then suddenly saw a green flash and, desperately trying to understand what was happening, kept repeating to himself what it was. The man assumed that perhaps they had stumbled upon an again. Gripped by fear, he shouted and demanded that the enemy show himself and call him a monster. At that very moment, Diaz attacked him. The last thought of the man before the blow, which was imprinted in his mind, was the image of a fierce warrior with blue eyes, in heavy armor, and with a giant two-handed axe, and he suddenly realized. This was not just an enemy, but a real monster, for whom they would ask at least 100 gold coins. The man, who was a client, panicked and ran away. He shouted in a broken voice full of anger and fear. His words were confused as if he could not contain the flow of emotions. He cursed everything and everyone, repeated that their people were killed too quickly, called them worthless trash. The client knew, as soon as he was noticed, it would be the end. Madness overwhelmed him, and in screams he blamed Diaz, insisting that because of him old wounds began to burn again. He hated the hero not because he did not intervene, but because he stood in his way. He blamed the orphans, cursed the moment when Diaz took pity on him, and this thought did not give him peace. He could not understand Diaz, so one day he swore to kill him. Meanwhile, Diaz barely understood what was happening. He was already about to give the order to those holding torches to attack, but it was unnecessary. The enemies were panicking and acting recklessly, and the fight ended by itself. During the battle, one of the enemy's arrows barely grazed Aruna's face. This angered Diaz, but in the end neither he nor she was seriously hurt. Only the bandits suffered. Some died, others received serious injuries. One of the enemies did manage to escape, but Diaz did not pursue. All weapons were taken from the bandits, and he coldly delivered a moralizing speech. Their actions were foolish and senseless, no matter the excuses, and then ordered them to be thrown out of the plains. Arunas frowned and said that deportation was too mild a punishment, but Diaz decided that since there were no casualties on their side, such punishment was justified, and promised himself that if these people tried to attack their lands again, they would show no mercy. Aruna assessed the situation and immediately realized hunting bandits was a real benefit. The elder would pay for the capture, and the confiscated iron weapons could be exchanged for money. Diaz inquired whether it was true that worn-out weapons could fetch something valuable, and Aruna explained that iron was very valuable on the plains, and besides being used in battle, it was melted down into useful tools. She added that her parents had never lived in abundance, so hunting bandits had been her lifelong dream. Diaz noted that before meeting him, Aruna earned a living by patrolling the plains and hunting because catching bandits was considered the fastest and easiest way to escape poverty, but there were few bandits on these plains, so the chance of a big catch remained only a dream. Aruna recalled the moment when she first felt Diaz approaching. Her heart jumped when she heard the approach of a horse-drawn carriage, and for a moment she thought it might finally be bandits. But when Aruna saw Diaz, she immediately felt this was not a criminal. Diaz remembered how she sensed his presence and decided that he might be a refugee thrown from a carriage, or a person about to end his life and dying alone by the roadside. These were exactly the thoughts in her head at that moment. The next morning during patrol, she went to check on him, and Aruna remembered how she froze when she saw the man peacefully sleeping right on the ground. She decided just in case to check his soul. If the soul turned out to be blue, it would be a great loss. She admitted to herself, if he were a bandit, she would have killed him without hesitation and taken his weapons and armor. Diaz recalled that although Aruna had a different plan, she still decided to wake him up and talk, and even Aruna herself could not explain why she did not kill Diaz, although she intended to. She felt that a conversation had to happen between them, and although she could not explain it logically, the choice was already made the moment she decided to act differently. Now that she was with Diaz, she no longer considered it a mistake, although sometimes misunderstandings arose between them, and she still wondered why she wanted to be near him so much. Diaz strained to understand her words, but they got lost, and when Aruna kissed him on the cheek, he was confused. He called her by name, asked her to wait, and hurriedly rushed after her so as not to fall behind. He felt that he would run after her even on the darkest night road, and he knew he could keep going if she was his light. In their settlement at that time were only Aruna, two Memu chiefs, Klaus, 12 old women led by Maya, as well as Senai and Ikin. Among the structures were yurts, a warehouse, a toilet, a well, a square, a meeting place, and a small enclosure. Eldon said anxiously that the issue was not only that the number of people was increasing, and insisted that the village really needed more food. He warned everyone, if an emergency occurs and supplies run out, the consequences will be catastrophic. Although winter seemed far away, he reminded that it was closer than it appeared, and Eldon noted that it would be bad if preparations did not start right now. Diaz admitted to himself the truth of these words and felt, such a situation must be avoided at all costs if the village reached the brink of hunger. Aruna, the children, and Francis in Francois would suffer the most, and this thought was unbearable. He decisively said that for everyone's sake he would go hunting and try to get as many buffaloes as possible, but Eldon noted that it was not worth limiting oneself to just meat, and emphasized that an unbalanced diet could negatively affect health. Therefore, besides meat, it is necessary to gather various vegetables and greens, and Diaz agreed with this. He suggested possibly sowing the field and setting up garden beds. But Eldon explained that this was not exactly what he meant, and added, "The soil in that field is heavy, so despite numerous attempts, only grass always grows there, and many people have already tried to cultivate this land, but they failed." Diaz decisively said, "It is impossible to know the result without trying oneself." Eldon smiled slightly and thought that Diaz was really taking a risk. He understood and respected this trait, so he promised to lend a shoulder and help him in every possible way so that he would succeed, and Diaz sincerely thanked him and promised to do everything to make it happen. After that, he woke up, sitting up a little, and asked himself, was it a dream? Morning came, and he greeted Aruna. She calmly wished him good morning. Meanwhile, the grandmothers, noticing and surprised by Aruno's special mood, began whispering, and some ironically suggested that perhaps the previous night was special for her. Soon Clow approached them and, a little excited, asked Diaz if he had a minute, then showed him a small bat he found during the morning patrol. He said that the creature most likely was flying in a flock, but at some point it was attacked, it was knocked down, and the rest probably flew away, leaving it behind. DS looked closely at the mouse and said he had never seen such a thing before. Clouds admitted that it was the first time he had encountered such a creature too, and DS advised being especially careful next time, to which Clouds agreed. Diaz noticed that this morning the sky was clear and cloudless, and they had breakfast under the open blue sky, and during breakfast he asked those present various questions. He inquired whether anything was bothering them, or if they felt tension from the exercises, and the answers gave hope. No one complained. He noticed that Maya and the other grandmothers looked significantly healthier than before. All this became possible thanks to medicinal herbs that Aruna gathered and prepared. Every day they ate dishes with healing properties and took medicinal baths, and even Diaz himself felt that his health was gradually improving. Reflecting, he realized that in Cajun, unlike the village of Aruk, resources were used much faster, especially medicines, so he couldn't resist asking Aruna where she got such a large supply of medicinal herbs. She explained that these herbs were either gathered by hand or bought from vendors, but mostly they grew them themselves. Diaz was quite surprised. He didn't know that in Cajun there was a field for growing such herbs. Aruna explained that they didn't have a permanent field, they were nomadic, so medicinal herbs were grown in pots that were easy to transport. Suddenly an idea came to Diaz, and he said he wanted to plow the land and establish local food production so that all villagers could live stably and safely. He sincerely asked Aruna to teach him how to grow medicinal herbs because he dreamed of making a separate plot for them, and Aruna apologized and honestly admitted that she did not know the exact cultivation technique and advised him to consult the matriarch if he really wanted to learn all the nuances and do it correctly. In the home of the matriarch of the Cajun clan, a woman named Moro said despairingly that the idea of plowing the field seemed impossible to her. No one knew exactly why, and nothing grew on that land. She said that once in the distant past, her ancestors used a special agricultural technique that allowed them to grow plants in this soil, but after the war, that valuable technique was tragically lost. Moru smiled and assured that teaching Diaz to grow medicinal herbs was not a problem for her at all, and added that although some considered it difficult, she could try if she wanted. She was convinced that almost no training was needed. Everything seemed very simple. It was necessary to take the so-called fertilizer stone and break it into small pieces together with animal bones. Carefully mix the resulting mixture with the soil and let it stand for a while. Only after that sow the seeds or plant the roots of medicinal plants. If you skip this step, the herbs will either grow poorly or not sprout at all. Diaz noticed how the clan member took such a precious stone and smashed it to mix with ordinary soil, and thought that due to cultural differences, hardly anyone would help him. Morrow added that even trying to grow vegetables is almost a miracle. she explained that even with regular plowing and sowing of seeds, the result might be in vain. As an example, she mentioned potatoes and soybeans. They can be grown in pots until leaves appear, but then they immediately wither, so perhaps those who live in the forest know this better. Diaz asked about those who lived in the forest, and Moro explained that since they lived far from civilization, these people were well versed in plants and agriculture. There were rumors that if such people waved their hand, even the most barren lands would start to green, and she admitted that she had never seen them personally. She finished the explanation and added that if Diaz really mastered this craft and knows how to grow, then others can be taught as well, and creating a field for cultivation was her cherished wish, and she asked to make it for everyone. Diaz willingly promised to help, said he had always wanted to share his knowledge if he could, and teach not only them but others, so that everyone in the village would have a mountain of potatoes. Moro politely remarked that this was Diaz in a blue glow, and she eagerly awaited his success, adding that even the future children of Diaz and Aruna would also look forward to this success. She ironically remarked that they would need medicinal herbs to have children. Diaz was a little embarrassed, and Moro insisted that it was important and he must definitely pass this on to Aruna. Later, Diaz returned home earlier than usual. I met him and greeted him. He said he had returned. The girls ran up to him and impatiently asked, "Show us what you brought." Diaz showed them the stones and asked if they liked them. Sane looked embarrassed, and Aiken was not interested and said it was boring. Then I threw away the stones. I noticed how many there were, then both suggested playing and ran further. Aruna warmly greeted Diaz and asked about his stones. Diaz, a little puzzled, said they were simply beautiful to him, and Aruna immediately understood that they were not magical. She explained that magical stones must pulse with inner power filled with energy, and mages feel this power intuitively. Even if the stones look similar on the outside, those who have the gift immediately recognize a fake, and Diaz admitted that he did not feel magic in these stones. Later he asked if Iken and Sinai could cast spells, and Aruna replied that they are very smart for their age, already somewhat skilled in magic, and if they work hard, they could become extraordinarily powerful mages in the future, possibly even surpassing the matriarch. Diaz held his breath when he realized that an incredible talent was hidden in these two, and he felt, whatever path they take, their future will be bright, and someday they will spread their wings, become the greatest mages, and go out into the open world. Suddenly Sinai noticed something was approaching. He warned everyone to be on alert. Soon Diaz saw a huge swarm of bats and ordered everyone to hide in the tent. Klaus sprang instantly, suspecting the same swarm that was wounded in the morning and now thirsts for revenge. Although they were small, their number made everything dangerous, and usual spear and axe strikes barely worked here. But Diaz rushed into battle and destroyed the mice with several blows, and Klaus thought to himself that Diaz was doing very well and much better than him. Both decisively engaged in the fight. Soon a huge bat appeared, and Diaz realized this was the leader of the swarm. Aruna encouraged him with her voice and used magic to weaken the leader. He did not flinch and with one blow cut off the leader's head. Aruna explained that this species, the so-called blind bat, is extremely sensitive to sounds, and even a magical voice can confuse them. She added that they are so tiny that even children could handle them. Diaz thanked Aruna and said that she saved him. Her magical voice really impressed him. Aruna shyly replied that she could not resist because such a large swarm is rare. Diaz asked what these monsters are called, but added that he heard poorly due to ringing in his ears. Aruna leaned over and whispered in his ear, but Diaz did not hear her words. He tried to ask in surprise, but she was silent. At that very moment, he saw that Klaus was caught in crossfire and fainted. Diaz, with genuine joy in his voice, said that he had finished what he started. He realized that 5 days had already passed. Since Mori gave him the magic stone all this time, he had been diligently grinding it, and only now was the work finally coming to an end. This achievement finally allowed him to start the long-planned project to cultivate the field that he and Aruna called the Field of Dreams. As the first step, he decided to divide it into plots and then take on the soil. Meanwhile, Aruna suddenly said that she felt someone approaching from the west. Her sensitive horn warned again. There were several people here, many horses, and something else strange, neither human nor animal. Diaz wanted to go alone, but Aruna insisted on going with him. She was worried about the unknown creature moving along with the others who were approaching. For DS himself, her presence was like a breath of calm and confidence. Next to Aruna, he felt much safer, and she, with a worried voice, said that soon they would see those who were approaching. Diaz raised the monocle, his heart tightened, and with excitement he recognized Camelot, who was accompanying Eldon's servants' caravan. To this, Aruna sternly remarked that it was not worth loudly shouting the name of an acquaintance upon meeting, and in a moment Diaz noticed behind Camelot something strange, white animals he had never seen before. Looking through the monocle, Aruna's noticed that those white creatures were pulling a cart loaded with things. Many guards crowded around the cart. the load lay like a stone, heavy and extremely important, and she suddenly felt that strange inner sensation she had mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, Diaz continued to ponder the nature of those animals. They looked like a black bull, but in conversation they were called white bulls, and this confused him, so he thought that the name Black Bull was easy to remember, and perhaps he would call them that. Aruna pointed to the second cart and noticed small shadows inside, quietly moving as if someone was spying on them. This worried her, and she assumed they might be spies, so Diaz decided to approach Camelot personally to find out what exactly he was carrying in the cart. In one of the wagons, the beasts exchanged memories of the past and about where they found themselves now. One of them sighed quietly and told that once he was captured by slave traders, and out of fear of the unknown, he climbed into a wagon heading to the desert. Despite everything that had happened, he still believed that one day he would return home. During the conversation, the beasts decided to take some beans, thinking that food might be needed later. One of them, snorting indignantly, asked another what she does when sharing food. She calmly replied that they are overweight, so they can give some away, but another animal sharply noted that on a long journey supplies might run out, and this would put them at risk. Dispute flared up about the need for food and the direction of the cart. During it, one of the animals opened the other's eyes. The cart was moving not to the southern desert, as they said, but to the west, and her words caused a strong reaction. Some began to realize they had been deceived, and the route did not correspond at all to the previous plan. Suspicion arose that the purpose of the trip was not to return to the desert, but something more important, possibly connected with a figure known as the Dragon Slayer, and they decided that by eliminating this powerful enemy, they would gain recognition of their strength and dignity. A quarrel broke out among the beasts. One admitted that he shared knowledge and helped the group because he thought they were returning to the desert, and when it turned out that the real goal was the dragon hunter, he felt deceived. Some beasts whispered that the Dragon Slayer might be even stronger than the dragon, and a fight with him would only lead to death. But others rejected doubts. They shouted that humans are liars and must be punished, and convinced others that they are better than humans, even better than the one who killed the dragon. Their task is to humiliate the enemies, and then return home to the desert with provisions and glory on their shoulders. They swore to devote themselves completely to this cause. When Camelot ordered the carts to stop, he warmly greeted Diaz and Aruna, sincerely thanked them for the meeting, and reported that he brought exactly the goods Eldon promised. Seeing Diaz, the beast surprisingly recognized him as the Dragon Slayer and roared loudly. Diaz noticed that Camelot had returned, and although he remained polite, he directly stated that he was going to ask him an important question. There was panic in the carriage. The beasts screamed in despair because they realized they could not defeat such an opponent, and at that moment Diaz noticed something suspicious in the cart. In an instant, the beast suddenly jumped out of the cart and rushed at Diaz, shouting that it was time to kill him while he was defenseless, and Diaz froze in amazement. These mouse-like creatures could speak. At the most critical moment, Aruna rushed into the fight and swiftly repelled all the attackers, angrily reproaching Diaz for his excessive carelessness. He calmly asked if she had handled them without difficulty, and Aruna suggested that the approaching creatures might be friends of Camelot and should not be destroyed. The mice, hearing her words, immediately objected sharply. They were not friends with that man, whom they considered a stranger. They said they were afraid of that terrible woman. They accused the people of mocking the desert dwellers and angrily called them scoundrels. Diaz, not hiding his feelings, confidently said that he considered Aruna the most beautiful girl on the entire earth and promised that he would not allow anyone to offend her. Camelot soon arrived, outraged, trying to understand what had happened here in the last few minutes, expressed dissatisfaction that someone was protecting these the beasts and ordered to catch all those foolish mice until each one was caught. The mice in the sack raised a commotion, shouting that reinforcements had arrived, and bitterly complained about the treachery of the people. They cursed Diaz, called him a dragon killer, and blamed him for all their troubles. Kamla bowed and sincerely apologized on behalf of everyone to Diaz and Aruna for all the caused inconveniences and troubles. He admitted that if he had the opportunity to apologize sincerely, he would do so at the highest level without hesitation. Diaz tried to calm him and said that in that case, an apology was not necessary. Camelot, however, did not back down and explained that as a representative of Eldon, he must apologize if his subjects caused harm. Camelot said that it was his duty because it concerned those he protected. Diaz asked who exactly he meant by subjects. It turned out these were small creatures whom Camelot regarded as ordinary animals. Diaz began to understand that perhaps it was about Judgin. Thoughts in his head intertwined into a chain, and he suddenly began to understand the difference between Judgins and Ajins. Camelot explained that there were several peoples, those whose bodies resembled humans, those with beastly appearances, and those whose bodies completely resembled animals, and said that despite the beastly appearance, if they had developed culture and the ability to speak, they were called Judgins and considered equal in status to Ajins. Diaz said that now he understood everything. A mythical story told by parents surfaced in his memory speech was a gift from God given only to humans, and he recalled that only humans could speak, so if mice could speak, they should be considered humans. Conclusion was obvious. These creatures are primitive. Camelot explained that they are called mice with racing ears, and added that they call themselves desert dwellers, although in reality other races also live in the desert. Diaz jumped up in surprise. He had never heard of deserts within Eldon's domain before, and Camelot explained that the so-called desert homeland is a strip of land from the southern tower of the kingdom to an even more southern belt, which the mice considered their homeland. Diaz recalled that he once felt as if slaves were hunted in those parts, and remembered Eldon's promise to the desert inhabitants. As soon as they can live independently, they will be allowed to return to their native desert. It was this promise that caused their resistance. Even despite criticism and open rebellion, Eldon treated them as if they were his own and sincerely supported them. Camelot confirmed that this was why, when Eldon became their feudal lord, the Zhuzhni believed in the approaching day of return to the desert. Aruna made a remark. Camelot now has a bluish tint, although he was white before he can be forgiven and let go, but she added that the mice are bright red, and if they appear again, she will not hold back. He recalled that he had already spoken about this before, emphasized that Camelot should not apologize so much, added that the expressed feelings are enough, and if Camelot insists, he will accept the apology. He admitted that the behavior of the mice is a real problem, warned that he will no longer be lenient if it happens again, asked Camelot to be vigilant, and ordered the guilty to be punished. Camelot thanked Diaz and promised that he understood everything. One of the guards, a dog, reported that they had finished inspecting the area, but the smell of mice had spread everywhere, so they were impossible to find. He added that a pile of spices in the cart seriously complicated the search. Camelot decided to check the cart personally. Diaz felt that Camelot did look inside, and in the end, nothing suspicious was found. The test was completed. All the mice were sent back to Eldon, probably for interrogations to find out the reason for the attack. The investigation turned out to be more important than immediate punishment, and Diaz suddenly remembered the words of Camelot's guards about some spices. He suddenly recalled that, as far as he knew, they were supposed to bring agricultural tools. Camelot handed him a letter and apologized, saying that because of the incident with the mice, he completely forgot to explain everything, added that the tools are still being prepared, and their delivery is directly related to the spices, and asked him to be sure to read the letter. The letter to Diaz was polite and warm. Eldon Kazd wrote directly that it was exactly about those tools they had recently talked about, and sincerely emphasized now they are giving Diaz everything they can. Eldon said that this batch should be enough, and if not, he would immediately send another one. He also reported that along with the tools, they sent some spices, because spices were their specialty, and he sincerely hoped that they would suit Diaz and his companions' taste. The letter also mentioned the carts and horses that carried all these goods, which now belonged to Diaz. Eldon wrote hopefully that from now on, an open, productive, and free dialogue and trade would begin between the two fiefdoms, and added that their last conversation was very useful and truly inspiring. Eldon sincerely admitted that he was looking forward to the next meeting. Diaz at that moment was filled with gratitude and mentally thanked Eldon for his generosity. The letter sincerely stated that all the gifted items were a gift and no payment was required. Eldon emphasized that he considered this a sign of their friendship and asked to accept the gifts without hesitation. Camelot added with regret that Eldon himself was sorry Diaz had no barn, and if he did, he would give him horses and cattle, so just in case, they prepared building materials. The stable surprised Diaz. Camelot calmly asked not to worry and entrusted the entire organization of the construction to his team. At that moment, Diaz thought that simply receiving such gifts, he would not be able to repay Eldon equally, so he decided that the best response would be to pass on the raw materials obtained from the Earth Dragon, as that would be a worthy and useful reply. Camelot smiled and suggested, from now on, Diaz and his companions can use one of the carts provided for travel. The carts are now theirs. He added that this was a great opportunity to learn how to drive a carriage, especially when an experienced coachman is nearby who can quickly help master this skill. Aruna, deeply moved and with tears in her eyes, joyfully turned to Diaz, not believing what was happening, and with a trembling voice repeated that now they really have horses. Diaz just pointed to the 4 horses nearby, confirming this. Aruna joyfully exclaimed, "They now have 4 horses," and her heart had never been so happy. Diaz pondered what significance do horses have in people's lives. He understood for people, especially those who constantly lived under threat, horses decided everything in battle, for transportation and movement. A fast horse was worth its weight in gold, and owning many horses meant true wealth. Although Aruna's family knew how to care for horses, they were poor, so relatives had to rent horses from other owners, and Diaz began to think that Aruna was probably remembering her family. Her heart was full of various feelings. Aruna confessed that since childhood she dreamed of being part of a family that has horses. She added that she always considered Diaz a brave man, awaited the day when they would have their own horses, and emphasized that she could not imagine her dream would come true so soon. Diaz wanted to respond but did not have time, and Aruna loudly thanked him, called him her husband, and happily said she was ready to take care of the horses and drive the carts. He tried to calm her, but she only expressed her feelings louder and firmly declared that from now on all the work was her concern. At that moment Diaz felt Aruna embrace him with incredible strength as if the power of 100 horses, and remembered that this had happened before, so he again realized that she was unlikely to let him go anytime soon. Meanwhile, one of the mice hiding nearby anxiously noticed that it had become quiet around, thought that maybe people had finally stopped hunting, recalled with fear how she had hidden thinking she would soon be found, but realizing she was still safe, decided to run away. When the mouse tried to leave, horror gripped her. The exit would not open. Something heavy was lying on top and did not let her get out, so she called for help, fearing and hoping that someone would hear and save her. Sinai gladly handed Ikenu a jar of tea leaves and with a smile said she got it from Diaz, adding that she brought some for him too. Ikenu smelled the tea and felt that it smelled pleasant. Sinai thought for a moment and suggested that maybe seeds and tea leaves were the same thing. H agreed and added that both her parents, mother and father, also loved tea. Meanwhile, Maya addressed Diaz, advised him to hold on tight and when he was ready, to give the command to move. She added that the white bull they used was already trained for field work, so there should be no problems, and Diaz somewhat nervously gave the command to start, noticing with surprise that everything was going well. He saw a plow in front of him and froze with admiration. This simple tool not only plowed the land but also freed it from weeds, so the work went much faster. Grandmother Jirachi smiled and explained, after plowing, you need to wait a bit before sowing, so she advised waiting a few days. Diaz mentally noted that the field was now divided into two parts. On his side, the soil was mixed with stone fertilizer, powder, leaves, and water, and on the opposite side nother fertilizer, ash from burned plants and water, and he remembered that in the previous village where Grandmother Chirichi lived, they also used ash as fertilizer, so he decided to try this method. Chirichi recalled that earlier everyone said that nothing would grow on this field, but she suggested trying, and even before sowing the seeds, starting to dig a reservoir. Diaz was surprised by this proposal because he thought there was enough water for now. Chirichi warned that there is enough water now, but the river from which the village takes water is shallow and can dry up in summer. The well will cover household needs, but for full irrigation of the field there may not be enough water, so it is necessary to build a reservoir to guarantee future harvests. He agreed and firmly confirmed, the reservoir will be built. Karachi praised him for his ingenuity and quick reaction. Sine ran up and asked if Diaz had already finished plowing the field. I can repeat her words. She wanted to know if he had completed the work. Diaz explained that he had not finished yet and estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 days, and asked if that was the reason they came. Semi smiled and said that Aruna had prepared lunch and asked them to call DS. Chen confirmed that Aruna calls him, and DS sincerely thanked both girls for their care and attention. He felt that her behavior was a bit strange. Aishin quietly asked if Diaz was tired because work in the field is hard. He replied no, the work is not hard for him. She added that if he does not manage, she will be upset. He admitted that he would be a little upset, but if everything turned out to be in vain, he would simply accept it. Chen, hesitating a little, said that if she and Sina are hiding something, Diaz would be upset. He admitted if it turned out to be something bad he would be upset, but if something safe, no, because everyone can have their little secrets. Diaz felt that something was wrong. Their questions were not about him. He called the girls by name, but they had already gone to play, and he became more and more worried about their behavior. Every time he had the chance, he asked if something was wrong, but each time he was met with silence. Even Aruna, although she tried, found out nothing, and everyone in the village approached and questioned the girls, but both stubbornly remained silent. Diaz was increasingly tormented by thoughts about some secret. He closely observed the girls, but saw nothing strange in their behavior, so he gradually decided that it was simply because of aged children also have their secrets, and over time he stopped constantly returning to these thoughts. Aruna smiled and reported that 3 days had passed. Since plowing, she showed the seeds of the fast-growing medicinal herb yamosi and said that if all goes well, the first sprouts could be seen tomorrow. This will be a great opportunity to check how fertile the field is. Diaz thanked her and impatiently awaited the next day. At that moment, Klaus approached and reported that the Camelot group had completed the construction of the stable, and Diaz was amazed the construction had started only 3 days ago. He thought that the secret of such lightning-fast construction was in the pre-prepared materials that only needed to be assembled on site. This method turned out to be a real find. The structure was easy to assemble, disassemble, and adjust to the number of animals, and DS thought that neighboring districts could also use this technology. He sincerely thanked Camelot for the help, and Camelot, modestly shrugging, said that they were only following Eldan's orders. Diaz smiled slightly and said that he had prepared a gift and would very much like Camelot to accept it, if he did not mind, to which Camelot asked with interest what gift was meant. When Diaz mentioned the material from the Earth Dragon, all of Camelot's companions instantly became frightened, and Camelot awkwardly smiled and began to refuse, saying that they could not accept such a large and important gift in the form of a large amount of dragon material. One of those present suspiciously asked for what purpose this gift was and whether Diaz was plotting something, to which Diaz apologized for the suddenness, mentally feeling that his gift was more considered as an item for storage with the possibility of gaining profit, and only after signing an official agreement on the transfer of materials did they finally accept the gift. The next morning, Camelot reported with relief that all matters were resolved, and they were preparing to return, sincerely thanking Diaz for his care, and Diaz smiled in response, and said that thanks should be given to him after all. It was Camelot and his people who provided them with such great help. He recalled how at their first meeting they could not even greet properly. Only over time, step by step, mutual understanding appeared between them, and now they felt the parting almost with regret. Akin and Sign could not hold back tears. Seeing this, Aruna quietly asked them to stop crying, promised that as soon as they calmed down they could play with the horses, and added that if they slowed down, even the horses might start crying. Diaz pondered the question of gender, checked nothing had sprouted. Aruna called him to draw attention to the result, and Diaz replied that it was not a problem. He did not expect instant success and suggested that perhaps they had not waited long enough after plowing, and it was worth trying again. The next day everything remained the same, nothing had changed. Diaz thought that there was not enough fertilizer, so he decided to add a little more. On the third day again no sprout appeared, and he, disappointed, thought that there was not enough fertilizer, promising himself to make an even larger portion. On the fourth day nothing worked again, and Diaz decisively decided to double, or even triple, the amount of fertilizer. Aruna couldn't stand it and told him to stop and rest, because endless mixing of fertilizers would no longer help, and the field was probably not suitable for cultivation at all. Diaz reluctantly agreed that she might be right, and sighing, said that there are failures in life. Although some efforts were wasted, it is not worth losing hope. It is better to direct them to other matters. Meanwhile, Iken and Sine were watching his actions. Sine quietly turned to her friend and asked what they should do, and Iken replied that she wanted to help Diaz, but did not know how, and mentally addressed her mother. Suddenly, a call for help was heard. I really shouldn't have been surprised. Senna also heard it, and both girls instantly realized that the voice was unfamiliar, so Senna said that it was definitely a call for help and suggested going to see. In the warehouse room, she was desperately shouting for help, begging to be freed. She said she had been locked up for about a week, and although a few days without water can be survived, her condition was already on the edge. She admitted that she bitterly regretted not asking the Dragon Slayer for help, and continued to call into the void, hoping someone would hear her. Sinai confirmed that someone really was calling. I should have guessed that the voice came from the warehouse. Suddenly, Miss Ka shouted that she was in a chest and could not open the lid because something heavy was on top. Senai calmed her down. They would help her now, but she could not manage on her own. Achin warned that if the bags were removed, their contents might spill out. Misha, worried about them, apologized, asked not to risk their health, and suggested calling the adults. Sani quietly explained that the adults were busy with work and therefore could not call them, and Miss Ka again shrank with anxiety and whispered that it would be terrible if the girls got hurt, but maybe they could wait a little. But the girls decided to see the matter through and assured that there was very little left, and when they removed the last heavy object, Misha sincerely thanked them. She admitted that being locked up was very hard, and now they had become her true rescuers, so she introduced herself and asked the name of the rescued woman, and I smiled kindly and praised Misha's glasses. Misha sincerely thanked for the compliment and explained that the glasses were handmade, like the book she was holding, and Senai inquisitively asked who she was and what gender she was. Misha said that she is a Jujin from the tribe of racing mice, and her name is Emma. Jerboa said that she is a woman. Meanwhile in the field, Aruna shouted anxiously, asking Diaz to stop. Diaz said he was thinking about changing location, and Aruna added that he was already starting to look like a slave and insisted that he stop tormenting himself. Senai wanted to find out why Emma was locked up in that place. I can only assume that she was punished for some misdeeds. Emma explained that it was not a punishment. Her story was long, and even if others could not fully understand it, there was nothing terrible in it. She said that acquaintances were caught exactly when they tried to attack Diaz-sama, and she happened to be nearby and had nothing to do with it at all. She looked like one of the detainees, so she thought that she might also be taken for an attacker and unfairly punished. Out of fear that she would be accused of supposedly wanting to harm Diaz-sama, she instantly ran away and, fleeing, jumped into the first chest she came across, hoping to hide there. Soon heavy things were placed on the chest, and she could not get out. She found herself locked inside. After her explanations, Senai wondered whether she could be considered an enemy and whether she felt hostility toward Diaz. Emma explained that until then she had never spoken to Diaz alone, so she could not be considered either his ally or enemy. Then Senai announced that they wanted to consult Emma about an important matter. I can add that it was extremely important to keep this secreto, that Diaz and others would not find out about the content of their conversation, because everything they were going to discuss was a strict secret. Emma replied that maybe they should talk to someone else, whom they trust more than her. Sunny explained that no one in the whole village was suitable for this. There were very few half-people, and those who remained, like Aruna, Francis, or Francois, could not keep a secret and might report to Diaz, and Emma felt the seriousness of the matter and said that she fully realized it. Then Sani said that Diaz had been trying in vain day after day to arrange the field, and I explained that he had failed because nothing grew on that land, it lacked the strength to grow. She also said that they knew how to do something with this barren land, but such actions were not for people, and I should not pass on the words of her parents, who say that if people learn about such power, they will definitely start using it for their own interests and abuse it, so no one should talk about it. Her parents also insisted that no one should see that power being used, and this became the last promise that Ancient and her sister gave them, and Sign said that despite everything, they really want to help Diaz. Iken added that since Emma is not human, she can master this power, and they are ready to share it. Emma became interested and asked to be told more to better understand, and Iken asked if it became clearer to her. Emma frankly said that she needed some time to think it all over. She thought aloud and explained that, as far as she understood, Senai and Iken are representatives of the forest people. Senai confirmed that they are inhabitants of the forest, and Iken added that their people protect and study the forest. Emma continued, the forest people not only live in the forest, they protect it, and then themselves become part of the forest. She said that the word become has a special meaning for their race. Hin agreed with this and explained that when the forest inhabitants die, they give their power into a seed and put their knowledge into it. Then these seeds are planted in especially important places, and later they grow into a forest. And Emma thought that before death, the forest inhabitants give their seed to a loved one to become the forest through them. The one who receives such a seed must protect and nurture it so that a new patch of forest grows from it. When the seed sprouts and becomes a tree, it is like it turns into a tombstone that can be touched and the thoughts inside read, and Emma perceived it as a living book that could transmit knowledge. She compared that tree to a family tree that feels a blood connection with its people, learned that the forest people live in the forest to protect these living books, and understood that the twin sisters have two special powers. One accelerates the growth of trees and herbs, spreading magical energy, and the other creates barriers that protect against miasma and diseases, and both these powers are intended only for growing and protecting the forest. When Emma realized all this, she asked if she was suitable for their cause, and Senai gladly confirmed that she was perfect, called her smart, and sincerely rejoiced. Emma understood. The twin sisters were still too young to grow a real forest, so for now they could only cover the field with a thin barrier so that the fruits could ripen, and if they practiced this power daily, their abilities would quickly develop and strengthen over time. Although the barrier was small, it could prevent diseases, a truly amazing power, and Emma felt that if humanity learned about such a magical ability, it would lead to undesirable consequences. That is why the sisters' parents asked to keep it a strict secret, and now she understood their motives. She voiced doubts aloud about their decision to live with Diaz, because she thought it wiser to hide their power from people, and Senai confessed that at first they really feared Diaz and planned to immediately run away to fulfill their promise to their parents. But when they met Diaz, his hands were strangely soft and gentle, and his voice was so tender that it reminded them of their father and mother, and he seemed like a warm person, although he still smelled unpleasant. Ichin picked up the sisters' words and sincerely added that although Diaz smelled unpleasant, he was much kinder than that frogman they met earlier. It was precisely because of his kindness that they decided to stay with him, and other villagers were also kind to them despite Diaz's smell. So they felt that before them was a person to whom they could entrust a secret. They believed that he would not abuse what he had learned. Emma replied that she understood their feelings and motives. She thought for a long time and realized that the sisters were trying to keep their promise to their parents, but sincerely wanted to help Diaz, so they needed to consult someone who could advise them on how to cooperate without breaking the agreement. And later Emma said this aloud, explaining that the Earth's power here was too weak to create a truly fertile field without the help of the forest inhabitants. Senai explained that the local soil literally drains all the energy from itself. Even if it is filled with magic, it quickly dissipates and leaves nothing again, so to stop this process, a magical barrier must be created. Ikin added that if there is a barrier, everything will be fine and the situation will improve. Emma looked thoughtfully into the distance and said that if they find out what phenomenon depletes the soil, there will be a chance to do something. Seine sincerely admitted that they do not have an exact answer to this question, and I will add that they do not know the nature of what is happening, only assuming that this phenomenon could have been caused by some good child. Senet explained that it was about some creature, and they were afraid. If it did not stop, the land would eventually become barren sand, and Iken added that then Francis and everyone else would simply have no food left. Emma felt that the girls had shared their guess with her, but their voices trembled with uncertainty. When they spoke, it seemed as if someone was deliberately causing this phenomenon, but Emma considered such an explanation almost impossible. Weak crop growth could have been caused by poor soil and natural barriers around, and she, sighing bitterly, concluded, the land will not necessarily turn into a desert, it just is not suitable for farming. But knowing about the chance to use a magical barrier, she could not dismiss that the source of trouble was a disease or miasma from some monster, so it was urgent to figure out how to cast the barrier without alerting anyone. Later, Ama suggested discreetly using the barrier so that Diaz and others would not notice, but Sane replied that it was impossible. Diaz was always in the field, and Chen added that after finishing work in the field, they went to sleep themselves. Then Emma said, let's try in the middle of the night when everyone is asleep. Sane replied that it wouldn't work, they also sleep at night, and I confirmed this, they won't manage to wake up. Emma herself suggested waking the girls and said that despite her appearance she is well-oriented at night and can lead them the right way. She assured that if they show her their home, she will definitely find it. The girls happily agreed and admitted that consulting with Emma was the best decision. Emma smiled inwardly, they were really very worried, and she sincerely rejoiced that she listened to them until the end. After that, she suggested discussing the plan of action, and first of all advised to calm down. A bit too noticeable behavior could reveal their intentions to outsiders. The girls quickly agreed and began repeating that they were just going for a night walk to avoid suspicion, and inside Emma felt a rising anxiety. At night she felt relieved to be alive, and then noticed the twins had made a small hole through which she could crawl. Suddenly she saw a dragon hunter and realized she needed to be extremely careful so that he would not notice her. She also noticed that Diaz had been working a lot in the field lately and, as the girls said, really had a strong smell. Then Emma woke the girls, introduced herself, and gently asked them to wake up because they had to go to the field and help Diaz, warning that if they did not hurry, morning would soon come and there would be no time. The girls woke up and, complaining that it was dark and scary here, asked what was happening, and Emma inquired what they usually do when they need to go to the toilet. The girls admitted that they always went with DS and Aruna, they either held their hands or carried them, and Emma realized that next to her, they did not feel that confidence and calm. During the conversation, Aishin said that the thing she was holding belonged to their mother, and Sene had an item of their father. He added that when they hold these seeds, it becomes easier for them, as if their parents help them stay in a good mood. I need to explain that their parents loved black tea, and it was like a feeling of closeness. Sometimes the girls just held the seeds and had imaginary conversations with them. Emma understood that these seeds gave the girls a sense of connection with their parents and strength of spirit. I can ask Emma to wait a little. Standing aside, she glanced at the field over which Diaz had worked so hard, and it seemed to her that it was quite normal and without obvious problems. Meanwhile, the girls began to read spells or prayers, and soon a light flared up, enveloping their figures, then slowly disappeared as if soaking into the ground, and Emma thought with admiration what a beautiful picture it was. The light gently shone, then melted away as if flowing into the earth, and the girls, finishing the ritual, strangely said that the barrier was already standing, and now they could go to sleep in the yurt. The Ma was caught on the spot, not believing. Had they really finished the work so quickly and were already returning? After that, she realized that her role was over. When she found herself among the girls, she quietly and politely asked to be let go. She was afraid that due to the delay she might be noticed, but the girls were already asleep and did not let her go, and Imab became embarrassed, realized that she remained in their embrace and began to insistently ask to be released. Meanwhile, in Castex, in one of the drinking establishments of Melangalu, several beast-like creatures were chatting about the freshest gossip. Allegedly, Eldon Sama was going to set off to the royal capital to meet the king and receive the title of lord. One of them threw into the conversation that Eldon must give the magic stone to the one who kills the earth dragon, assuring that such a gift would please the king, and the beast people readily agreed that after this, even greater peace and tranquility would reign in the lands of Castex. They noticed that people rarely get close to half-humans, and this made them wary. One of them suggested that the dragon hunter had a half-human wife. According to him, there was a strong love between them and they often walked together, attracting the attention of others. Someone was stunned to learn that his wife belonged to the horned race and thought that perhaps she descended from rhinoceros people. One of the beast people smiled sullenly and ironically remarked that even a man can fall in love with a representative of the rhinoceros race. They also actively discussed the announcement about recruiting new residents to the village of dragon killers, where, as it was written, food and shelter would be provided to everyone regardless of race, except criminals, and this interested the dog race. The conversation suddenly turned to the attack of the long-eared mice, but it turned out that it was the work of one man who called himself a representative of a non-existent race of ape-like people, and everyone was confused because none of those present had heard of such a race before. Soon it became clear other groups appeared insisting that this man was inciting them. He was tall, completely wrapped in black fabric that concealed both face and body. The man in black mentally cursed the beast that did not succumb to his tricks even for gold, and with a bitter sigh noted that he could only deceive trusting mice, and even among them there were no worthy executors. He bitterly regretted that the poison was lost, and promised to kill Diaz someday. In the eastern kingdom of Sansarif, the knights on guard exchanged fresh news about defectors from Diana Somas's faction, and one of the guards grimly suggested that this could be the end of their political influence. The conversation instantly shifted to the blow. The Mizusama faction was left without Duke Kazdex, who controlled the western trade zone, and everyone wondered who would now take the throne. Richard Sama was named a possible contender, but no one was sure, and Isabel Sama and Alina Sama did not inspire any trust at all. They also discussed which faction Duke Kazdex had joined. One of the knights whispered that the Duke died of illness and power passed to his second son, who was considered not to have joined the Mazusama faction, and there were also rumors about the elder son, that he died of illness, so they talked about a possible epidemic among the nobility. They said that future policy would be determined by the choice of the second son, said that through neighboring lands he was on good terms with Diaz, and it was this son who became Lord of Nitrasavi, like a place with a bad reputation due to rumors of a curse. They said that nothing would grow in those fields and no houses could be built there because fire would immediately flare up, but some considered this a fabrication and sincerely believed that the alliance between Diaz and the Duke's second son could influence the future of the entire kingdom. Someone threw into the conversation. Although he had never met Diaz, he heard that people said both good and bad things about him, that he was a man without principles, and at that moment their conversation was interrupted. The guard drew the attention of another and said that Diana herself led most of the soldiers and left the capital, which caused surprise. One of the knights anxiously noted that she took about 200 soldiers and several dozen wagons with provisions. They began to suspect that a war might start, although another guard considered this unlikely. 200 people were not enough for a full-scale war, but in any case, it was necessary to find out what was happening. Aruna woke up and with surprise noticed that Senna and Aishin had switched places in the dream. This confused him and made him wonder why this movement happened, while Emma was already shining with cheerfulness and seeing him, quietly greeted him, wishing him a good morning. That morning, Diaz reported that several incidents had occurred in the village of Iluk, and there was tension and anxiety. And among the first, he mentioned how Sina and Ikean slept together with a creature resembling a long-eared mouse, because of which Aruna became angry and considered contact with a creature that could carry deadly diseases unacceptable. He exclaimed indignantly that both girls and the long-eared mouse, who introduced herself as an Ama of the long-eared jumping mice people, were punished. They had to bathe in a healing bath. Golub, who was nearby during the conversation, suddenly realized it was this event that caused the screams he had heard earlier. Dee admitted that he was gnawed by anxiety and feared a repeat of the incident, but when they noticed that Eam's skin was bright blue, Aruna calmed him down. No need to worry. Dove, hearing about the blue color, was surprised, but quickly changed the subject and asked to forget about the incident. Diaz told about another case. In the field sown the day before, seeds suddenly sprouted. He noticed that the seeds were sprouting by themselves, but he was stunned by the perfectly even circle in the middle of the plot. Although the conditions and fertilizers between his field and his grandmother's field were completely different, the greenery in this circle grew as if it paid no attention to any external influences. Golub jokingly replied that the story was truly amazing, and added that the birds in those parts were especially noisy, probably because of the sprouts in the field. Diaz, asking with interest if he understood the birds, made Golub smile slightly. He replied that he did not have such magic, and that Diaz said very strange things. Then Diaz described a third case, less important, but still caused a lively discussion while Senai and Achins tried to save Emo. He said that he had already cleaned the warehouse, but the thought of food from beans inhabited by mice simply repelled him. He thought that throwing them away was pointless and wrong, and Golub agreed, saying that throwing away tasty beans was unwise. Despite all the incidents, Diaz felt that the most important event of that morning was one unexpected visit. Suddenly a dove appeared and introduced himself as Jallant. He was of pigeon origin, served Eldon Sam, and headed the mail delivery department, and DS, hearing this, gaped in surprise and exclaimed. He mentally agreed that the visit was unexpected, and instantly asked himself what the noise was. Had something important happened? Jalab confirmed, indeed something urgent happened. he admitted that he forgot to deliver an extremely important assignment, a letter with urgent demands. He handed over the letter and asked Diaz to confirm receipt. Diaz understood that he needed to open the letter immediately. There were 3 attachments. The first, an apology from the people of long-eared jumping mice, and a report on a recent incident, stating that among them there might be an instigator who pushes others to crimes, and they asked to be cautious. The second, alarming movements toward the royal capital, reporting that the third Princess Diana began gathering weapons and people, her intentions unknown, so they asked to closely monitor her actions. The third letter told about a recent recruitment announcement. It said that a small species of dog people unexpectedly showed great interest in the settlement and appeared in greater numbers than expected. The letter ended with a request to urgently decide whether to accept them into the village, and Diaz noted that it had a seal, so it was the most important of the 3. Diaz paused for a moment and asked Jalent what exactly small species meant, admitting that he had met many representatives of the dog people, but had never heard of such a subspecies. Jalent began to explain that among the dog people there really are 2 types, one large, whose representatives are smarter, stronger, bigger, and look almost like humans, probably those Diaz had met, the other small. These creatures look like ancient ancestors, physically weaker, guided by old instincts, clumsy, and often move on all 4s. They produce many offspring, and the young grow visibly fast. Jelland explained that the small species overheard conversations of members of the large species who came to the village, became eager to settle there, and when they saw the announcement about food and shelter, probably relocated en masse. Diaz said that if the village really agrees to accept this small creature, he would immediately resolve the issue and ask Gallant to wait on the spot. Jalent in turn nodded understandingly. Diaz suggested that whoever wants could eat that content, and Jalent, with eyes full of curiosity and hope, took this offer seriously. Klaus, who stood nearby, confirmed that everything was fine with this, and since they now needed soldiers and any help was important, Maya felt the place come alive and her mood lifted. Hirochi apologized she was busy checking the soil, and added that if Diaz agrees to the proposal, she also does not object, and Diaz mentally noted that, when he later asked other grandmothers, none expressed dissatisfaction or protest. All those he approached remained calm and agreed with the situation. Diaz entered the yurt where Rona met him. She immediately explained that she was not angry and spoke only out of concern for everyone present, adding that the mouse in the yurt worries her and could become a potential problem. After Diaz's words, the girls enthusiastically started talking about dogs, and this immediately distracted them from the previous conversation. Aruna sadly admitted that in such an environment it was no longer possible to teach or mentor so inspiredly. Diaz inquired whether the girls said anything important, and Aruna replied that no, they probably thought about what happened, but never explained why they slept with the mouse in their arms. He said that if the girls did not tell immediately, then they had a good reason. He confessed that he did not know exactly what they were hiding, but believed they did not want to harm anyone, so he suggested just waiting, maybe they would tell everything themselves someday. Aruna agreed with his explanation, but doubt still tinged her voice. Diaz recalled that when he assessed Ima's soul, its color shone bright blue. She introduced herself as one of the long-eared jumping mice. Despite all of Aruna's instructions, the girls instantly befriended Ima, a clear sign of sincere trust, and Diaz mentally noted that this mouse was truly different from those who had attacked before. Later, Diaz approached Ima to find out why she was here, and Ima, a little embarrassed, began to explain that her story would be long. Meanwhile, Jalent flew into the sky carrying a letter for Eldon. According to Diaz's calculations, it should reach by sunset the same day. When the document was delivered personally, it turned out that it contained not only confirmation of the reception of the representatives of the Dog Nation, but also one small accompanying condition. And in the same letter, Diaz also wrote about the appearance of Ima, her stay in the village, and her intention to remain there in the near future. As it later turned out, Ima really wanted to stay in the village of Aluk on her own initiative. She told Diaz about her situation and family circumstances, and at one point, sincerely said that she wanted to live in the village of Aluk, after which Diaz asked her why she made such a choice. Ima explained that she wanted to be closer to Sani and Aken. She was touched by how those girls were growing up, and now she wanted to observe this process. She emphasized that despite her appearance, she could read, write, count, and knew other sciences. She passionately wanted to be useful to the village with her knowledge to teach Senai and Iken, promised to do everything possible, and sincerely asked for permission to stay here. Diaz recalled that he warned her. If she went to the neighboring territory, Eldon could send her back to her homeland, but Ima remained firm and unshakable. Then he decided to introduce her to the rest of the villagers. He went around everyone and listened to their opinions. People generally approved, and there were no objections. The only one who objected was Aruna. Hearing this, Aruna suddenly doubted. Should the mouse be allowed to live in the village? She darkened and became wary, and Ima responded with dignity. She proudly declared that, as a representative of the desert race, she was pure and should not be confused with other rodents. Diaz noticed that she denied this very confidently, and after that Aruna finally agreed to accept Emma, but only on the condition that she strictly adhere to personal hygiene. Ama Juraboa, a representative of the Mouse people, officially became a resident of the village Iluk and a new member of their community. After some time, Diaz returned to the warehouse, checked the supplies, and to his surprise, found that several packages had disappeared. In the middle of the warehouse, he noticed a hidden wine barrel, worriedly thought about what could have moved it, and cautiously decided that it needed to be checked. Emma ran up to Diaz happy and excited, and said that she could hear everyone in the kitchen. There was a sense of wonder in her voice. She talked about the preparations, who would use the ingredients, and mentioned alcohol as part of the celebration, because she decided that all this was in honor of her arrival, and sincerely rejoiced that they were throwing a welcome party for her. Diaz, infected by her enthusiasm, shouted that they needed to hurry and join. To himself, he smiled slightly and noticed that Sine and her sister were again sprinkling walnuts into the food, a habit they had not given up. Emma was eager to find out exactly what the grandmothers were mixing. She had never seen anything like it before. Diaz noticed jars of sugar nearby and thought it must be something sweet, and approaching closer, Emma kindly addressed the grandmothers and asked for permission to try what they were preparing. Diaz, watching what was happening, remarked somewhat irritably that such large-scale preparations were being made without his knowledge, and they had not said a word to him. Runa, noticing his reaction, asked with satisfaction if he was really surprised. Diaz honestly admitted that he was indeed impressed and inquired when she had managed to organize all this, and Aruna proudly explained that recently one good event followed another, so grandmother Maya advised throwing a feast. Diaz was busy, so they took up the preparations themselves without waiting for permission. She wanted to warn him, but at that moment he was immersed in a letter in the yurt, and when Diaz did not consult and hid the wine, Aruna aptly remarked that it was wrong to do so. Diaz thought that by the laws of the kingdom alcohol was allowed only from 18 years old because it can cause addiction and poisoning. The body is not ready until that age, and by 18 a person reaches a level of self-control. Diaz did not know what laws the Oni people had, and Aruna was only 15, so he was constantly worried, especially when he found out that she had already tried alcohol, and therefore hid the wine, although he knew it angered her. Feeling his thoughts, Aruna rushed to assure that she was not angry at all. She explained that she understood Diaz acted out of care for her. After a long time together, they better understood each other, and preparing the banquet without permission, as she admitted, was like a revenge, but soft and symbolic. She just wanted that now, when they were already husband and wife, all important matters would be discussed together. She was worried that Diaz might think he did not need to consult her, and she said, "If he worries about her, just say so, because as a couple, they must share everything." Diaz apologized and promised that he would act the same way in the future. He was about to start talking about wine, but Aruna instantly interrupted him and confidently said that alcohol does not harm the body at all, but is even beneficial. Their people, the only people, traditionally drink komis, a nutritious drink consumed as medicine. In families with horses, komis is even given to children who have just been weaned. When Diaz heard this, he was filled with horror, and he began to insist that giving alcohol to children is dangerous because he feared they might get injured or even die. Runa stood her ground and passionately explained that in their culture such consequences never occurred. On the contrary, those who did not drink were more often ill. She admitted that in their family there were no horses, so for treatment they only drank hot water, and all her brothers and sisters, as well as herself, often fell ill in childhood. It was a difficult time. Maya, watching their lively conversation, noticed with admiration how well they got along. A little irritated, she asked them to stop chatting and offered to help with preparations, adding that after the party they could continue the conversation about wine. Diaz tried to object, but Maya interrupted him, cheerfully announcing that they found a box of wine in the pantry, a reason for celebration, because, according to her, when representatives of the dog race arrive, everyone will be able to drink and have fun together, just as Aruna presented it. Maya added that Aruna noticed, with the arrival of the dog people, Diaz will be able to drink less alcohol, so Aruna decided to arrange a party as soon as possible, and refusing wine was a challenge for her. He admitted to himself that the stubborn and emotional Aruna was genuine. He realized he was at fault because he did not discuss the situation with her and forgot about cultural differences, so this time he decided to turn a blind eye to everything. He understood that with each new species that comes to the village of Iluk, a new culture will come, and each time the village will have to write new rules, so he promised to do it himself. He is a lord, and it is his duty to stand in defense of the village and make decisions, no matter who tries to interfere. As of now, the report on the Neutros territories lists the residents Aruna, Senai, Ikin, 2 Mimu, Klaus, and grandmothers, among whom is Maya. Recently new faces joined them. Ima Jeroboa, 4 horses and 2 white buffalo, Among the buildings were a yurt, warehouse, outhouse, well, meeting place and square, and now there are also a field, stable, and cowshed. At the morning table, the heroes discussed a drink. When Diaz noticed a strange white liquid for breakfast, the girl smiled and said it was kumis, a traditional fermented mare's milk drink, and that in the morning she went to the village and asked the locals for some because everyone last night was talking about alcohol. He doubted drinking it so early, but she with a slight smile advised just to take a sip. Some of them doubt whether this liquid really contains alcohol. Diaz says that to get drunk, one must drink a lot, so it can even be given to a child, and they also say that kumis is beneficial. It strengthens health, adds strength, regulates intestinal function, and even cleanses the body of diseases. Diaz reflects on the recent conversation and concludes, their difference in views with Aruna was due to different attitudes toward kumis. He imagined it as very strong alcohol, while Aruna does not consider kumis real alcohol and spoke about its health benefits. Diaz understands that cultural perceptions can cause misunderstandings, and the heroes decide that, when the right time comes, they need to talk about their customs and past. The heroes recalled that the atmosphere in the village noticeably improved, and it seemed to them that this also affected others. Conversations between people began to arise by themselves, without any effort. The girls gladly told that they had again gathered a generous harvest, showed full baskets, were very satisfied with the result, thanked DSTHANKSNIA and IHIN for their help, and sincerely rejoiced for them. The girls loudly said that they want their own field and want to plow it. The man replied that he does not mind and added that next time he would plow a small field for them. They pondered where it would be better to place it. At the end of the day, everyone agreed to finish the work and thank each other. Diaz's grandmother Celia approached him and asked to talk, confessed that she had thought of something and asked him to listen, and later he said that that evening a meeting was scheduled to discuss her proposal. Ramocelia became worried. The number of people was growing more and more, and they no longer had time to discuss everything with everyone, so she proposed to elect representatives who would gather the group's opinions and convey them to Diaz, so there would be no quarrels and hasty decisions at the evening meeting. Everyone supported her idea and immediately began to consult on how to organize it. After long talks, it was decided that Diaz would remain the head of the village. He would make decisions and bear responsibility for them, but if he wished, he could convene meetings with representatives to hear the villagers' opinions. The representatives appointed were Clazed for security, Arona from Diaz's family, and grandmother Maya as the voice of the common people, and Jajin was asked to represent the beastfolk, but she refused, saying she lacked experience, although she had education. The characters heatedly discuss that the dog community will have to choose a representative who will come instead of them, and say that if it is necessary to increase the number of representatives, decisions are made according to established rules. The meetings lasted until late at night and finally ended. Aruna noticed that guests had come to them and woke Diaz with words about it. He asked in surprise why someone had come so early. Aruna admitted that she had not noticed how the group approached and that they were already very close, suggested moving forward, and promised to explain everything on the way. When the heroes looked into the distance, one of them noticed a large figure, and in front of it many small ones, and everyone assumed that these could be dog people. One clarified that most likely the large ones were camelots, and the small ones were dog people. Another said that they might have brought something with them, and soon someone shouted that they saw them. The characters saw a large crowd of creatures rushing to the village. Among them were dog people and a giant serpent-like creature, and one of the characters was stunned and could not understand why a huge pack of dogs and this creature were moving together. The girl said that this was Anaconda Ruck, a real monster, and the man remarked with surprise that he had never heard that human dogs could tame such creatures. She immediately replied that no one tamed it, the creature came on its own, and at that moment she remembered that she had forgotten her bow and arrows and became worried, so everyone anxiously watched as the huge creature approached them accompanied by a pack of dogs, understanding the seriousness of the threat. Panic seized everyone when the monster ate one of the dog people. The people were in shock, someone began to call for help, everyone was confused, unarmed, and not knowing how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Diaz, without waiting, ran to the monster to engage in battle. The heroine shouted at him to stop, calling his name Diaz. In panic, but it was already too late and he found himself face to face with the monster. Diaz, without hesitation, rushed into battle. The giant serpent-like creature with an open mouth was preparing to attack and made frightening sounds, but Diaz, with strength and determination, delivered a powerful blow, pushed the monster back and tore the captured animal from its jaws. He continued to fight the giant monster, decisively rushed forward, and at the last moment grabbed the beast's body, tore the victim from its jaws, pushed the serpent-like creature away with incredible force, dealt a powerful blow, and forced it to retreat. The monster lost its balance and fell. People began to come to their senses, and AR noticed with relief. Fortunately, Anaconda Ruck is non-venomous. Someone asked if he was okay, and the dog person joyfully said that he was alive and that she thought he was done for in every way. Aruna, lowering her gaze, admitted her mistake and confessed that it was her fault because she forgot the bow and arrows. The girls smiled kindly and thanked for the rescue, telling that on the way they were noticed by a large serpent and they were in real danger, added that thanks to the intervention of the locals, they managed to avoid trouble and asked to name the rescuers. Aruna introduced herself first, pointed to the man next to her, and said that this was Daya's her husband and the feudal lord of these lands. The stranger also introduced herself as Canis, explained that she takes care of the small dog people on behalf of Eldon and Sama and today accompanies them as a guide, and added that it was these three little people who wanted to emigrate. She said that each of them differs not only in appearance but also in character. She called the black-haired ones mastiffs, or Tibetan mastiffs. This clan is famous for courage and pride in their strength. Brown-haired ones, according to her, belong to the Ba Sanji clan, or simply Sanji, known for seriousness and straightforwardness, and the black and white ones, called Orson Shep or simply Shep, are distinguished by curiosity and diligence. Canis emotionally explained how important clan names are for dog people and asked to remember them well. Aruna completed the soul check and confirmed. Canis has a light blue aura, which means she came with good intentions. The small representatives of the people had bright blue auras, indicating their purity and sincerity, and Canis added that representatives of small peoples love to work and get nervous without work, so she insisted on finding them at least some occupation, and asked to clarify if there would be any problems with this. He suggested using horses, let them build a reservoir and help care for the livestock, and make some of them soldiers so that they conduct night patrols, hold training fights with Klaus, and in case of threat, participate in real battles. Daya's voiced job proposals, and the representatives of the dog people burst with delight. Their chatter was so turbulent that others had to calm them down. To take control of the situation, Daya's calmly asked everyone to be quieter. The noise gradually subsided, and the dog delegations quickly calmed down, sat down, and began to wait for further instructions. Daya's officially introduced himself and said that he was the feudal lord of this plain. Daya's and Aruna respectfully sat opposite the new acquaintances, and this instantly caused a lively reaction among the representatives of all three clans. His manner truly impressed Canis. She was surprised at how freely and respectfully he communicated with the dog people, and despite being a human and a feudal lord, she thought to herself that he was indeed an unusual person. The first powerful representative of the Tibetan breed named himself Marf, and speaking politely and respectfully, said that together with his clan he was ready to serve as a soldier. Dayas smiled, asked him not to be so formal, and suggested addressing him more simply, noting that he was glad to meet Marf. Then the elder of the Besengi clan, who introduced himself as Serdio, said that their clan wanted to get to work as soon as possible, for example building a reservoir or other tasks. Dayas also emphasized that among his people there were elderly, like Grem Amya, and asked that they also be given attention and care. The head of the Shep clan with the long name Reichardt Gordfunjadi Orson Shep, asked to be called simply Shep, gladly said that he wanted to take care of the horses together with the clan, inquired if there were sheep in the village, and Aruna entrusted them with caring for the livestock, and this pleased all the Sheps. Dayas stated that there were no sheep in the village, but there were similar animals, offered Shep to take care of the horses. Shep gladly agreed. Then Aruna quietly introduced herself as Dayas's wife and greeted the mastiff leader. He responded politely. The clans, looking at her, admiringly noted that Dayas had a beautiful and young wife, which made Aruna smile contentedly, and DS a little embarrassed. There were 30 people in the Shep clan, 25 in Besagi, and another 23 mastiffs. Dayas was pondering how to involve everyone in turn as needed so as not to exhaust anyone, and Canis, who was observing, began to doubt the idea of making human dog soldiers. Their paws were not adapted to weapons, and many lacked strength. Dayas thought about how to explain this to her and realized, Canis cares about her people. They cannot be considered just a simple workforce. Klaus was one of the soldiers whom Dayas sincerely thanked for patrolling. Dayas introduced Canis, explained that Klaus was their soldier, and added that Canis was the leader of the dog people. Klaus was momentarily surprised, then politely greeted Canis, and he responded with a smile. Between Canis and the soldier there was a subtle, special tension. They looked at each other with a romantic note. Flowers and sparkles shone in the background. Aruna immediately felt that something was happening, while Dayas, on the contrary, noticed nothing. In Obaki, people consult with grandmothers about what to do. Girls together with adults go to collect special stones, roots, leaves, and fertility. Each stone has its own power. One strengthens roots, another helps leaves grow, and the third serves as fertilizer, and they believe that the tree will grow only when all three powers combine. 10 days had passed since the dog people arrived in the village of Iluk, and during this time they willingly integrated into everyday life. They took turns on duty, carried water from the well. the girls used knowledge passed down from their parents, including the ability to work with magical stones, and had already begun to cultivate their plots. Cannies' prediction that the human dogs were clumsy did not come true. They turned out to be remarkably capable, confidently caring for horses, skillfully using tools, and easily handling tasks. Clouds began organized training, gathered the first group for coordinated actions, and Dias and Cannies watched with satisfaction. One of the mastiffs suddenly lunged forward, lightning-fast, showing strength and agility. Precise movements, he attacks the training target and suddenly approaches Klaus. Klaus looks surprised and realizes how serious and powerful a blow can be even in a training fight. One of the mastiffs pinned him to the ground, and Klaus, lying beneath him, acknowledged their victory, praised them for the better reaction, and sincerely rejoiced at their progress at the same time. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary warrior. He survived the war, earned the nickname Klaus the Beheader for killing enemy generals, and was an extraordinarily strong fighter. DS struggled to figure out how to explain to Cannies his decision to turn humans into dog soldiers, and instead of words, he decided to show her the results, hoping she would see them herself. During the war, Dias often thought back to meetings with enemy human dogs. They spoke and had special abilities, so he believed that adult human dogs could become useful allies. He was convinced that there was no threat on the plain now, and if anyone appeared, it would only be petty thieves from the outskirts. The soldiers of the third Princess Diana descend into the deepest, cold silence of the royal tomb of Saint Seraph, the burial place of the first kings, and the princess strictly reminds. Touching the coffins and statues is forbidden, and she also insists we are here for treasures for the army, so restrain yourselves and do not take too much. Princess Diana openly spoke about her ambitious and aggressive plans. She intended to take the ancient scepter, destroy Dias, then crush her brothers and sisters, use the treasures and dragon scales to create an army and seize the country, and her goal was to become a legend of her time, like the founders of the kingdom, who with the same artifact burned thousands of enemies. Princess Diana, furious that Dias allowed himself to act without her permission and reject her proposal, pulls out her secret trump card, the royal seal, and declares that whoever bears the name of the saint must obey her without objection, because Dias seriously offended her, so now she will force him to cooperate despite his refusal. The princess accuses Dias of killing innocents during the last war, calls him a traitor, and decides to show the whole world his true face and tell everything to Richard, while one of the observers ironically notes that representatives of the royal authority are even more trusting than werewolves and believes that fools in power are truly dangerous. One of the characters sees his chance in this. He plans to attack Diana immediately after she attacks Dias, hoping to prove that he is better than the parents who once rejected him and become a hero of the country. An important group led by the first Prince Richard arrives, and he immediately notices that the agent planted in Princess Diana's squad has returned. Prince Richard silently reflects. He sees that Diana violated the ban and robbed the tomb of the first kings, but does not intervene. He fears a clash with Dias. He says that even if he tried to kill her, he wouldn't make it because Dias is too dangerous to risk, and therefore he is sure that Diana is doomed. The mad dog will not spare her. He tells about Dias's nicknames, which show different sides of his character and merits: patriot hero, bloody axe, protector of the people, and less flattering, balls out and well-wisher, and each has its own story. During the war, when it was about occupying enemy lands, Dias was ordered to take revenge on the enemy, and the king issued a decree to exterminate the enemy and completely plunder their resources. Although he participated in the war, Dias never harmed civilians. Even when acting outside the royal army, there was not a single case of mass killings or robberies because the volunteers who followed him shared his principles and did not allow such acts. He was called Dobrozichlavets the Benevolent, but the name was distorted and he began to be called No Balls, which many considered a mistake. He accidentally overheard noble children talking about joining the army to rob, and being nearby, noticed their behavior. In flashbacks, the horrors of war are revealed. Violence and cruelty became everyday occurrences. One of the young nobles involved in smuggling justifies his actions and calls them trivial, and Dias silently condemns this, needing no loud words. Seeing injustice, Dias could not stand it. He punished the young nobles by force, for which he was arrested. He is accused of raising his hand against a member of the nobility, and he will stand before the royal court. After the incident with the nobleman, DS openly said that he does not consider those who do not protect the weak to be nobles. His words were supported by influential people, including the king, and the case was closed without trial. Later, one of the characters says that Dias is dangerous not because of cruelty, but because he lives outside statuses and rules. He is unpredictable, and because of this frightens everyone around. The council debated for a long time whether to continue monitoring Diana and what to do with Dias because of his past quarrels with the royal family. Although some doubted he would dare openly oppose them, they ultimately decided to keep their distance from him, and the nobles, learning about this, finally refused to deal with him. They talked about why Diaz was at the border. One said he was sent there as exile, but another explained it was not exile, but a trusted mission. The king deliberately entrusted him with guarding an important section of the border and fully relied on his decisions and skills. One of the characters recounts that Diaz repeatedly corrected the king's mistakes and played a decisive role in saving the country, especially during diplomatic defeats and at the beginning of the war. For 20 years, he was considered a hero and savior, and although support and resources were lacking, Diaz always somehow managed because of this. People began to whisper that outside forces might have been involved in his affairs, even one of his brothers. One of the girls suddenly asks a sharp, logical question: exactly whom from the royal family could Diaz have harmed if he was accused of harming the nobility, and loudly rejects the options one by one, making everyone blush with embarrassment. In Memories, my narrator recalls a young man spoiled and overly confident, who commanded a young squad and sought to shine in battle. After his people's defeat, he was surrounded and everything seemed hopeless, but suddenly a man appeared, entered the fight, and pulled the boy from the jaws of death. The hero's memories returned him to the moment when he, an arrogant young man, found himself in a critical situation, and although it turned out he belonged to the royal family, the rescuer showed no respect. On the contrary, he gave him a scolding for recklessness, and later this man protected him for months and strictly taught him, sparing no words. One recalled how Diaz influenced Richard, and thanks to this he grew up to be an honest, hardworking man who does not care about origin or status. Another, observing the events in the country, realized that intervention was necessary before incompetent rulers destroy the state. The prince decisively ordered his men to find Diana as soon as possible and take away her royal seal before she met with Diaz. One of the assistants could not believe his eyes at such a large sum for the operation, but he was told that the money was issued with a surplus, and simultaneously, one of the allies asked for support from the guild and others to establish surveillance and elimination. The prince bitterly suffers. A man who went through hellish battles may die from simple hunger. For him, this is a particularly bitter and ironic death, so he orders to inform Diaz about it. Meanwhile, Diaz is having lunch in a warm home atmosphere together with the girls, who jokingly reproach him he has a milk mustache again. The girl in despair does not understand why she is constantly betrayed. Even Prinia turned away from her, and she does not know why no one understands her. She's sure she acted correctly, and the realization of belonging to the royal family only fuels her resentment. Despite tears and inner pain, she is firmly convinced of one thing: the truth is on her side, although no one admits it. Diana, holding an artifact in the form of a scepter, with unwavering confidence decides that she will rule the country. Diaz, noticing something troubling, tensed for a moment and looked into the distance, then calmly answered the companion's question, saying he just thought her food was very tasty. The girl was a little embarrassed by his words and did not pay much attention to it. One of the characters froze with fear, another reacted instantly and killed the dog. The worried boy rushed to the wounded to help and bring a first aid kit, and the girl, shocked by his heroism, looks at him with admiration. A tense emotional moment hung between them. The young man constantly pondered the difference between himself and Canny's. He is a human, she is from another tribe, so it seemed they could not be together. An internal conflict raged in his chest because Canny's is the eldest daughter of the dog tribe and attached to traditions, but despite all these obstacles, some other force was kindling between them, giving hope. At the hero Corredio's order, one of the dogs lifts a wooden board, and soon they notice the reservoir beginning to fill with water. Everyone present rejoices. Their efforts have yielded results, and now they have a water source important for the survival and development of the village. Protagonist notices that the pond was completed before the heat, and with a smile says that it is all thanks to the dog people. The crops have started to grow well, the planted fruits already have buds, and the pond needs to be filled with water. He calls the horse buyers, and is amazed that another person considers her his own, although she belongs to him. Diaz says he is not a very skilled rider, so he took buyers under his care. In his opinion, it is pointless to give a thief to someone who does not know how to handle a horse, and buyers and the rest, Carbian and Grisha, show excellent skill and even understand commands, although not as well as Francis and others. Diaz again says that he is not a skilled rider. His horse is sometimes disobedient, but gradually adapts to him, so trips are possible. Diaz with the buyers watches as the children call him an Aranak dad and mom, while the peasants rest. The buyers come closer, and Diaz calmly, without any visible gratitude, asks if the horse also wants to rest. Diaz receives an urgent message from Eldon via carrier. Pigeon Grant brings a letter and requests an immediate response. The letter says that Diana, accompanied by a large number of soldiers, arrived on the territory of the feudal Lord Mal Angali, belonging to Eldon, and as a representative of the royal family, Eldon was forced to receive her and agree to a meeting, so the situation is tense and requires immediate action. She coldly states that she came to kill Diaz and take his estate. Eldon gently refuses, hiding his true feelings, but Diana produces a royal decree confirming her demands and pressures him. The situation escalates because her threat is backed by an official document. The document brought by Diana, although shining with the royal seal, turned out to be a forgery. It ordered to give her all military forces and resources to destroy Diaz. The decree seemed genuine because the seal belonged to the king himself, but Eldon saw the substitution from the start and understood that Diana's actions were illegal, although they looked completely lawful. Despite Diana's pressure and the documents she brought, Eldon outwardly remains calm, politely refuses to decide immediately, and says he wants to discuss everything with the vassals, but in reality openly despises Diana, calling her a foolish princess, and his hospitality turns out to be only a cover for a plan to get rid of the envoys accompanying Diana by any means. One of them, thinking about the future, feels how important everyone's feelings are and asks to be careful. Alden will never harm his best friend Diaz, even if he has to sacrifice his own interests. Diaz successfully grows crops on land that no one could previously cultivate, and this may benefit the neighboring feudal domain Costex. Inside Eldon, there is a visible internal struggle between duty and loyalty to a friend. Eldon persistently sought a unanimous opinion, but the meeting split. Some demanded to remove Diana and eliminate the threat, even with the forged royal decree. Others insisted not to forget about Eldon's future. There was no agreement, so feeling the urgency, Eldon already sent Grant to ask Diaz's opinion. One of those present, going over in his mind the letter he previously received from Canis, says he has his own opinion on the matter, and at that moment, a postal bird bursts into the room, causing surprise and concern. The rabbit reacts sharply to its appearance. The bird loses balance and falls to the floor, but still delivers the letter, and the advisor, recognizing her as Grant, approaches and takes the envelope, notices that it is from Diaz, and with interest prepares to read it. Tension hangs in the air. The characters are puzzled and confused. One of them asks what is in the letter and asks the scout to read it aloud. The bird sighs, reads, and says that Diaz's response is to cooperate with Diana, as in the royal letter, and this sows confusion among the council members. When Diaz's letter was read, shock hung in the session hall. The girl turned to Klaus and said that he wanted to talk to her. Klaus realizes that tomorrow he will go to the front with Diaz and may not return alive, so he finally decides to confess. Although perhaps everyone already knows, he can no longer remain silent, and with anxiety and determination tells Canis-san that he truly loves her. After Klaus's confession, Canis reciprocates with tears in her eyes. She says that she loved him from the first day they met, and although as the eldest daughter of the dog tribe she is forbidden to have a relationship with a member of another people, she doesn't care, and Klaus, hearing this, with a trembling voice confirms his feelings, not hiding his emotions. After the confession of love, Klaus and Canis embraced tightly. The girls froze in surprise and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, they whispered and thought the couple had quarreled, but the woman gently explained that this was not the case. Canis says goodbye to Klaus with tears, promising to wait for him in his native village no matter what. Klaus is restrained, but his gaze is full of determination and sadness, and the wide shot captures the moment of their parting while the surrounding people watch in amazement. At dawn under the bright sun, the field before the two warriors is strewn with the bodies of the fallen. One looks through a telescope and confirms the seriousness of the events. The other, with a worried face, realizes that this is only the beginning of a real war. 5 days have passed since the letter from Eldon arrived. The decisive moment has come. The confrontation has reached its climax, and Diana appeared at the head of a detachment of 50 well-armed soldiers. On Eldon's side, there are almost 1,000 soldiers, 200 of them poorly armed just as he wrote in the letter, and Murph commands 10 mastiffs ready for battle. Each mastiff is equipped with special gear developed by Klaus: combat masks, dragon fangs, and protective cloaks made from the skin of an earth dragon. This equipment withstands blows and can even protect against an attack from Klaus at full speed. Emir, with sharp hearing and agility, will accompany the fighters as a liaison. Overall, Diaz and Klaus's detachment numbers 12 people, but assessing the enemy's numerical superiority, Klaus doubts and suggests inviting reinforcements from the tribe, which has enough fighters, at least including Arunuzam. In case of threat, the village must hide Aruna using camouflage magic. Diaz insists that protecting the settlement is the most important thing. He regrets that Eldon is not on their side. Although he sent a letter intending to join them, but Eldon found himself in a strange situation, formally on the enemies list, and probably told his people that even if the decree is fake, the king's will must be obeyed. Because of this, Diaz suspects that the army they will have to face may be much more dangerous than it seems, especially due to the possible hidden involvement of Eldon. Diaz primarily cares about the safety of the village and its people. This is the most important thing for him now, but he is tormented by doubt whether he is doing the right thing by attacking Diana. The plan is as follows. Use Emir's traps to divide the enemy forces between Eldon and Diana, and then, retreating, lure part of the enemy into these traps and suddenly attack Diana. making her the main target. He could not get rid of thoughts about preparing for a special operation called removal. The heroes passionately discuss the attack plan. The trap locations are known thanks to marks left by members of the dog tribe. One of the participants doubted success, but insisted there was no other way, and at the same time secretly planned to attack from the rear together with the Bayars, who are currently held in reserve. The opportunity to freely run through the meadow and rebuild their home gave them a sense of stability and belonging, but in case of danger, they will have to leave this patch of land, although they invested a lot of effort and heart into it. The field became important not only practically but also for the soul, and when they began to care for it, the children stopped crying at night for their parents and received moral support. Diaz anxiously looks at the field, which has become a symbol of spiritual support for them, and understands that this is not just land, but part of the family he must protect. In front of the group of soldiers stands an old tower with a battle bell, a relic of past wars, and one of them says that the bell will be rung to transmit commands by sound and avoid the risk of enemy interception, and its rumble across the field will become a signal to act, sowing anxiety and fatigue among those watching, hinting that the battle is near. Loud bell announces the advance of the entire army. One of the observers instantly understands the meaning of the signal. Repeated strikes mean a mass attack. Commanders on the other side are concerned about the enemy's actions, and one of them contemplates the enemy's plans because the attack signal sounded, but the assault began from an unusual distance, which he assumes will quickly tire the enemy soldiers and cause confusion. In the thick of battle, Diaz loudly gives orders to his men, sternly demanding to prevent a breakthrough of the defense and to closely monitor the situation. His voice maintains order in the ranks despite the surrounding chaos. In the heat of battle, Diaz loudly gives orders to his people, commanding them not to allow the enemy to break through the defense and to watch the situation carefully, and his voice keeps order in the ranks despite the chaos around. Before the decisive battle, the sides lined up on the field. Tension hung in the air. Eldon's army, about 1,000 warriors, took the main position and became the primary striking force. Nearby stood two more groups, Diana's detachment, with 50 fighters and mercenaries, about 200 people, and on the opposite side of the field stood Diaz's army, which numbered only 12 individuals. The soldiers stood tensely in battle formation, their faces hidden behind steel helmets, hands tightly gripping weapons. One of the commanders approached forward with concentration, raised a heavy weapon, and was ready to give the order, and at that moment confusion suddenly broke out in the ranks. The army suddenly froze, confusing the enemy. Soldiers whispered and broke formation, and Diaz noticed that only the center moved while the wings stood still, a strange tactic, and one of the commanders could not understand if it was intentional until a messenger arrived with news that sowed doubts about the next actions. While tension was rising on the battlefield, Eldon calmly sat at the table drinking tea. One of his officers panickedly reminded him of the order to break through enemy lines and demanded explanations, and Eldon smiled and calmly replied that he was drinking tea, now completely bewildering his interlocutor. One of the commanders was outraged by Eldon's refusal to act, and Eldon continued to drink tea very calmly for him. This was more important than commanding the army. He referred to his father's instructions that a true aristocrat should never miss tea, and despite reproaches, he believed it was enough to send only a few elite fighters because he had already provided the army with everything necessary. Despite the battle, Eldon was fully focused on tea. He calmly explained that before asking him to give the order, they must let him finish his tea, finish the cup, and politely asked for another, while another character, looking at the scene and remembering that no one wanted to take on their cause, began to feel that something was wrong here. One of the mercenaries, still thinking, was surprised to realize that the real target was Diaz, and did not rush to intervene. He believed that, because of this, they should not skimp on food. Captain ordered a retreat, and explained that attacking Diaz would make them enemies of the entire country's army, reminding that Diaz saved many lives during the last war, and even Duke Kazdek would not have acted otherwise. The mercenary, returning the payment and saying goodbye, suddenly left the battlefield, and this threw the commanders into panic and confusion. One officer, gasping for breath, called for a mass attack, but quickly noticed that enemy soldiers were beginning to retreat. Diaz and his allies watched in surprise, thinking that Eldon was deliberately delaying, sipping tea, and decided that Diana's plan had failed. When Diana's soldiers began to approach, Diaz looked at them with distrust. They appeared poorly organized and inexperienced. At first he thought to let them go along with the others, but suddenly changed his plan and decided to deal with Diana's fighters first. He ordered them to be rendered combat ineffective, disarmed, and driven away, and told Amaro to cover his ears, preparing for harsh actions. Hearing Aruna's battle cry, she resolutely stated that if DS ordered not to attack, they would find another way to resolve the situation, and as a wife felt she had to support her husband in battle, so together with the Iluk Women's Association, they decided to unite and help, even if it meant acting unconventionally. The old wise woman carefully watched the magic circle, checking what the ritual had produced. although she wanted to learn more about the creature named Echo. Even this result was enough for her. At that moment, one of the werebeasts informed her that the circle activation was successfully completed. People in hoods were approaching the yurt outside and waiting for orders. Everything was going according to Maya-sama's plan. The elders, observing the result of the magical ritual, smiled with relief. The ritual succeeded. Misei's visions, as always, proved true, and they sincerely expressed gratitude and admiration, while Eldon, looking through binoculars at the events, asked Camelot how well he could assess the enemy's fighting style. Dayas fights incredibly powerfully. His strikes are heavy and precise. Every movement commands respect. Despite his stature, he has high accuracy and great physical strength. Meanwhile, Klaus covers the rear, preventing the enemy from flanking and accurately predicting their moves. Their coordination in battle inspires respect and fear. Such a duo is hard to overcome. The heroes were stunned by the outcome of the battle. One of them admitted that the attack dogs exceeded all expectations, small and clumsy, but very effective and acting instinctively. Even Eldon, who was observing, could not believe they fought so well, and admitted that it surprised him. Klaus gripped his weapon and prepared for the next attack. Recalling in his thoughts the promise to return unharmed, he was determined to survive despite the chaos around. Focusing on the enemies ahead, he did not notice the threat sneaking up from behind. His comrade noticed the danger, but Klaus himself was still unaware. Klaus ran to Diaz's call, and without hesitation, struck the opponent. Diaz pointed to a snake lurking near his foot, and only then did Klaus realize how dangerous the situation was. Diaz advised him to be careful and not act so hastily, and after a sigh, Diana looked at everything with irritation, her lips pressed tight from tension. Diana tried to take power into her own hands, declaring herself the leader and harshly demanding obedience. She tried to awaken the scepter with legendary power, but despite all efforts, the artifact remained silent, and when she realized that no one was obeying her orders, despair overwhelmed her because she could not understand why she was being ignored. Diana suddenly felt a strange jerk. Something flew past her. At first, she did not understand what was happening. Then an arrow hit and stunned her. The unexpected shot knocked her off her feet. She fell from the horse. Others were confused and tried to find the source of the arrows. Aruna ordered that under the cover of invisibility, Diana's horse and staff be taken away, and then she was led to Eldon's eastern forest to prevent her from using magic again and to neutralize her influence on the battlefield. Diaz's ally, who was hiding in the trees, decided to scare Diana and drive her deeper into the forest. Although it would have been simpler and faster to kill her immediately, she chose a different path: intimidation and capture. Diana staggered from the unexpected shot, lost her balance, and became vulnerable, a target for further pressure. Although she really wanted to deal with the enemy, Aruna restrained herself. She remembered that he hated killing people, so obeying his will, she acted differently. Instead of a deadly shot, she resorted to intimidation and capture, and soon the men neutralized and took Diana prisoner. Suddenly, two mercenaries grabbed Diana. One was glad that the target was alive and explained that their task was to hold her until meeting with Diaz. They accidentally came across her and would now deliver the seal to the client, while the second, approaching due to delay, hinted that he was distracted again by food. Suddenly, arrows flew toward the mercenaries, and they instantly became alert. One of them turned pale with anxiety. He did not know who was attacking and why, and suspicions fell on Diaz's people, which worried him greatly because he hoped to avoid direct conflict with them. One of the men desperately began pleading and justifying himself before the hidden attackers, assuring that they were not Diaz's enemies, that they acted under Richard's orders. Supposedly his former student showed a bag of coins, swore that the prisoner would be returned, begged to stop shooting, and shouted that it would be better for Diaz himself if the woman was left to them. Hoping to appease the unknown pursuers, the man threw them a pouch of coins. In panic, he ordered his companions to retreat and gestured that he did not intend to resist. She decided that the souls of the opponents were not so evil. Their aura was only slightly red, and when she realized that these people were somehow connected with the orphans once raised by Diaz, she did not touch them, believing that Richard would find punishment for Diana himself, and she decided to return and prepare something tasty to support Diaz after the battle. The girl, thinking about how to thank Diaz for his efforts, imagined she could sing to him under the kado or simply arrange a rest offer to relax, put him to sleep, and take everything upon herself, proudly assuring that he could trust her. Lost in dreams, the girl imagined a more intimate way to thank Diaz and coquettishly said that she would take everything upon herself. This embarrassed her and caused a surge of emotions, so she quickened her pace, as if eager to realize her dream as soon as possible. One of the defeated soldiers admitted it and begged for mercy, and Diaz calmly explained the enemy was initially exhausted, and the heavy armor only worsened his condition. The enemy soldiers, realizing their defeat, completely surrendered. One raised a spear and announced lunch, the others bowed to the victors, and Diaz quietly observed, restraining his emotions. Finally, the enemy soldiers lost their fighting spirit, dropped their weapons, and surrendered. None of the allies were harmed. The opponents, though beaten, remained alive, and the main hero regretfully noticed that he did not catch Diana and missed the chance to scold her, which annoyed him. After the battle, one of Diaz's companions, angry, reproaches him for abandoning command in the middle of the fight and rushing forward, insisting that if he did not want to kill enemies, he could at least set traps instead of such a charge. And Diaz calmly replies that he handed over all secondary tasks, including command, to another participant, whom he called the best tactician of the kingdom during the war, which makes the companion sigh and fall into despair. Eldon arrived at Diaz's camp, intending to surrender and discuss the fate of the prisoners. He openly admitted that crossing the border and invading without permission violated the kingdom's laws, and when Diana left, they had no leader who could carry out the king's will, so they decided to lay down arms and peacefully submit to Diaz to avoid further conflict. Diaz agrees to a truce. He sees that the opponents have acknowledged defeat, and Eldon, to save face before the king, pretends that they did not lose the battle and seeks to turn this to his advantage by discussing the matter with the king himself. Diaz generously allows the enemies to keep their dignity. Diaz is not sure if this truce will benefit Eldon at all, but he is ready to support him with his name. Eldon says he does not know how to use the situation, but wants more leverage and plans to use past events, the theft of the seal and Diana's actions, to present himself and his people as victims, and thus improve their position before the king. The negotiations ended with discussions of compensation and mutual readiness to help. Suddenly, Aruna appears in the conversation, and it turns out that she had added medicinal herbs with stimulants to the patriarch's breakfast. That's why DS rose to fight, and now she is praised as a worthy knight. Diaz gradually understands why no one was tired after the hard battle. It turned out the herbs Aruna gave to Moore were to blame. They invigorated and gave a strange surge of strength, and it also turned out that she even used conception drugs, which embarrassed everyone. At the same time, it seems that Moore deliberately tries to bring Diaz and Aruna closer by making her his nanny and pushing for a closer relationship. Aruna told that while chasing Diana, she met a man who introduced himself as a messenger of some Richard, a child raised by Diaz, and allowed him to deal with Diana himself. This caused doubts in Diaz, and I expressed distrust whether such a child named Richard even existed. Diaz really wanted to talk at length with Aruna, but circumstances interrupted the conversation, so the participants dispersed. The prisoners were handed over to Eldon, and compensation was received. After that, the group finally returned to their native village Iluk, and at Aruna's request, the loot from the battlefield was collected by women of the local rural community. Diaz initially thought he was going to a regular meeting, but it turned out to be an initiative of Aruna and housewives from the dog tribe. They acted on behalf of the so-called Association of Women of the village Iluk. When Diaz asked in surprise why she had not told him about it, Aruna reminded him that he himself ordered to protect the village, then reproached him for inattention, and he apologized. One of the dogs brought a staff that immediately caught Diaz's attention. Upon closer inspection, in the very center of the staff was a pearl filled with magical energy, and Diaz, intrigued, suggested testing it to see what it was capable of. Aruna pressed the staff, tried to awaken it, but it did not respond. Although it glowed with magical light, nothing happened, so she decided that inside there was probably just an ordinary stone without magic. When Diaz lifted the staff, he felt a strange power as if holding his battle axe. He was overwhelmed by an unusual sensation that he could not immediately explain, and he assumed that it was probably because Aruna infused her magic into the artifact. Energy was clearly awakening in the object, although earlier it seemed like an ordinary stone. From the staff that was in Diaz's hands, a fiery whirl in the shape of a dragon rose. It ascended into the sky and clearly showed that the artifact has hidden powers. The characters are shocked and confused. The staff suddenly activated and released a powerful energy that turned into a huge pillar of fire and frightened everyone present. Aruna concludes that the staff's power is similar to another known weapon of Diaz, while the others try to understand the source and reason for such a powerful effect. Aruna decisively keeps the magical staff for himself. It causes surprise and concern in everyone around, and the main heroes return home, where they are greeted with joy. After the fight with Diana, a quiet, touching moment of the heroes' reunion, comes Diaz, and others test the properties of the found staff with curiosity and awe, and it becomes clear in the process. Only Diaz can control this magical artifact. Although the staff was unique, Diaz could not properly explain how to control it. He said that to summon fire, one must apply force as if working with an axe, but people did not take this seriously, so Aruna wove her magic and Diaz released the flame, and since then the staff entered everyday use and became a simple, fast, and convenient lighter that instantly ignites fire. A month passed. Summer came, and the capital was covered by a wave of rumors. Everyone whispered about Diana's arrest. She was accused of stealing the royal seal and preparing a rebellion. Prince Richard led the uncovering of the conspiracy and the arrest. Also, news appeared that the awards intended for the hero who saved the country were stolen, putting Prince Mace and his allies in a difficult position, and Eldon, who was in the western lands, was drawn into these events. After the conspiracy was exposed, the king arrested Diana and took away all her privileges. She avoided the death sentence but was imprisoned in a temple. Prince Richard, who uncovered the criminal scheme, gained the king's trust, united Diana's supporters with Mace's people, and became the head of the most influential faction, receiving a title, inheritance, and permission to take a new surname. Meanwhile, Eldon provided much information about the western states and Diana's actions, which further strengthened his position. Eldon, Duke of Kazdex, became famous throughout the kingdom, and to apologize for the incidents with Diana, the king granted him a 3-year tax exemption, so thanks to this and his political cunning, he emerged as the sole victor in this story. The 3-year tax exemption that the king gave him became a real weapon. It brought not only political, but also economic advantage in the western lands and undermined the previous tax order, so it became impossible for Richard to interfere in Kazdex's affairs because he publicly supported the duke as a claimant to the throne, and now even the king will find it difficult to cancel the issued privilege decree. After the political defeat, Richard could not forgive himself for allowing Duke Kazdex to win so easily. Meanwhile, the fame of the hero Diaz rapidly spread throughout the kingdom, and people said that, finding himself with nothing in the cursed land, he achieved success thanks to his sacred acts. Legends began to whisper about Diaz. They said he himself defeated the Earth Dragon, married a beautiful woman, and hundreds of people gathered around him, with whom he founded his own village. Rumors about the hero DS, which once seemed like fiction, began to find confirmation, and when the king recognized his merits, gave him the title of Duke, a new surname, and tax privileges similar to those received by Eldon, his legend spread throughout the kingdom of Sansarif. Even in the western lands where DS lived, they spoke about DS's feats, and these stories spread further, influencing many people in different corners of the kingdom. Finally, all the work is done, and silence reigns. Time to prepare for the summer season. New troubles will begin tomorrow, but for now peace, comfort, and sleep in the family circle. When Diaz settled comfortably, Aruna was able to take care of him. Aruna, resolute and a little embarrassed, carefully sat next to Diaz, showing care and attention. Her gaze was focused and showed readiness to take the initiative. She leaned over him and suddenly stopped her eyes on the back of his head, noticing a small bald spot in the silence and semi-darkness of the yurt that surprised her. Aruna gently placed her hand on Diaz's head, showing her support and concern. Tired but calm, Diaz accepted this gesture with gratitude and suggested finishing today, to which Aruna quietly agreed. While Diana and Diaz clashed on the battlefield, Francis and Francois headed west of the village Anik. Usually dogs understood their movements flawlessly, but this time they could only guess what exactly frightened the animal. Francis and Francois flinched at the loud roar, as if the earth itself was trembling. The animals were scared. The dogs tried to understand what was happening. It seemed to them that this frightening sound was directed exactly at them, and Francis, embarrassed, suspecting who it might be, decided that maybe they should return home. The sheep thanked the dogs for the escort and suggested returning to the village, but the mastiffs never understood to whom that strange, powerful voice belonged and quickly forgot about this event, especially when they heard about Diaz's victory. The girl gently groomed the white horse and asked if its attitude toward the saddle had changed. A man stood nearby and, looking at them, mentally decided that the previous rider of Aisha was Diana. Aruna named the mare Aisha, choosing a name from an ancient language to emphasize her lunar coloring. It was said that some horses are loyal only to their old riders, so they decided not to rush the new rider, but simply to take care of her. The man advised giving Aisha time to get used to it. He noticed that Aruna's horn glowed green, a sign that her perception magic sensed the approach of a living being, and he understood that this magic could only feel the fact of the approach, but not say who exactly was coming to the village. One of the dogs became worried and nervously warned Diaz that someone was approaching. Diaz picked up the small animal, trying to calm it, and thought confusedly about who it could be. The girl guessed that it was probably a pagan, a small, slippery creature with a huge mouth. Diaz recalled that last time, when he asked the trader Pageant to bring more people, he had already been to the village, and now he eagerly wanted to find out if Pageant had managed to bring anyone. On the horizon appeared a cart with guards, from which Pageant himself soon jumped out. He hurriedly reported that he had brought everyone they asked for, and enthusiastically added that he was probably speaking directly to Diaz, about whom rumors were already circulating. The new trader spoke with a slight smile. He was the younger brother of Pageant, introduced himself as Ray Pageant, and said that he brought all the goods at the request of his older brother, and when asked about Pageant, Ray proudly replied that they were a family of merchants who had transported goods over land and sea for many generations, so their family was wealthy. Patient Ray admitted that he had now taken the place of his older brother, although his health was deteriorating. He was still trading, and added that after Diaz asked to bring more people to the estate, something strange happened, which even Diaz himself noticed. Esijin Ray explained that his brother avoided options related to slave trade because he knew that DS did not approve of it. Instead, the older brother sought another way, but it turned out to be very difficult. The beast people did not want to leave their countries, and as a result, they managed to find only the so-called bloodless. The narrator explained that those who lost the power of the beast were called bloodless. Outwardly, they were ordinary people and physically indistinguishable, and over time the bloodless completely disappeared among the beast people, and after several generations, children with the so-called weak blood appeared. The current king of the beast people, unlike his predecessor, openly loved the bloodless, while the previous ruler treated them badly. He added that most bloodless dreamed of escaping the kingdom because they were persecuted at every step, also mentioning that Diaz married a half-human and always helped the homeless, and the narrator noted that if the situation with the fugitives became critical, they were ready to stay and live on Diaz's estate. The man thoughtfully said that before bringing new people here, he wanted to personally check everything and make sure it was worth it. Although he wanted to accept everyone, he realized that he needed to act carefully, and added that he had heard about a neighboring territory where a lord diligently saved and protected slave beast people and half-humans. The man decided that people would be better off if they were sent to Eldon. The woman agreed, and the frog said that now she knew. Nearby there really was a lord who helped demi-humans and beast people. The frog spoke loudly and passionately. One of the men mentally noted that their relatives strangely resembled each other. Pichinri suggested building a trading post between their settlement and the beast people kingdom, explaining that by teaching the bloodless trade, they could create a stronghold important for relations with that kingdom. Todd became embarrassed, apologized for his sharp reaction, and honestly said that he was just very nervous, then smiled and suggested that everyone finally start real trading, hinting that it was time to get down to business. While the trader eagerly offered to buy an exquisite mother-of-pearl cup and an inlaid box, the confused Diaz tried to explain that all this was too expensive. Haruna briskly struck the bag of gold, and with a smile declared that they would take as many goods as she could fit. She ordered to bring all the items that looked equally good. DS was a bit surprised by her determination and cautiously asked if she was sure about her choice, because although the items were well made, they were hardly suitable for everyday life. Haruna calmly explained that gold itself would not make them happier, emphasized that if they did not buy from the merchants would simply stop trading with them, added that they had enough money and surplus expenses were not a problem, and hoped that satisfied merchants would tell others about them, benefiting their settlement. Dyer agreed with her arguments, left all decisions in her hands, and believed that even if purchases were unnecessary, the goods could be resold. Meanwhile, the merchant was eagerly showing them a necklace made of precious stones, insisting that it would be perfect for Diaz's wife, and persistently repeating that with their budget they could afford almost anything. Haruna understood that the merchant was lying, but calmly decided not to show displeasure. She explained that the stones on the necklace we offered were fake, and asked to add a real barrel of alcohol to the purchases instead of the fake jewelry. She smiled and joked that with their money they could afford not only many goods, but also stock up on dried and smoked fish, and the merchant was clearly stunned by her insight. Haruna felt that the merchant was telling the truth this time and agreed to continue the deal. The merchant, worried about a possible loss of profit, offered a different price, to which Haruna responded with calm agreement. The man watched the events closely and thought it was right to entrust all negotiations to Aruni. Meanwhile, their dog approached the birdcage and began scratching the bars with interest, as if trying to understand how these animals ended up there. The dog accidentally opened the cage with the geese, and they ran out, making noise. The frightened dog tried to escape from the angry birds, barking loudly and attracting attention around. The man heard the noise, was surprised and noticed that the geese were running free. Meanwhile, Grandma Maya appeared, who asked in surprise why the birds were outside the cage. Grandma Maya smiled and said that geese grow quickly, live long, are tasty to eat, and because of their aggressiveness can be good guards. When she saw that the geese looked healthy, she explained that because of their eggs and meat they are called birds of blessing. The man stated that he wanted to buy those geese. The seller announced an approximate price for 6 geese, and the girl demanded an immediate 20% discount. The man noticed that the dispute between them would likely drag on. The merchant confirmed this and added that he still had a few items in stock, said he heard that the heir had not yet been appointed. Then he brought the goods and warned that the price was high, but according to him, they were worth it. The merchant showed a strange costume and said it was called Let's Get Pregnant, assuring the girl that if she wore it, she would soon be able to get pregnant. The girl shyly remarked that she did not need it because the costume looked like a rope. The merchant calmly explained that he had different options, even costumes for men, and added that he himself was indifferent to this costume, but among aristocrats it worked very effectively. After long, fierce disputes, the purchases finally came to an end. At first there were few goods, but after negotiations there were suddenly many more. Although Aruna secured a discount, there were still far more goods than planned, and the young man thought that this battle ended in a draw. The hero initially thought that the dispute at the market ended in a draw, but from the expressions on the participants' faces, it was felt this was not quite the case. Aruna skillfully used her trading talent, and as a result, Pigeon sold most of the goods, even expensive handmade jewelry, so the hero decided that everyone won in this deal. Aruna immediately caught all attempts by Pagan to sell goods at an inflated price. Even noticing the trick, she calmly asked to lower the price without accusing the seller. Pagan still earned well, but in the end, they won. The hero enthusiastically told that they bought 6 geese, food products, household supplies, household items, and various handmade paintings, and AR, as always, insisted on buying a barrel of alcohol. The workers said they would transport the goods to the warehouse, and the main hero immediately said he would help them. When the heroes were carrying boxes, the girl thought to help, noticed old clothes and became interested in what these items were, explained that there were belly dance costumes, acrobatic costumes, and even men's clothing, and at the same time said with disgust that aristocratic men are really disgusting. The girl imagined trying on different costumes, one very revealing, another more covered but also provocative. When she suddenly realized where her thoughts had led her, she felt embarrassed and brushed them off. Aruna imagined men in revealing outfits, but when she realized what was really happening, she was shocked. After the purchases, Dillies thanked everyone for their help, and in response heard sincere gratitude. Having made sure that all the goods were delivered, he noticed that Aruna was behaving strangely. Her face was flushed. He became worried and asked if everything was all right, and she, embarrassed and blushing, quickly brushed it off and said everything was fine, although her anxiety was visible. The glowing frog-like creature asked Diaz if he had any other requests. Diaz asked about future supplies that would help the dog tribe, added that they have gold and silver coins, and wants them to be able to use them. The creature agreed to take on this task. At parting, it promised to bring something better next time. This upset Aruna, and the girl angrily told it to shut up. After Pagan's group left, Diaz noted that they had a lot of work ahead. He explained that they had not yet completed any of the assigned tasks. First, they needed to build a small chicken coop and collect water from the river for supplies, and the creature from the frog lake asked everyone to prepare well. It was then that the peasants rushed to Diaz and joyfully shouted his name. When Diaz approached, the puppies greeted him cheerfully and proudly said they had done their best. He thanked them for helping Grandmamea, surprised at how dirty they were, asked what exactly they had been doing, and Grandmamea explained that the puppies had worked hard doing geese work. The elderly women with joyful smiles thanked Diaz for buying good geese and said that they would provide a supply of feathers for the winter, explained that the chicken coop he wanted to build would also do, so there would be no problems. The puppies helped with the most necessary. The chicken coop was too small and simple, so they used me as a little house, and Diaz realized that they had really helped him a lot, after which he thanked them. Diaz thanked the puppies for their work and suggested, due to recent events, to reward all the inhabitants, not only those who took part in the battle, but also those who guarded the village. He added that he would reward absolutely everyone and asked them to gather in the square after bathing and tidying up, saying that he had never before held an award ceremony after a battle with Diana, and the puppies gladly agreed. In the square, when everyone gathered, he loudly announced that the dog people had greatly helped in the battle with Diana, and added, those who participated in the battle would receive 2 coins each, and those who did not participate would receive 1 each. After distributing the gold, the peasants and dogs sincerely thanked Diaz for his help. One of the dogs joyfully said he would take care of the gold received. Diaz, pleased with the result, announced that the distribution was over, but suddenly one of the dogs approached him, apologized for the trouble, and asked permission to make a hole in the gold coin he had received. Diaz was surprised and asked again about this hole. When one of the dogs asked permission to punch a hole in the gold coin, the others gladly picked up the idea, and Diaz asked in surprise why it was needed. The dog joyfully said that he would like to always wear the award he received from Diaz by hanging the coin on a cord around his neck. Hearing this, Diaz explained that he gave the coin hoping it would be used for necessary things, not as decoration, and was somewhat surprised by such a sincere gesture. When Diaz tried to explain to the dogs that gold coins were needed for purchases, they burst out protesting. With tears, they said they did not want to part with their awards, shouted that they did not like the idea, and some stubbornly repeated that they would never give up their coins. Diaz did not know what to do. He remembered that he had given the dog people gold and silver coins for daily work, and did not understand why they did not spend them. Later, he noticed that those coins served as decorations in their yurts, and recalled his past, how he once gladly spent army awards, because he was a completely different person then. Diaz noticed that gold coins for the dogs were no longer just money, but rather souvenirs, and he worried that it would be awkward if the dogs stopped using them after all. He had already sent a request to purchase necessary supplies for their tribe, so he asked one of the dogs how important gold and silver were to her. Dog, a little shyly, confirmed that he does not value coins for their material worth, but because he received them personally from Diaz, and explained that she simply likes beautiful shiny things, but honestly admitted she does not have a special emotional connection to the coins themselves. Diaz asked the dog if he would agree to consider gold as money if instead of a gold coin, he received another commemorative award, a cute, pleasant thing, and the dog replied that yes. Having received such a keepsake, he would prefer it over the coin. Diaz began to think that a commemorative item might turn out to be better than a gold coin, especially if there is something that hundreds of people would truly value. At the same time, he honestly admitted to himself that he is only testing this idea and started to puzzle over what exactly a commemorative item could be worthy enough to replace gold. One of the girls suggested that Diaz make commemorative necklaces from tusks, fangs, or bones of creatures he caught, asked if the dog tribes would agree to wear such necklaces as keepsakes, and the dogs gladly agreed, saying it would be wonderful. The girl suggested ending the meeting, saying that Diaz would personally bring each of their necklaces as soon as it was ready, and asked him to take care of it. He just smiled. Aruna sincerely thanked him for the offer and, a little shyly, asked for a commemorative necklace. Diaz smiled and replied that of course he would make one for her, and the girl, smiling even more, added that they could continue to pay the dogs for what they earned anyway. They were asked if Senkai, Ikhin, and Amur had been in the assembly hall all this time. Character answered simply, 2 of them studied with him. The girls rejoiced and said they also wanted commemorative necklaces, and Diaz reminded them about the creature. Aruna mentioned the black Agi, asked if they knew more about it than rumors, and then clarified if they understood that the necklace would be made from the bones of the animal they themselves eat. Understanding this, the girls looked embarrassed at each other and rejected the idea, saying that probably they still did not want the necklace. Diaz thought that making an award from such material was not the best idea. Aruna said that the dog people do not value jewelry, they prefer things that carry feelings, and Diaz added that fragments of gemstones could be used, and a gift made by hand, so that it would be special. DS doubtfully asked if it would be possible to make a beautiful decoration from the provided materials. Aruna smiled and reassured him. If it doesn't work out, I will teach. I work well with small details. DS thanked her and agreed to try. Diaz admitted that he had long been worried that he was easy to read. He was surprised that Aruna reacted to his thoughts even though he said nothing aloud, and thought that she applied some technique in negotiations with Pagan. The girls laughed, and Aruna just smiled. Diaz felt as if he could now read the thoughts of others, so he worked silently and calmly with his hands, carefully carving something. He thought he had done even better than expected, but at that moment Aruna approached him. She was surprised that he had already finished, asked to talk, and inquired about the final result. Runa said the result was wonderful and was confident that the dog tribe would be delighted. Diaz wondered how many days he would need to make the same amulets for everyone if he spent 3 days on one. Aruna said that if Diaz continued working at this pace, he would finish the task quickly without even noticing it, and added that there was no need to rush. It was better to pay close attention to every detail. Then Arna reminded him she wanted to talk about something and asked Diaz to teach her how to make komaboda. When Aruna asked Diaz to teach her how to make kamaboda and explained that it was a stove with a stone hearth, he was initially surprised but quickly understood the idea was necessary. There was a shortage of people and tools, and Amur had already raised this issue. She suggested, after building the kamaboda, to cover the entire kitchen with a roof because cooking with a stone stove would be much faster, and asked what others thought. Diaz agreed, although he was worried about where to get materials for the roof. They agreed as soon as Grant arrived, they would write him a letter and ask about supplies, and Arunay also suggested using the stable's roof if they could buy it from traders. Diaz asked if everything was all right. He was told that Candace would soon return home. Arna added that she wanted to send a message through her, and people whispered that Candace had come to the village to see how the dog tribe was adapting to the new place, and now, having been convinced, was returning. She said that Klaus would have to work a lot on his own. They also agreed, until Cannies returned, to build a large yurt for Klaus and complete all other preparations, and Diaz was reminded once again to work diligently. When asked about news, Aruna only sighed. Nothing new. She recalled Klaus and Cannies and said that they had long felt feelings for each other. One of the interlocutors asked in surprise how long this had been going on, and Aruna explained that Cannies was returning home to tell his father about his relationship with Klaus. The heroine, with eyes shining with surprise, asked how long it had been since he noticed something so obvious, adding that Klaus and Canes had always been kind to each other and flirted during meals, and he, even more surprised, asked again about the food. The hero indifferently ignored the relationship between Klaus and Cannies. He was only interested in delicious food. The interlocutor remarked that it seemed they were preparing for a wedding, then added that Cannies would probably stay here with Klaus, and nodded in confirmation. The heroine said that if Klaus and Cannies' relationship continued to go well, they would soon have children. She added that the hero should hear their whole story from one of them. The hero thought he was happy for them, but still surprised. He nodded, confirming that they were really together, and Yuna happily said she took the first necklace he finished. The hero noted that he didn't mind, of course. Yuna should be the first to receive a gift. Aruna gladly admitted that she did not expect to like the gift so much. While the hero panicked, thinking he now had to give her something else for the wedding, he was confused and did not know what to do next. While working on decorations for the manor's residence, the hero suddenly noticed that his beads had significantly improved. He recalled Aruna's words, "Make one bead, master all techniques, and you will make them faster." Meanwhile, the girls peeked into the yurt and watched him work attentively. The little girls also wanted beads, and although at first he wanted to refuse, he eventually couldn't resist and agreed. The hero promised to make decorations for them. The girls happily ran away, leaving the door open, and the man reminded them to close the door next time. At that moment, another character ran into the room and loudly called for Dias. The young man ran into the house and said excitedly that he urgently needed to discuss an important matter and asked for a minute. Another man calmly asked him to calm down and explain what happened. Meanwhile, outside, a girl with a basket looked surprised, not understanding what was going on. The dog nearby was also puzzled, and the girl told him she herself did not know what was going on. Klaus, although Cannies advised him not to worry about the gift, could not calm down and decided it was better to give something, so he asked Dias what gift would be most appropriate, and Dias instead noted that Klaus was actually asking about an engagement gift for Cannies' parents, and Klaus also recalled that Dias once gave a wedding gift to Aruna's parents and asked for advice. Dias admitted that he had almost no choice and suggested Klaus give Cannies' parents parts of an earth dragon. Klaus froze in shock, imagining how the parents would perceive such a strange gift, but Dias calmly explained that they were delighted and considered it a gift worth 30 black buffaloes, so Klaus decided he would somehow handle it himself. He advised her not to rush with choosing a gift for the girl's parents. Although a black buffalo might please them, it was better to be sure of her decision first. Dias reminded that Klaus had several gold coins and suggested spending them on something more suitable. Klaus admitted that although he earned this money, he did not feel it was truly his and would like to give something he earned himself. After their conversation, Klaus suddenly said that he had finally decided what gift he wanted to give to Kunis' parents, confessed that he wanted to give them a hunting trophy, and asked Dias what he thought about it. And Dias, thinking, said that he was not sure if his parents would be happy with black buffalo meat as a gift, and added that hunting earth dragons was dangerous. Dias explained that if Klaus hunted black buffaloes, he could exchange their carcasses in the village for wool, the very same wool called memo, and added that good wool had many uses and would make a wonderful gift. After that, Klaus rejoiced and said he knew exactly what he had to do. Dias smiled and noted that the Camelots would definitely have a lot of quality memory wool and that the future newlyweds would be happy to receive it. Klaus, satisfied, decided that although this was an indirect result of his efforts, it was still a worthy fruit of labor. Wool was a special local material, so he asked Dias to tell a few hunting tricks while he was still here. Dias admitted that he did not consider his methods very useful, but Klaus insisted. He firmly told himself that he must learn to fight during hunting and sincerely thanked Dias for his help. 5 days passed. Dias immersed himself in work and felt relief. He got used to the process. Everything went quickly, and he already thought he would finish in about 2 or 3 days, when at that moment girls entered the room, and one of them told Dias that Cannies had returned. The girl apologized for interrupting their lesson, explaining that she had important news. Cannies turned around and joyfully informed Dias that her parents had given their consent, so from now on she would live with them, and she promised to try her best as a member of the Clausen family and asked him to take care of her. Dias said that they still had a lot of work, but hoped that Cannies would make every effort regarding Klaus, and the girl happily replied that she would certainly try. At that moment her friend reminded her that she wanted to say something, and Cannies promptly responded, recalling it. She sadly explained that her father was currently working as a feudal lord, and Ilan, Sama, and Camelot had gone to the royal capital, so they would be gone for some time, and added that materials and craftsmen for building houses would arrive another day, and due to tight schedule, her father would not be able to help with construction, so only her mother would be able to attend the wedding. Hearing this, Dias said that there was still time before the wedding. Klaus and Kenny first needed to catch a black buffalo and go to Kazdek for a few days, and how long it would take, he did not know, so he asked for understanding. Suddenly, Dias felt as if something important slipped from his mind and asked everyone to wait. One of the girls instantly remembered another thing and enthusiastically said she would go there right now. Dias asked in surprise if she was really going. The girl confidently confirmed it, while another girl anxiously asked if Clausen was busy now, as if hinting that it was an inconvenient time for a trip. Day after day, Klaus chased black buffaloes, but in 5 days caught only two, so things were going badly. He refused help, said he wanted to hunt alone and use megabe powder to attract animals. Even when offered dogs, he refused, explaining that he wanted to get the gift with his own hands. All attempts to dissuade him were in vain because he showed amazing stubbornness. Klaus refused medabi powder, and the help of the dog tribe, he decided to go hunting alone, wandered the endless plains, and fought black buffaloes on his own. Candace admitted that she was pleased with Klaus's decision to give a gift to her parents, but she was still worried about what exactly he was doing. The man nearby thought about what else could be done and noted that Klaus had succeeded on his own, although he could have used the offered help, and when he noticed Candace's strange behavior, he asked her what she was doing. Candice admitted that although she was flattered by Klaus's actions, she was very worried about him and considered them reckless and dangerous, so she decided, if Klaus did not understand her pain, she would have to teach him a lesson herself and use a special technique for stubborn men so that he would realize his mistakes. The girl nearby recalled her mother's words. These methods really work. Her mother herself once used them. Ariana looked worried, but noticing the anxious man, she quickly replied that nothing terrible had happened. In her mind, she decided that if such a thing happened, she would use the technique she had learned to fulfill her duty as a wife and was ready to act if necessary. The man admitted that he was worried about the technique Ariana mentioned, asked her not to do it, and added that if she ever decided to slap him, he would be sure it was not without reason. Ariana calmly replied that she had no intention of using the technique without a good reason, and they both smiled at each other a little, feeling mutual understanding. Ariana asked Diaz if he had prepared a gift for Klaus and Candice, and added that the girls were preparing a big festive banquet, so they could also prepare something. Diaz sighed and replied that he still did not know what exactly he could give them, but Ariana reassured him everything was fine because she had already prepared something for the ceremony. Diaz suddenly realized, if he did not prepare a really good gift, he would look very bad. After talking with Candice, Klaus changed. He stopped refusing help from others. Candice joined the dog tribe and began using matatabi powder, which greatly helped him in hunting. They made good progress. In just 3 days they caught enough black buffalo. After that, things went much better, and they decided to go to Candice's parents. As soon as one of the observers noticed that they had set off, Diaz made a note. The hero's heart tightened with anxiety. The gift was not ready yet. He was desperately rummaging in panic looking for something and even stopped thinking about finishing the beads, and when he realized that time was short, he remembered that after hunting the black buffalo he had to teach a lesson. He suddenly understood, if he did not manage in 3 days, Aryuna and the others would still arrange a lavish banquet for them. Usually he would have consulted Aryuna, but there was no time, so he turned to Moro, the leader of the Oni people, who honestly admitted that she was really surprised and understood why he came to her. The hero admitted that he had no choice but to turn to Moro. He remembered that she had previously given him many useful tips, so he immediately thought of her. It was Moro who suggested how to practically use trophies when they started exchanging them, and she also helped with advice on farming, betting trade, and fighting Diana. In response, Moro admitted that he continued to exceed her expectations and agreed to give him advice if it was within her power. Moro advised the hero to prepare good bedding made of quality wool for the wedding, because such an item is always useful, especially for newlyweds who now live together. He pondered the connection between Bedlin and the newlyweds' nightlife. It puzzled him a bit. At first, the hero was surprised, but quickly understood her idea and agreed that such a gift would be an excellent choice. Moro admitted that she was a little surprised by the relationship between the hero and Aruna, because he is reserved in actions. She said that betting would be a good gift for him, and the hero thanked her and added that he himself dreams of the moment when Aruna will hold a child in her arms. Moro said that she has special bedding with embroidery that blesses the couple for the birth of a child, offered him to take it, and the hero accepted the gift and noted that the pillow with beautiful patterns looks very stylish. The hero asked what it was and heard in response that these are medicinal herbs that help with conception. A few days later, the craftsmen brought materials from the royal capital, and within 3 days they built a stove and kitchen. As the number of workers increased, they also built a toilet and a goose shed, and soon all the buildings were completely ready. The work was finally completed, and the hero said with relief that everything went wonderfully. As a token of gratitude, each worker was given 10 gold coins, and although he was worried because he did not know the market prices, he still paid the craftsmen. The next day, the builders returned to the capital. When Klaus and his team, having loaded the wagon with things, finally returned home, joyful children and adults met them at the doorstep, looking at them with warmth and relief. The travelers stopped to rest and warm up, and one of the older men sincerely thanked his young companion for the tea and help on the road, saying that he was not just walking alongside but caring for him. And the girl explained that their foster parents had taught them from childhood to help others and not leave the elderly without support. The girl frankly admitted that she wanted to meet her father as soon as possible, as if inadvertently hinting that he was Daya's. Daya's trying on the outfit, nervously asked Irina if it looked strange on him. Irina smiled and said it suited him very well, then asked him to lean a little, adjusted the clothes, and praised him. Soon everyone was ready, and finally the long-awaited ceremony began. That day was the wedding of Klaus and Kins. They stood side by side, Klaus a bit tense, and Kins, with crossed arms and a slight blush on her cheeks, looked completely calm and satisfied. The man announced that he was appointed head of the ceremony. Although the wedding mostly followed the kingdom's traditions, Klaus asked to add the customs of the dog people, and Canny supported and wanted to include elements of his village in the ritual. The ceremony leader spoke warm words. People cannot live alone, so they invented family and learned to love not only themselves. He recalled childhood instructions to live rightly to avoid mistakes, and every line from the sacred scriptures still echoed in his memory. The priest explained that the blessing of Saint Dio is an important part of the wedding ritual, and congratulated Klaus and Cannies, who now set out together to create a family. Diaz remembered how at different times in life he gave speeches, said prayers over those fallen on the battlefield, spoke about the value of life at birth, and blessed newlyweds at weddings. He noticed that Klaus seemed to remember these instructions because he himself asked him to bless their ceremony, and Diaz thought that the teachings of Saint Dia were actually not that complicated. The priest addressed the people simply and sincerely. Love your neighbors, respect yourself, and rejoice in life. Do not harm others, do not steal or encroach on others' land, do not humiliate people because of their origin or traditions, and do not persecute them, and added that although many forget these obvious things, their importance does not diminish because of that. The priest enthusiastically told the gathered about Saint Dia. He, having gained knowledge about the origin of the world in the sacred land, tirelessly supported the first king and helped him become great. After founding the people and mastering the land, Dia built a temple and left many learned words to the glory of God. Although he had neither wife nor heir, he passed away leaving his instructions to the people, and then the priest addressed the gathered to begin the ceremony. The man congratulated everyone on the new beginning and reminded that a banquet should be arranged to sing, dance, and rejoice. All present joyfully raised their hands, embraced, and plunged into merriment, and festive dishes began to appear one after another on the tables. The organizers loudly announced that the food was ready, invited everyone to help themselves, and the attendees, even animals and peasants, gladly accepted the invitation and enjoyed the start of the celebration. Guests settled at long tables covered with various dishes, and one of the men did not know where to start. He tasted the bread, noticed many nuts in it, and saw that Senya and Ikin were also eating cheerfully and keeping up with the others. The man praised the nut bread, said it was quite tasty. The girls blossomed with happy smiles. Seeing them jump for joy, he sternly asked them to be polite, and the girls calmed down a bit, obediently responding to his remark. The man stood with the girls near the large table, piled with food, and everyone was glowing with smiles, rejoicing at the upcoming banquet. The girls glanced at each other and laughed, and someone decided to himself that it was time to start, greeting Murph, Cedria, and the chief. Dog people joyfully lifted the newly made man and began throwing him up in the air, counting aloud as one. Those standing nearby explained that this was a special celebration ritual. The man is carried through the village as a sign of greeting, adding that this way the village learns about his marital status, and according to rumors, the ritual helps protect the marriage from infidelity and other troubles. At the wedding, the stray dog suddenly tossed the groom into the air and embraced him. This ritual was meant to drive jealousy out of him and show others who was still single. The groom laughed happily and asked them to stop because the puppies would not stop hugging him. He shone with joy, and others looked at this with smiles and warmth in their eyes. The man sincerely thanked everyone for participating in the celebration and promised that together with Cannies, they would create a happy and loving family in the village. And the girl, in turn, vowed that together with Klaus they would definitely find their happiness and promised to make every effort to achieve it. The villagers clapped their hands joyfully, supporting the newlyweds. The animals also joined the celebration, and the bride and groom exchanged confident looks full of determination and happiness. A cheerful festival flared up in the village. Older women happily clapped their hands to the music, the girls sang together, and the beast children danced, bathing in joy. Bruno approached Diaz and, smiling slightly, invited him to go with her, assuring that she would not ask for much. Diaz blushed and admitted that he danced poorly, but the girl reassured him, explaining that her tribe had no special dance traditions. She had recently learned from others and was confident they would manage together. Diaz and Aruna danced slowly. She gently pressed against him, resting her head on his chest, and he softly held her by the hand and waist. He looked around and became confused. Other couples were already moving smoothly to the rhythm of the melody. The girl gently pressed against him, closed her eyes, and smiled calmly, as if fully trusting her partner. Some time passed. The celebration slowly quieted down. The dances and banquet ended, leaving only that special atmosphere of a true festivity. Diaz noticed it was already late and, together with others, began gathering things to conclude this eventful day. Diaz loudly drew attention and announced that he wanted to distribute necklaces as a reward for help in battle, asked people to come calmly, and assured that there would be enough necklaces for everyone. Klaus and others suggested giving out gifts during the ceremony, but Diaz explained that he actually wanted to do it right after the battles, but due to everyone's busyness, he did not manage. Creatures gladly examined the necklaces that Diaz gave them and proudly told each other that they received them personally from him. The old woman, holding the jewelry in her hands, was sincerely touched. The girls with ears also gladly looked at their gifts and smiled. The little creature in glasses said in surprise that there was a necklace for her too, and gratefully accepted it. Diaz gave the girl a necklace as a keepsake that she is part of this land, and she was surprised to learn that the gift was for her as well. Meanwhile, Sini and Ikin joyfully handed over another gift and congratulated her. Amjurst sent a letter with wishes of happiness. Francis and Francois prepared a valuable fragment of the Mimu horn, and the dog people from the meadows collected beautiful stones as gifts. One of the heroes thanked them for the gift and looked at the halite in his hands in surprise, a rare mineral. Another thoughtfully asked if halite could be found in these parts. And while they were examining the gifts, Diaz remembered that he also wanted to give something, and carrying a large pile of bed linen, asked them to accept his gift. Diaz gave bad linen, which greatly surprised those present, and one of the heroes gratefully accepted the gift, sincerely admitting that he did not know how to thank him. The older woman praised Diaz for the successful choice. Another explained that the embroidery on the bed linen was prayers for safe childbirth and blessings for the child, so Diaz took the linen and said he would carry it to the yurt. The elders waved their hands, let the youth handle the rest of the matters, and asked everyone to leave carefully. After a prolonged conversation about bed linen, one of the men decided not to rush events and not to finish anything before sunset. The ceremony ended much earlier than everyone expected. One of the men, the one in charge, said that everything went too quickly. He was called to help with the remaining work, and he reluctantly agreed. In the forest near the cave, a group of beast-like creatures informed their commander, Hugo, that they had managed to find tracks from the village. One of the subordinates suggested, "If the cart is heading to the village, let's follow it, and if not, we'll just loot it." And Hugo said that the village was probably located on the Netros meadows, and that the cart was heading there because rich people lived there who bought tons of various goods from the beast-like creatures. Huggis stood in the center of the cave, surrounded by subordinates, and declared that the strong have the right to rise above the weak. His people echoed this with shouts, enthusiastically supporting their leader. And one of the subordinates, fully trusting Huggis, was confident that their leader would definitely punish those who dared to stand in their way. The cart was moving along the road, and the boy was worried whether they had chosen the right path. Someone assured that the direction was correct. Meanwhile, the beast became alert, noticed them, and was ready to defend itself if they turned out to be bandits. Summer came to replace spring and turned the hero's life upside down. He recalled how daily chores intertwined with his days and became a habit, and how he helped with the household, working together with other villagers. The hero thought that Francois would soon become a mother, so she now spends almost all her time sitting in the yurt, and he noticed. She is not bad at all, she just likes to rest. Arune said that such behavior is not typical for Mimu, but Francis saw it differently. He himself went to the meadow every day for soft grass for Francu, and carefully brought it back. The hero admitted to himself that he also wanted to be near Francois, and in the evenings, after training and household chores, he tried to be with her. But at that moment someone called him and interrupted his thoughts. The villagers anxiously reported that guests had come to them and brought many Memu sheep. One of the villagers hurried to explain that these were not bandits, but peaceful visitors, and that about 6 Memu accompanied them, and Francu, burning with curiosity, wanted to personally meet the guests and offered Diaz to go with her. Franz reminded him, since the guests brought 6 Memu with them, the Lord must meet them personally. She also said that everyone who treats Memu well deserves respect. Another man agreed with this, and when Diaz and Franz approached, the woman, pointing to the arrivals, asked him if he knew Ace and Eli. Diaz was very surprised to see them. Diaz saw young men who gladly called him father and brother, looked stunned at their appearance and could hardly believe his eyes, happily noticed that they had grown up, and said he was glad to see them, then asked where the others were. The young man explained that everyone was fine. Some started their own business, the rest got married. Seeing Diaz, Eli shouted loudly, yelled "Dad," and rushed to him. Diaz was glad that Erica joined him, whom he was also happy to see. Erica quietly said, "It's me, Eli." One of those present anxiously asked Erica if she was okay. Eric smiled and said he was fine, thanked him for his concern. Diaz thought how kind these children were. He also thought that Eric looked a little worried. Suddenly Uncle Ben appeared, and DS was stunned with surprise. Seeing him, he exclaimed that he thought he had long been dead, to which Uncle Ben indignantly replied that although DS had grown up, he was still the same with sawdust in his head. Aruna was confused seeing that Diaz had children, and sincerely admitted that he knew nothing about it and had no idea when it happened. At that moment, the girl suddenly declared that she was his wife, and this stunned everyone. One of those present noted that she was younger than him and that their union was essentially illegal under royal laws, and the girl boldly replied that she did not care about these royal laws. The girl apologized for the rudeness, explaining that she did not want to be impolite. Another also admitted that she got carried away and apologized. The man began to tell Aruna about the children, but he was interrupted by a strange phenomenon, a sudden surge of energy, and one of the heroes became alert and loudly asked who was there. Huggis and his squad sneaked up, but they were noticed. He sighed, said he was tired of killing, accused the enemy of greed, and demanded that they surrender. When Hugo finally dared to speak with the opponents, he suddenly noticed that they were nowhere to be seen. Companions quietly explained that they had used concealment magic and strongly advised to leave immediately. One of the women added that Hugo C. was a former knight who betrayed the kingdom and became an outcast after he was nearly killed by his own comrades. One of the girls suddenly said she had an idea. His subordinates reported that they found no opponents and suggested retreating. At that moment, Hugo, irritably noting that being a coward is hard, offered people to choose between life and money. Then Diaz, introducing himself as the lord of these lands, stepped forward and challenged Hugo to a duel. Diaz named his name and proposed the duel conditions. If he loses, he will serve Hugo, and if he wins, he will demand the surrender of the entire gang. Hugo was surprised to learn who was before him and pondered the proposal, while the subordinates tried to warn him, saying it was a trap. Diaz teased Huggis, suggesting to throw down the sword and fight fairly, saying otherwise it would seem that you are afraid of him. Huggis contemptuously agreed, saying he did not care about the sword and that he himself would show who is the master here. Diaz provoked Hugo, throw down the sword and let's fight fairly, because otherwise it will seem that Hugo is afraid of it. Hugo contemptuously agreed, saying he did not care about the sword and he himself would show who is the master here. Hughes rushed at Diaz fiercely, sending blows one after another and shouting for him to take them. But Diaz withstood the barrage of attacks, focused, and at the right moment deftly dodged and delivered a powerful counterattack that caught Hughes by surprise and made him ask in astonishment what was happening. During the fight, Huggis, gasping for breath, could not understand why such a strong hero as Diaz lived in the backlands and played the role of a simple lord. Diaz calmly said that Huggis was mistaken, even the strongest cannot be completely alone, and added that strength is the desire to protect friends and family, and it is the support of loved ones that gives them the strength to live on. While Hughes tried to comprehend what he heard, Diaz prepared the decisive blow. Diaz, gathering his last strength, delivered a series of strong blows to the opponent and constantly repeated to himself that he must try, as if wanting to prove not only his strength but also determination, putting all his rage and persistence into each blow again and again. The hero clenched his fist and told himself not to stop, giving all his strength. He continued to strike the opponent, as if convincing himself that only persistence and perseverance would bring victory. When the hero showed his strength, the opponents froze in surprise. One admitted that he was really very strong, and the rest, realizing their helplessness, retreated. Meanwhile, the hero's family rejoiced at his victory. One of the women said excitedly that she got goosebumps from how he protects them, and another proudly noted that this is exactly how her husband behaves. The women decided, because of Diaz, they would not quarrel, and everyone agreed with this idea. One of them asked where their mother was and said she wanted to see her. They were told that they had no mother because they were all orphans. Then one of the girls explained that in the shelter, to show love, children are taught to call foster parents dad. When asked about possible danger, they assured that they would not allow dad to disappear without a trace, although the interlocutor noted that the situation could still be risky. One of the girls said that Diaz would never lose if victory was decided by strength. Diaz, an orphan, worked hard and lived life to the fullest. Everyone around admired him. That man said that everyone always loved him, and then she explained that soon all the orphans came under his care. One of the characters, with eyes full of warmth, said that Diaz gathered all the orphans and created something like a guild where everyone helped each other and taught them to write, read, and work honestly. The girl added that thanks to Diaz's efforts, the orphans finally calmed down. The townspeople began to treat them humanely. They were entrusted with better jobs, and they were able to become decent people. The character confessed. At first he saw Diaz as a leader, then as an older brother, and later as a father, and it was through him that they became a special family. Diaz talked about a man she called Uncle Ben, recalled that Ben taught him many things in his youth, was a priest in the temple and the father of her brother, and that one day this man disappeared, and her parents told her he died, although she insisted that he was very much alive. The girls, filled with curiosity, asked what Diaz's parents were like and whether they resembled him. One of the interlocutors enthusiastically explained that Diaz's parents were gentle and calm people, quite unlike him, and lived in the temple performing various duties, but Uncle Ben suddenly interrupted him. sharply ordered not to tell the children nonsense, and explained that in fact Diaz's parents were the chief priests. When the interlocutors learned that Diaz's parents were the chief priests of the temple, their faces lit up with surprise. One of them interestedly asked to tell more, and Diaz silently nodded in response and agreed. When he was asked about the temple, he said that once Saint Dia refused to obey the king and founded his own temple to spread knowledge among people. The first king recognized his merits, and the saint passed on his knowledge and holy objects to the people so they could restore the country and bring order to its lands. He said that after the death of Saint D, temples were built where priests taught people the commandments of the earth god. The teachings remained shrouded in mystery, and the appearance of the god was nowhere described. He says that in the capital of the kingdom and in the four directions north, south, west, and east huge holy temples were built, so gigantic that no one doubted their significance, adding that Diaz's parents were the chief priests of the Western Temple, which emphasized their high status, but he admits. Today everything has changed. The priests have greatly lost influence both in positions and in society, and have fallen in their standing. Other participants in the conversation are surprised. One says that the great temple has become a place where a crowd of random people gathers, another only agrees, and others say that internal disagreements in the temples began even before the narrator's birth and point to an ancient crisis of religious institutions. The heroes recalled how the priests split into supporters of the old and new teachings. Their parents and uncles supported the old, but the new turned out to be stronger. After the campaign to the sacred lands, the parents disappeared, and the old teaching was completely destroyed. The man, stunned, said he learned that the main character ate human flesh all day long. He recalled that he began to look for information about the first family and found the only son of the high priests. At first, he intended to scold the hero, but when he saw that he lived peacefully, started a family, and even found a wife, he changed his mind and admitted that the hero was doing well. The man said, if everything is really as he was told, the souls of their ancestors will be able to rest in peace. He hoped that the girl would be able to take care of her husband because, in his opinion, he would bring her many problems, and asked not to be so formal, just to call him uncle. The girl replied that it was a great honor for her to be the wife of this man. The woman loudly exclaimed that 20 years ago it was decided he must marry Ellie, angrily reminded him of the old promise to give her a ring when she grew up. Diaz was stunned trying to understand what it was about, and the girl next to him irritably said that her name was Ellie. Ellie shouted angrily, accusing the interlocutor of betrayal. Another awkwardly explained that he once promised to buy her a ring if he had money. One of the men doubted the truth of her words, and another confirmed that he behaved strangely from the very beginning, and finally the girl noticed that he had a female soul and heart. The girl with a sparkle in her voice cheerfully told her father that the new girls are now their sisters, and that his wife is very nice. The new girls confusedly asked again if they were really older sisters now, and at that time, someone loudly shouted to get attention and not to be ignored. Meanwhile, work was bustling in the village. Soldiers diligently carried out the elders' orders and reported on new residents and buildings. About a month after the battle with Diana, the royal capital began to talk about changes in society. One official, flipping through papers, thoughtfully noted that after restoring order new movements appeared, and the reporter said that His Highness Misa is more engaged in collecting money than restoring his faction, and added that among other factions there are no significant changes yet, but disturbing actions have been noticed, so vigilance is needed. In the royal capital, amid whispers and tension, they discussed Diana's fate. One of those present said that she shows no signs of repentance and will be transferred to the temple, adding that he had no other choice and supported His Highness Richard because of his reputation and connections with Diaz, although he initially doubted. Now it was already visible that Richard turned out to be more patient and behaved better than expected, and the interlocutor added with a slight smile that he was sure another gentleman would deal with the mice. In the royal capital, one of the advisors reported that the intelligence department suspects His Highness Misa may have a connection with the empire. There is no evidence yet, but it is considered very likely. The advisor added that this is not yet in the official report. After this, the leader ordered a thorough completion of the investigation and emphasized that no one should suffer or anything be lost because of this, to which the subordinate agreed and assured that everything would be done as instructed. 5 days had passed since Isa and others arrived at the village of Alak, and when one girl saw them in royal robes, she enthusiastically said that the attire suited them very well, and other girls agreed but added that despite the luxury, such dresses were not suitable for work at all. They were hard to move in and uncomfortable for everyday tasks. Everyone enjoyed life and the village Alak in their own way. Aruna and Eric got along well. The woman with broad shoulders noticed that the dresses did not suit her very well and frankly admitted that she envied others because they looked much more attractive in these dresses. One of the women loudly declared that she would never accept this girl as her father's bride, saying she was too young and immature, demanding a more decisive reaction, and the girl calmly replied that she understood her inexperience, but her feelings for Dayas were deep, and she was ready to dedicate her whole life to prove it. And the woman, seeing this calmness, wondered if the girl was offended by her words. The girl explained that as a woman she understood the interlocutor's feelings well and did not consider what happened her fault, emphasizing that they were all united by love and care for Dayas, so they should support each other. The interlocutor, touched by her words, could not comprehend such kindness, and since then they grew closer and began helping each other in daily life, discussing arising problems together. Uri told his brother that they had decided to return to the city because they were sure everything was fine there and gave him gifts. Brother calmly accepted their decision and said it was natural. Everyone has their own home and work, so returning to the city was quite logical. He added that any father would let go of a child if he saw that the child stood confidently on their own feet. Eric confessed that he would have liked to stay longer, but circumstances forced them to leave. Diaz said that Eric had also become a good adult, but added that if he abandoned his duties and asked to stay here, he would not hold back and would beat him half to death. Eric admitted that he himself would not have behaved that way in his place, and the brother warned to be ready no matter how many years pass. He would still remain their father, scold if something happened, and always care for them like a true father. Diaz thought he would not respond to Eric's feelings. He knew that if he did, he would no longer be able to be a father to him. Diaz understood that he was needed not only by Eric but by all the other children, so he had to stay in his place and decided to do nothing that could destroy this bond. Eric shouted to his father, ran up to him, and cried. The father hugged him tightly and recalled that even in the village the tribe said, "Good souls like Eric find good people and live happily." He was sure that Eric would one day find a good partner, and if advice was needed, he would definitely give it. Two girls, glowing with joy, also asked to be petted. The girl, hearing the noise and strange cry, approached and asked what happened, and the man, hugging the children, quietly told them not to push and to patiently wait their turn. The old man, who was watching everything carefully, asked if they were saying goodbye to Diaz, and reminded them that the day after tomorrow they would return to the city. The girls asked anxiously if it was true that everyone was leaving. The man, trying to calm them, said that he and Maya were staying, so there was no need to be sad, and the elder man also encouraged them, reminded them that they would definitely meet again, and asked them not to cry. And he explained that he had decided to stay in the village and spend the rest of his life taking care of the sheep, and added that he would watch that man closely so that he would not make a fool of himself, because he had no intention of returning to the temple and considered the previous journey pointless. And one of those present, with surprise on his face, asked if Uncle Ben really was not going to return to the temple. One of the women said that she would also stay in the village, explaining that she had given everything she had in the store, so there was nowhere to return to. There was nothing left at home. She added that there were too few people in the village who knew how to negotiate, and she could not leave them without help, so she was taking on this responsibility in the future, and she liked the image she had created because her skills were genuine, not for show. The narrator dreamed of the village's future and hoped that with the arrival of new inhabitants it would come to life. He noticed 6 resembling sheep, and had no idea why exactly they had arrived. The characters recalled how a few months ago they lived peacefully on their territory until the kingdom's people captured them and kept them in terrible conditions. When the Mia learned that they were to be executed, they decided to escape, and thanks to meeting a traveler who helped, they reached a new place. But a problem arose. There was no reason to refuse the Mia's immigration. But who would lead them? That question remained open. One of the characters admitted that he did not even know about the tradition according to which Francis was supposed to become the leader. The heroes noticed that among the arrived Mia there seemed to be a male leader, and they had to decide which of the 2 candidates would become the new head of the Mia village. They realized that the Mia had strict rules, and yielding here was not easy. One of the heroes briefly thought it would be easier to appoint one leader for each flock, but quickly realized everything had to be decided according to their traditions. People gathered and waited for the start of the Tumia trial, which was to determine the new leader, and one of the observers suddenly understood the selection method, but his heart was still gripped by anxiety because of the very process of determination. One of the observers thought that what was happening resembled an unusual but powerful song. The Mia, standing opposite each other, began to loudly emit brave and strong sounds, as if leading somewhere, and it seemed to him that with this singing the animals were trying to express thoughts about the future of the herd, as if each proclaimed its vision and declared intentions, and he decided that this was how the Mia chose their leader. The observer noticed that the Maya continued to sing, and it became clear to him. With their singing, they were trying to convey something to the whole herd because they wanted to show how seriously they thought about the future of their community. In his opinion, the choice of leader was decided not by the beauty of the song, but by how much effort, thought, and aspiration each Mia put into their singing so that the herd would feel which of the 2 candidates was most suitable for the role of leader. The observer, looking at the scene, thought about how they would choose the leader who would receive the majority of support. whom the herd would recognize as their own and begin to obey. He was surprised that Francois, the wife of one of the candidates, did not rush to support her husband Francis first. It seemed natural to him, but soon he realized that she knew well. Being a good husband and being a good leader are completely different things, so she should choose a worthy leader who will take care of the children's future and support her husband in the difficult life of the flock. While the herd was singing, the people froze and finally understood how serious it was. One observer whispered that the future of the entire flock depended on the choice of the leader. The flock of sheep was still singing, but from fatigue their voices became quieter and the overall volume noticeably dropped. The sun was already setting, and the observers realized that the sheep had struggled too long. Francois and others still could not finally decide who would be the leader, and some animals were so exhausted that they fell completely silent. From the side of the ram with large horns, one of them made the first step, then another, then a third. The observers noticed that at that moment, Francois finally moved and joined the movement. Suddenly a choir played from Francis, and the observers felt hardly anything would change. They imagined that Francis would feel awkward if his wife suddenly took his side, and Francois probably thought the same, so she decided to wait for the final result. Everyone froze and watched what was happening. It was clear that the ram was not giving up yet. Even when his voice was lost among others, he continued to compete, straining all his strength. His persistence was impressive, and he did not retreat despite loneliness and fatigue. Everyone noticed how one from the choir suddenly fell silent and turned his gaze to Francis. He understood that now everyone was singing just for him. The girls who were watching joyfully realized that this meant his victory, and Francis was shocked but pleasantly surprised by such a turn of events. The crowd joyfully shouted and called Francis their leader. Everyone rejoiced at his victory, marveled and praised the sheep for their intelligence and obedience. One of the girls noticed that he succeeded, and he stepped aside, smiling slightly and observing the fruits of his labor. After the lively bustle, when the sheep crowded closely, the heroes noticed one of them disappeared. The girl with the horns suddenly wondered where that fat ram named Maya had gone, and at that moment the sheep separated from the flock. Diaz looked at the sheep and thought that what happened was a real miracle. He was refreshed to see how, despite the struggle, the sheep recognized their opponent and joined the singing, showing nobility, and Francis noticed that the ram did not give up and fought to the end, not holding a grudge against his comrades. At the same time, he noticed that he really liked the position of this meet. Despite the defeat, he was not angry at the comrades who did not choose him. Most likely, he was simply inexperienced. Francis thought that he had not yet given names to all his sheep, and suggested the names Azam or Tanmazu to one ram. Diaz suggested a new name to the ram, Zerbalto, because he thought it sounded nice. From the ram's reaction, it was clear that he agreed, and Diaz with a smile announced that from now on the ram would be called Zerbalto, assuring that with such a name he would look even better. The girls who were watching said they liked this decision, and one of them added that she loved her father for such deeds. The flock of sheep bleated joyfully, and at that moment, a man who had been absent for some time returned to the group. The daughter immediately asked where he had been, and he calmly replied that he had gone to the toilet. Aruna anxiously inquired if he had washed his hands thoroughly, and the father smiled slightly. To celebrate Francis's recent victory, a celebration was arranged, and after it, everyone gathered in the open area near the large tent. During the festivities, the man decided to name the rest of the sheep, and suddenly was stunned. They all turned out to be females, and even the wives of Zerbalto. They smiled and explained that, being girls, they had to choose beautiful names, so they named themselves after Zerbalto as they wished: Zermilla, Zermia, Zerfana, Zergu, and Zeradia. First, the wives feared that Francis's election as the new leader might harm their marriages, but later they decided that he might have even more merits than Zerbalto, and this did not scare them. Instead, they respected his honesty, began to think that Francis's victory over Zerbalto could change their lives, so they watched him closely and wondered what he might be thinking when he sang his song. Strange as it may sound, now they had as many as 8 lovers. Francis was to lead them. He was now the new leader. That day, Eldon had just returned from the royal capital, and heading to meet a man, encountered a stranger at the estate of Lord Kazdik's territory who introduced himself as Juha, and with a confident smile, declared that he was the best soldier in the kingdom, the most handsome and refined. Eldon looked at the man suspiciously. He called himself an ally of Diaz, and the self-proclaimed hero, Juha, only increased his doubts during the interrogation. Usually Eldon would not have paid attention, but he learned that Juha had already been caught for disgraceful behavior. Poor Vulgar behaved unworthily, drank, and caused scandals in foreign lands. Juha said he was a shadow hero who fought alongside Diaz in the previous war and requested an audience with the lord of these lands. Hearing this, Eldon decided to meet him just in case. During the conversation, Eldon cautiously asked if it was true that Juha served alongside Diaz. Juha confirmed this, although he looked uncertain. When the conversation turned to his appearance, he began to boast that all the women he met admired his manly face. Thank you sincerely, 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 thank you sincerely. Thank you sincerely, 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 thank you sincerely. Thank you sincerely, 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 thank you sincerely. He looked uncertain. When the conversation turned to his appearance, he began to boast that all the women he met admired his manly face, although Eldon did not even ask him about it. Juho insisted that he served with Diaz, but admitted that because of women and alcohol they often quarreled, and Eldon suspected that Ajuha behaved this way deliberately to achieve something, and realized. At first he wanted to loaf around, but changed his mind when he saw the flourishing city. Juha noted that it was hard to imagine the expenses for a playground, especially in the city center, said that the construction of the park was a decisive factor in development, explained that culture begins with games and gradually flourishes, and added that as a cultured person he values such a park, so he decided to serve Eldon. Juhar admitted that he did not expect to be taken seriously if he approached directly, so he resorted to deception. Eventually, he met with Eldon and considered it a successful move. Eldon said it was a risk due to possible accusations, and that it would have been better if Juha had immediately revealed his intentions. Juha replied that most lords would not meet with a person in his position, and suggested that this was why Eldon came up with the idea of the park. Juha smiled and noted that Diaz once bought him for free, saying he wanted to end the war, and asked what price Eldon would set for him, adding that Eldon was not like Diaz, and Eldon in response felt thoughtful and awkward because he had to hire Juha for an extraordinarily high fee, although he tried to convince himself that it was only temporary. 7 long days have passed since Uri and Isak left the village of Iluk. One of the heroes wondered whether their letter requesting help had reached the guild. It turned out that it proposed establishing trade, which in itself would be good, and then he remembered his father's words. Supposedly, the so-called bloodless, beast folk who for some unknown reason lost their bestial nature, were to arrive soon. The hero was turning plans over in his head and could not calm down because he was worried that the bloodless were allowed to trade in the kingdom that did not recognize them. So he decided to open a guild branch in the neutral territory of Castex so that guild workers could act as intermediaries and trade would take place without legal complications. And he was sure that such a step would bring great benefits to the guild, and the bloodless would immediately start acting. Aru Nadian said she would prepare goose eggs for dinner because some of them were soulless. Usually she added them to soup, but this time she wanted to try them boiled because she heard they were tasty that way too. He felt envy. She could use magic to sense whether there was a soul in the egg, and he remembered that once Aru Nadian used this magic to find out that his soul was female. Sinan Akon smiled. The newly hatched chicks were incredibly cute and followed their parents, and they noticed that Diaz was so fascinated by this moment that he himself started running after the chicks, which greatly embarrassed the observers. One of the characters thought that if he worked without breaks, he would simply break both physically and morally, and at the same time he reasoned that if caring for chicks is equated to caring for children, then Diaz's actions could be called fulfilling a parental duty. Ar Unatian said she would not mind if after good work someone played. Meanwhile, another character noted that Aro Nachen was very hardworking, and he wondered whether a hardworking girl could be considered brave, and how Aro Nachen and the others evaluated the concept of bravery. Aruna asked how Tian shows his masculinity and requested details, and Tian smiled and replied that it was actually a short story. Aruna added that her family was poor, and as the eldest she had to work, so these activities were usual for her, and she was called more jokingly than for bravery or seriousness because, unlike most girls, she took part in hunting and patrolling. Aruna laughed and sincerely admitted that thanks to this job she met Diaz, and now did not regret it at all, and another character asked if she could tell why their family was poor. Aruna said that the poverty of their family was caused by one man. She called him a parasite. It was in the past, but then the family suffered greatly. The girl added that her father was an ordinary man with ordinary courage and in principle could have supported the family, but this did not happen, and she admitted that the word parasite does not convey how terrible her older brother was. Aruna's, with bitterness in her voice, said that her family became poor because of her older brother who spent money on women and got into debt. She added that now, thanks to Diaz, her family no longer starves, and the interviewer said it was good that Aruna's was able to talk about it. Aruna's said that she could not thank Diaz and Mora enough for their help, explained that Mora was the chief of the Oni tribe, a very caring woman who sympathized with her and tried to introduce her to Diaz, added that perhaps the help was more for her than for Diaz himself, and recalled that Mora gave Diaz a valuable pair of animals, Francis and Franca. The heroine thought that Aruna's situation was the same as theirs in orphanhood, and perhaps that was why she could not hate her. One of the women said that Aruna reminded her of those rescued by a prince on a white horse, explaining that it was a metaphor for the sudden appearance of a person of fate. One of the heroines dreamily painted his image on a white horse, saw nobility and strength in him, and was convinced that it was true, while another, smiling, remarked that her father seemed to have considerable courage. Heroine admitted that she was so engrossed in the conversation that she forgot to boil the eggs. Another woman decided that she could no longer hate her and was surprised at how quickly they became friends. She decided to show the girl how to properly boil eggs, although she thought to herself that she was not going to do it again. Finally, the heroine resolutely pulled herself together and helped her father with a Ru Nuchen. When they had free time, one of the girls noticed that dinner was ready, and while they were resting, Aruntn took her bow and went to the clearing. She warned the others to step back because she was going to practice archery, focused. She drew the string and aimed at the wooden target. Arunatayan was focused on practicing archery and hit the wooden target accurately. She found free time after household chores and trained diligently every day, not missing a single session. The woman who was watching mentally praised her for diligence and youthful perseverance, and then called Ru Nushan, attracting her attention. The woman asked in surprise where such power in a short bow came from, and Aruna explained that it was all thanks to the materials and manufacturing method. Their bows were not at all like those of the kingdom. The woman quickly guessed that different materials were used for different parts, to which Aruna nodded approvingly, and carefully examining the bow, noticed bones and horns glued to a thin board, and she liked this thoughtful design. Aruna eagerly explained to her interlocutor how their bow was constructed. On the compressing side, a hard material horn or bone was glued, and on the stretching side, it was made of soft material. For example, animal tendons, and the handle and string attachment points were reinforced with appropriate materials. Runa, with a spark in her eyes, added that the shape of their bow was the result of many years of inventions and adjustments because they often shot while riding. She emphasized that the material and shape changed depending on the strength and height of the archer, so no two bows were the same, and at the end offered to try to draw the bowstring. The woman tried to draw the bowstring, but felt that the string was too tight and almost unyielding, and said that it was impossible to handle such tension. Aruna calmly explained that this bow was made from the materials of an earth dragon, that it could only be used when the string was charged with magic, and added that this happened often because only Dayas could immediately prepare this bow. The girl explained that dragons and high-rank monsters have not only very hard skin and shells, but also real muscles and tendons, and move thanks to magical power. When the interlocutor heard about the earth dragon, she was shocked. She simply could not believe what she heard. Aruna explained that when you draw a bow, you need to pass a certain magical energy through its body. It slightly weakens the material and allows it to move, and when you shoot, this energy is released and a great force bursts out. The interlocutor was confused and doubted whether it was not too complicated after all. You also need to draw the horse, aim, and simultaneously put magical power into the shot. But the girl said that although it requires practice, in reality, it is not as difficult as it seems at first glance. She added that only 5 days after the start of training, Celia and Aiken had already hit a bird with an arrow while they were riding. Aruna explained that their tribe naturally began to use the bow, and children quickly learned to shoot. She advised Ellie to try shooting, while riding a horse to gain an advantage in battle. Admired the children's skills, although they were not yet strong. Their shots scared with accuracy, especially when they used the wind to adjust the flight of the arrows, and the conversation was interrupted when someone shouted and asked where Aruna was. When Aruna and the others heard an unfamiliar voice, they became alert. One of those present indignantly stated that this was not fitting for the Oni tribe. Aruna recognized the one who had returned and smiled, thinking it would have been better if the beasts had eaten him, and the angry man loudly declared that he had come to save her, and accused the lord of daring to approach Aruna during his absence. The hero recalled the traditions of the tribe to which Aruna belonged. Their youngest child became the head of the family. The elders supported her, and when they started their own families they went to other settlements. He had seen Aruna's engagement and her younger brothers and sisters, but he cared little about it, and until that moment he believed that there were only 6 people in Aruna's family. Diaz called the children and reminded them that it was time to return for dinner. At that moment, a frightened puppy ran up to him and shouted that something bad had happened. Aruna attacked a strange man with a horn who suddenly appeared. Seeing the commotion, Diaz anxiously asked what was happening, and Billy explained that a stranger had appeared and suggested that it was probably Aruna's older brother. Meanwhile, Aruna was fiercely beating her brother despite his attempts to justify and explain. He admitted that he was surprised by the appearance of Aruna's older brother. He had known nothing about him before, and this impressed Iri because she thought he had at least heard about the brother. He suggested that Aruna was ashamed to talk about the brother or afraid to spoil the marriage, and added that he did not see Aruna's brother at the wedding, and then Aruna did not mention anything. Meanwhile, Aruna's brother desperately begged her to listen. Diaz insisted that Aruna listen to her brother, explaining that otherwise Sani and Ikin would see her in such a state, and that would be undesirable. Aruna was terribly frightened, so two girls approached her and asked what had happened. Diaz thought that mentioning some names was too painful for her. Aruna, trembling with emotion, silently lowered her hand and could not hold back tears, and Diaz looked at her sympathetically and felt how hard it was for her. Aruna's brother, full of anger, accused Diaz of corrupting his sister, once modest and sweet, but now, in his opinion, having become a cruel woman. He said he would never forgive Diaz and called him an evil lord. Diaz, confused, asked again about modesty and sweetness, not quite understanding what it was about, and thought how much the brother and sister looked alike. If Aruna were a man, she would look exactly the same. Diaz felt that there was tension between Aruna and her brother Zorg. Although Zorg sincerely loved his sister, Aruna did not reciprocate because she considered him insufficiently masculine. Diaz believed that despite this animosity, she still had family feelings for her brother, and even suggested that changes in her character might have been a result of his influence. Zorg returned home after a long absence and learned from relatives that Aruna had married a much older lord. The news angered him. He thought his sister had been sold for money, was sure she would not agree to a forced marriage, and under the influence of emotions, without listening to explanations, left the parental home to bring her back. Zorg desperately tried to make Aruna hear him, but only made things worse. He did not expect her anger, thought he was acting for her sake and would resolve everything privately, so he found himself in a difficult position. People around began to wonder what was happening, and the woman who was watching was surprised by his behavior. The woman asked if Zorg was jealous of her father, and he sharply replied that nonsense should not be spoken. He admitted he was simply surprised because Aruna had a lover, and he himself hoped to be a worthy partner for her, and at the same time accused the father of hypocrisy, saying that earlier he oppressed his family and now suddenly seemed to care about her, which looked suspicious. Zorg lowered his head, apologized to Aruna, and admitted that he regretted what had happened, although he knew it was already too late. Aruna said that now apologizing made no sense and reminded him that his family begged him to stop. Even the chief asked, but he continued anyway. Zorg tried to justify himself. He said that the woman was sick and promised to return the money later, and that he did not understand why her soul rating was also blue. Aruna exploded, accused him of making everything up, reproached him for going to another woman despite her warnings, reminded him how many times she said that woman was deceiving him, and firmly stated that she was definitely blue. One of the characters did not believe that a single rating could be blue for a person with bad intentions. He thought that evil intent should give red, and Aruna calmly explained that a single rating is just a form of magic, and any magic can be deceived or distorted. She added that there are spells that confuse the rating, and if the opponent is more skilled in magic than the one conducting the check, he can deceive it. She also emphasized that careless use of magic can give false results. They said that Asan knows how to use magic and can resist its influence. They recalled that her brother was deceived by someone who is well versed in magic. They warned that one must be careful with magic. There are those who know how to deceive it. And one of them added that he knows where the expedition group is now and what they are doing. Zort realized he was wrong about the corrupt lord, but the words stuck in his throat. After that, Arna and Zort no longer spoke. At her request, the matter was closed. She reminded to have dinner before sunset and decided never to worry about the sky again. They said it was already late and that the man better stay overnight. He replied that he was used to traveling at night and there was no need to worry about him. Others said that the meadows are dangerous at night because of monsters and invited him to spend the night in a newly built yurt, saying it would be cramped but fun. In the end, he thanked them, and Aaron refused to live together. Tension was present in each of them. The next morning, when they set out, one of them noticed good weather and decided to take Zort with him just in case. Irritated, Zort asked to be left alone. He did not understand why so much attention was being paid to him. His companion said with a slight smile that Zort had no evil intentions and explained that he could not help but care for him because he was a member of the Aruna's family, but even so Aruna's was still worried. When Zort set off, he carried 2 packages with a bow and arrows made by Aruna's. Zort examined the package handed to him and immediately noticed that the bow was made to fit the size of his torso. Although Aruna said she would throw away the unsuccessful prototype, everything was neatly wrapped in cloth, so he decided that she had put a lot of care and love into it and probably still felt warmly toward him as a brother. Zort waved his hand and said let it all go. Noticing Diaz's strange appearance, he asked why he looked blue, and the interlocutor recalled that Diaz had no magic from birth and thought that this somehow meant he could not lie, which surprised him. Diaz firmly said that he had been that way for as long as he could remember, and Zort, a little puzzled, asked doesn't he feel miserable. Diaz recalled his childhood, those days when other children played carefree and gradually mastered magic, while he himself could not use it at all. It hurt him deeply. He cried in front of his parents and sometimes snapped at them, but thanks to kind and warm parents and a strict uncle, Diaz gradually came to terms with the fact that he had no magical power. Maybe he just matured earlier than others. Diaz reflected on his approach to life. He decided, instead of envying others, he would do everything in his power. He realized it was pointless to waste time on what could not be obtained, so he focused on physical training. It was thanks to this that he ended up where he was now. His companion noticed that even without any magical power, a person could manage. Zord admitted that he felt miserable. People around despised him because he could not control anything. Even if he tried, he felt they laughed at him, and even now he considered himself weak. However, he noted that Yuna and another woman did not laugh at him because of his magical powers, and that meant a lot to him. When 5 wind dragons appeared in the sky, the heroes froze in amazement. One of them thought anxiously that he could barely handle one such creature, let alone 5, and said it was a real joke of fate. Zort loudly asked his name and ordered him to return to the village where he had people to protect, because that was more important. Diaz thought and realized he could not just leave, even if he wanted to leave Zord alone. One hero explained to another that wind dragons initially aim at the eyes and ears of the victim so that they cannot defend themselves. Due to their lightness, they do not kill with one blow, so they gradually exhaust the prey, and the archer, noticing that the target was approaching, told him to watch carefully. This is a wind dragon. The heroes, shocked by its power and the fact that their weapons were powerless, heard that the bow was made from earth dragon material and required special arrows, so one of them decided to deal with this later. With a precise shot, one of the heroes hit the enemy, pierced his body, and joyfully informed his comrade that they had managed to eliminate one of the opponents. When one enemy was destroyed, the rest suddenly accelerated, and the hero noticed that the loss of their comrade made them much more serious. One of the giant dragonflies suddenly gained speed and flew towards the hero, so he tensed and prepared for battle, noticing the unexpected movement of the enemy and immediately reacting to the threat. The heroes noticed that the enemies became even faster, and at that moment, one of them, tense and collected, repelled a fierce attack of a dragonfly-like creature, while another character thought that a fierce attack of Vindhya Ragnan had begun. His chest was opened, shock and burning pain pierced the body. At that moment, strange, insect-like creatures appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching. The man cried out in despair, remembering that the clothes he wore were specially sewn for him by Aranak, and at that moment, monsters appeared in the sky. One of the characters tried to say something but froze at the sudden appearance of a huge horned creature rapidly approaching. A powerful blow shook the ground, but the main hero remained unharmed. He felt that his eyes had already adapted to the lightning speed of the enemy and doubted whether this was the limit of his abilities. Meanwhile, another character stood puzzled and shocked by what was happening. One of the characters, worried about the approaching enemy, shouted to his ally to retreat immediately, and the main hero, assessing the situation, calmly said that although the enemy was a bit stronger than he expected, he would handle it and confidently struck the insect-like opponent, showing his strength and determination. The heroes actively discussed why the dragonfly dragons no longer attacked. The first said that if the attacks continued, problems would arise. The second suggested that they were afraid to approach because they knew they would be killed, and the first noted that the enemies, being dragons, could attack from the air with fire. The heroes wondered why the enemy dragons did not shoot fire from the air. One explained that their flames were weak and ineffective from a distance. They were adapted for close combat. They also suggested that the dragonflies were attracted by the smell of human blood, so they did not retreat. Everyone agreed. The enemy must not be allowed to escape, because if it attacks the village, it will cause huge damage. The heroes heatedly discussed how to fight flying enemies if they did not come down from the sky. One sincerely admitted that he had relaxed but promised to improve. Another passionately suggested throwing a battle axe at the dragon, hoping it would work. The comrades doubted the effectiveness of the idea, but he insisted that it would at least distract the enemies. One of the heroes told another to trust him, stood up with a battle axe, and rushed forward, while the comrades watched in surprise as he threw the axe into the air with incredible force, hoping to hit the flying enemies. With a roar, the warrior hurled his battle axe into the sky, aiming at the enemy, while his comrade stood with his mouth open, not believing that the axe could rise so high. The axe, thrown straight into the sky, hit one of the flying targets and caused amazement and admiration among the spectators, and one of them, not believing his eyes, called the thrower an incredible fool, not understanding how he managed it. The heroes noticed the approach of new enemies. Giant insects flew in from all sides. Someone exclaimed anxiously that they were flying in, and everyone instantly prepared for battle. One of the fighters rushed at the enemies, his eyes wide open with tension and determination. Diaz fiercely charged at the insect, and with a powerful blow showed his strength, full of determination and focus. Meanwhile, another hero, wasting no time, knocked one of the enemies out of formation with a precise throw, but one of the monsters still sneaked up from behind and grabbed the fighter, an unexpected and dangerous moment for him. One of the fighters found himself in mortal danger. The insect clung and stung him, and then his comrade, without losing calm, aimed and decided to save his friend with one precise strike. A thought flashed through his mind about how rare their achievement was. A winged dragon was usually seen once a year, and not everyone managed it, but they were lucky to meet 5 at once. He admitted to himself that he never imagined he would become a dragon hunter like the true men of the tribe, and now, having saved his friend, he felt he would change the whole village's opinion of himself. He could not understand why everything was happening so strangely. The dragon hunt in his imagination was completely different. He considered this method foolish and clumsy and felt that something was wrong here. When his partner began to treat the fallen creatures roughly, he got angry, demanded that they be handled more carefully, and constantly reminded how much they were worth. DS sincerely did not understand what was wrong with him. During the conversation, one of the heroes admitted that he became who he is thanks to meeting Aruna and owed her a lot not only for support, but also for doing the housework every day. Out of respect and gratitude, he did not even dare to say anything to her, and the interlocutor smiled and remarked that it was not very kingly because Aruna had sewn his shirt and pants with her own hands. Someone notices and wonders. Diaz's name, his behavior, and everything around seems strange to him. Suddenly Arna appears. Seeing Diaz's wound, she anxiously asks what happened and asks to see it. Diaz calms her and says there is no problem with the clothes, they can always be replaced. And another character notes that the wound does not look deep, but needs to be disinfected immediately. Aruna spoke proudly, as if she already knew. She really expected such courage from the man, and added that it was a very small price for destroying the wind dragons. One of the comrades joyfully told Aruna that he also killed a dragon. The bow and arrows she gave him handled the task. Aruna thanked him for delivering the materials and explained that they killed the dragons together, so half of the loot belonged to him. Then Aruna's brother replied to her, and she irritably asked what he needed. Diaz reproached Aruna's that she could treat Zorg a little better because, in his opinion, he had no one to show his courage to, so he craved recognition. She said that if he really cared about the family, he should first go to the village of Oni and take care of his younger brothers and sisters, then he would become a real support and head of the family. And in that case, he should find a suitable partner in the village, because if he needs support, it is definitely not her. Zort, although the wind dragon was weaker than the green one, still rushed into battle with it, and this made a great impression. He noticed that the 2 boots Zort brought were expensive, and maybe that influenced Aruna. She did not show it openly, but she liked Zort's bravery, so probably she was so gentle with Diaz. Aruna smiled and suggested throwing a party. The villagers gathered around the fire. Music and joy spread through the air, and it seemed that the whole village was ready to celebrate. During the celebration, all the villagers were merrily partying, and Diaz noticed that the atmosphere was filled with joy and fun. Aruna, as always, shone at the center of attention and energized everyone, and he thought that today's party was especially successful and was glad that everyone was enjoying themselves. Diaz had just recalled the previous party and felt that for everyone it was more than just a celebration of victory over the dragon. Aruna, on the other hand, smiled warmly at him and fully shared these feelings. And later, when Diaz stood up, someone present asked where he was going, and he replied that he was going to the toilet. Diaz noticed a sheep standing apart from the others and was surprised by its appearance. After all, he thought that Francis with Francois and others should be at the celebration, not here, and he asked the sheep whether it had accidentally gotten lost or decided to live here, but he still doubted because he did not remember seeing it before. Diaz tensely tried to understand what the sheep wanted to tell him, but honestly admitted I still did not understand the me language. He suggested going to the square where everyone was and assured her that she would definitely be heard there. The sheep, irritated, tried to convey her thoughts and was upset that he himself did not grasp it. In the end, Diaz realized with surprise that his plan to quietly leave this matter had failed. Diaz was in complete shock when he suddenly heard the ram speak. He could not believe his ears and did not know how to react, while the ram calmly approached and handed him a small pouch, which completely confused him. Diaz only whispered in bewilderment, trying to understand what this object was. The ram sternly told Diaz that he had proven his courage by killing the dragon twice in human form, explained that he acted under the orders of his master, and for bravery would give him 3 leaves of the San Giovanni plant and 1 seed, but warned that if Diaz tried to sell these gifts for profit, they would quickly wither. And Diaz stood stunned by these words, especially the mentions of the master and the children whom he supposedly guarded. DS felt dizzy, tried to understand what was happening to him, and kept turning the word San Giovanni in his head. Just at that moment, Aruna approached, noticed that he was far from the toilet, and asked if he was okay and hungry. He tried to explain that he had just spoken with Aram, but Aruna decided that he was simply very tired after the fight with the wind dragons and wounded, so she advised him to rest at least for today. Diaz could not believe that this was real. It seemed to him as if it were a dream or hallucination, and clutching the bag in his hand, he realized that this could not have been just imagination. In the Hall of Dignitaries, they long debated the restoration of the empire despite all efforts. They did not find even a hint of a solution. When hope was almost gone, one of them dared to propose an idea but immediately warned. It could have bad consequences and harm Diaz. Yuna asked Diaz how he felt, and he admitted that after the fight with the wind dragons, he was constantly oppressed by weakness and malaise. The girl said that he was tired and ordered him to do nothing today. Diaz tried to object and offered to clean, but she insisted that he rest, and then, smiling, added that even if he stayed at home, he would still want to work, so sometimes it is better not to go anywhere. At the meeting, they tensely discussed the threat from Diaz. One participant proposed using people dissatisfied with him to get rid of him, noting that discontent was growing in the factions, especially among Mace's supporters, and finally proposed to get rid of the conspirators to avoid exposure. Officers tensely discussed the attitude toward Diaz. One recalled that he was the enemy of the general's father, and the general replied that Diaz really was the enemy of his father, but at the same time was their patron, and doubted that he would agree to cooperate just to harm Diaz. One of the men said that his father suffered greatly because of Diaz's strategy, and after the battle even thought about ending his life. He had to resort to many traps, which went against his principles, and the general reminded that Diaz saved his father, although he went against the enemy and exposed their plan. The heroes approached the lake, and one of them exclaimed excitedly how beautiful it was. Diaz thought that although the changing water level here wouldn't allow settling permanently, it was still worth visiting from time to time. One of the witnesses recalled how Diaz fought the father honestly, without resorting to meanness, throwing all his strength into the fight and going on a direct attack like a true warrior. At the moment of their clash, the hero's father died but kept his dignity, and the narrator still remembered Diaz's facial expression when he fought like a loyal comrade. Diaz said that Arana gave him a day off, so he intended to rest and even allowed the group to take a steep route. The others were confused, and one, looking at Diaz, wondered if he was all right and mentally felt that the water was cold. The interlocutors talked about the unstable political situation. One of them said that among all the princesses, only Isabel was active. They proposed to eliminate the Mace faction if they were enemies of Diaz. One participant emphasized that he did not seek revenge for insults. The girls, along with the dogs, squealed with joy and rushed into the water. The men argued that Macy should only think about seizing the throne, not about trifles. One said plaintively that without a meeting, it would be impossible to get even a modest budget. Another reassured everything was under control, there would be no problems. Meanwhile, in the next room, they said it was easier to get rid of the entire royal family, but one of those present objected that it was impossible. The heroes enjoyed a quiet day. One cast a fishing rod and caught fish. Nearby, a girl sat watching attentively what was happening. Not far, a man fed a dog, and a pair of sheep peacefully grazed near the water. One of the conspirators passionately complained that their contribution to the war was belittled and they were not paid properly, and he threatened to start with Kadisk, who would come to the capital and not even greet him. The second advised to do nothing for now, just wait and watch, because someone in the kingdom sooner or later would take measures. The third reminded that at the previous meeting, they decided that killing the royal family was impossible, but agreed that this idea should be reconsidered. Richard noticed movement between the Empire and Mace, and that Aznari Yissa continued to act. One of the interlocutors looked at him in surprise, wondering how he knew this, and immediately suggested that Mace was also connected with the Empire. And Richard coldly said that if something happens unnoticed, it is all the more important, and added that they would not suffer a great defeat, but would not be able to win if they remained tied to the West, and allowed the Empire to accumulate resources. One of the girls joyfully reported that she finished Aranahorn, and another enthusiastically said that it was very similar. Meanwhile, another girl enjoyed a pleasant drift in cold water after diving into the sand and cooling off from the evening breeze. One of the men grumbled that it would not end so easily. Later, another was told that from now on he would have to watch the miners and help them if necessary, and he immediately worried it would be hard work. The young man shouted with joy that he had caught a big fish. Nearby, a girl encouraged Klaus to try harder, while another man silently watched and pondered the situation. The man said that, as agreed, they would set off to Daisadono at dawn and ask to prepare everything needed, and the old man noted that Eldon and Sama should not rush so much, especially after a few days of rest. One of them asked if anyone had caught a fish, and Uncle Ben replied mockingly and called him a fool. Another man explained that he hooks too early, and the rod should be lifted only when the fish really bites, and the hero finally understood his mistake. The first, with a sparkle in his eyes, says that he wants to go to the village of Dai Macedono as soon as possible and can no longer wait for the departure. The second sadly says that he has too many affairs related to government work that need to be resolved first, and sincerely admits that he would also like to go but cannot. The third simply says that it is none of his business. Man anxiously thinks about the condition of his master. His heart aches from helplessness, and he bitterly admits that he can only watch him suffer. A legend about San Giovanni, a mythical remedy from the mountain of gods that supposedly cures any disease, comes to mind, and he involuntarily thinks that if they had it, the master could recover, but doubts that even the gods would give this remedy to Eldon. Zama. When it was time for dinner, the girl called everyone to the table, said that the food would help Diaz regain strength. The children impatiently asked if he had caught a fish, and others discussed the strange leaf he brought, guessing that it might be a valuable specimen. The hero, entering the tent, was surprised why the chief had called him. He was already tired of lectures and mentally begged for no more. The chief, seeing him, said he had changed his opinion about him, added that he could not forget the past, and admitted that the capture of the 3 wind dragons was a worthy deed, and as a sign of gratitude gave him a gift, asking him to accept it. Diaz tried a berry and said that they, as always, have a simple taste. He asked if they were picked from the mori tree, and the girl replied that she picked them herself and was surprised by the strange reaction of the adult. Meanwhile, one of the elves explained that Diaz is so strong that it is harder for him to notice changes in his body, and asked him to definitely tell her if he felt unusual. One of the characters handed another a dagger with rings, and lively explaining that it is a certificate of a candidate for chief, noted that the number of rings shows he is in 3rd place, and added that if it were not for money problems, he would immediately make him chief, but so far everything is going too badly, so for now it is only candidate status. She gently reminded the man that they are family and spouses, so he should not ask her for forgiveness. He was initially surprised but later agreed, thanked her, and admitted that she was right. The chief confidently said that there is nothing shameful in the main hero killing 3 dragons, it only proves his strength and courage, and added that with such merits, determination, and experience, he will definitely become an excellent leader. Clenching his fist decisively, the young warrior said that such is the character of the chief. The chief, standing opposite, calmly looked at him. Others, clearly delighted by what had just happened, cheerfully decided that it was time to return because it was almost dark. When they asked Diaz if he had rested well today, he smiled a little, said he hadn't had so much time to rest in a long time, thanked the interlocutor, and added that from tomorrow he would try again. On this page, Diaz suddenly loses consciousness. The people around froze in shock. Diaz wakes up in bed after fainting, with worried Arna and the children nearby, and she is glad he woke up. According to Arna, he had a high fever all night, and on the way home from the lake he suddenly fainted. Diaz still looks tired and tries to understand what happened. Diaz was wounded during a battle with wind dragons, and it is said that an infection weakened him poison that entered through a plant or insect bite, caused a high fever and fainting. Arune, overwhelmed with guilt, admits that she did not notice his condition worsening, but still sent him on a long mission now she is struggling with it, and says all the blame is on her. The woman gently tried to calm the girl who blamed herself for what happened, assuring her that everything was not as it seemed, that if the illness had manifested during work, it could have been much worse, but thanks to timely rest his condition was noticed immediately. She also reminded that the girl had not slept all night caring for the patient, that she now needed to rest, and apologized with tears in her eyes. 2 girls brought a cup of medicine to the patient, gently asked him to drink. At first he thought he would not be able to swallow even water, but seeing their care, he did not want to burden them, thanked them, and although very weak, gathered strength and began to drink the potion. The man tasted the drink served to him with surprise, strangely sweet, but fresh and light on the throat, even though he was completely exhausted. Usually medicinal infusions smell sharp and bitter, but this one was completely different. The girls smiled and explained that the drink was made from leaves they took from Diaz, and he just shrugged, not understanding what kind of leaves could taste like that and why they were taken from the medicine. Diaz again felt himself nodding off. He was hot, the medicine was working, and he just wanted to sleep a little, trying not to wake the girls, but fatigue prevailed. They wished him good night in response, and he quickly fell asleep, and after some time someone began calling him, hoping he would hear. When Diaz woke up, he was suddenly overwhelmed with unexpected relief. The fever that had tormented him earlier had receded, and he even felt better than usual. Examining the wound, he realized it had not yet healed, but seemed about to heal on its own. Worried about his condition, asked what had happened to him because he had recently had a fever. Vena sternly asked Diaz not to make her worry, said he got off too easily after such a serious illness, and suggested that he was recovering faster simply because he was Diaz, then asked if he had taken any herbs or something similar. Diaz replied that he had eaten nothing, as if hinting that he was fine, and added that the wound was healing strangely fast, which surprised him. The heroes were murmuring, not understanding how Diaz could recover so quickly. One of them recalled that Sentient Asian had given him a healing potion. Someone shyly apologized for the oversight and for not checking what exactly had been given to him. Meanwhile, news came from the neighboring territory. Duke Kazadex will arrive soon, and if Diaz is still ill, action must be taken immediately, but it turned out he feels well, so someone rushed to inform everyone in the village because they were all very worried about him. Rana could not calm down and asked Dias to say immediately if he suddenly felt unwell. Dias thanked her for the concern, and at that moment a luxurious carriage arrived, and one of the arrivals sadly admitted that he wanted to come earlier but was unable due to a pile of affairs and apologized for coming only now. Eldon greeted old acquaintances and apologized for the sudden visit, explaining that due to a tight schedule he could not give prior notice, and they only smiled, saying that he and his friends could come anytime. Eldon admitted that the trip was insisted on by his mother, who wanted to see Dias, and added that although he cited important matters, it was still hard for him to get away. The narrator mentally noted that he rarely heard Eldon complain, and recalled that although his mother was strong and strict, she had a soft side. Eldon explained that he came on duty and asked to stay for a few days, added that he first wants to ask Dias something. Dias replied that Eldon can stay as long as needed and is sure the guests will not cause any inconvenience, also agreed on setting up camp and providing food. Eldon added that he had one more request. He asked for permission to go to the village of Dias. His words were full of emotion and caused a strong reaction among those present. The hero says he had long wanted to see this village in person and couldn't sleep until he had looked around it. In the next shot, he organized a small walk for Eldon. One of them enthusiastically thanks loudly, but is asked to speak more quietly. The elder explains that everyone is busy with dinner and other matters and will first go to the field, while the younger one curiously asks about these fields and looks down at his feet. One of them explained that no one knows why the crops form circles and there is no explanation yet. He added that over time the villagers stopped thinking about it and accepted it as a matter of course, saying, "That's life." The scene smoothly transitions into a calm moment when one of the characters gently touches a cow and enjoys the simple joys of rural life. One of the characters noted that all the animals looked well, and this, in his opinion, was the most important. He added that they had expressive faces and beautiful fur. Another character agreed and said that the animals looked well fed, cared for, and happy. That was exactly the impression he had. After that, the group slowly continued to stroll around the area. He suddenly turned around and looked at the horse in surprise. Its coat, as it seemed to him, resembled that of a royal mare. The horse was clearly nervous, but the man decided to remain silent, his face tense, and he tried to stay calm. And when the other asked what had happened, he quickly waved it off, pretended nothing had happened, walked away, and loudly said he noticed nothing strange, deciding in his thoughts to pretend he had seen nothing. Dias notices how Sani and Ahan are worried about this place, and he thinks that originally there was a small field here that grew over time, so now he is not sure what is being grown there, and another character says that the fields look good, so they are allowed to do whatever they want. The animals gladly say that they have fun every day and are happy to be in the village. I bow. One of them thanks Eldon for everything. Eldon says it is nice to see everyone in a good mood and cheerful. A man approaches him and says that the construction of Skylia is completed. Dias thanks him, but soon he feels unwell and shakily drops to one knee. Aruna anxiously asks if he is okay, and Dias replies that most likely it is just fatigue, because it is not hot and his heart does not hurt. They continued savoring the drink. One of them said that it reminded him of strong black tea and admitted that he had never tasted anything like it. The elves gladly agreed. He thanked them and added that it lifted his mood, but at that very moment, Dias and Aruna stopped them. Dias apologized to Eldon, saying that the girls might have slipped him something strange and asked for forgiveness, but Eldon reassured him he was fine. He drank the drink consciously, explained that thanks to his special sense of smell, he would detect poison by scent and that he knew. Sinai-sama and Ikin always cared about his health, so he took it as a kind gesture, and another character recalled that he once tried a similar sanijibin tincture and was sure it was not poisonous. Heroes continued lively discussing the mysterious herb from which the drink was made. One of them, surprised, suggested that it might be the legendary Sangiovani from the times of the gods, and then they were extremely lucky. But Eldon explained that most likely it was just an ordinary herb with a similar name, because the real Sangiovani probably does not exist. One of the characters recalled that he once prayed for the real Sangiovani, but with a bitter smile, admitted that it was rather a legend or a fairy tale. No one ever found anything like it. And he said that the remedy gave a special feeling that became synonymous with Sangiovani, so it was believed that the person who gave this remedy to Diasami could call it that because of those feelings. The girls replied that they did it with permission. He noticed that they just wanted to help. Everything they did was from a sincere desire to ease his pain. When Ardias was sleeping, the girls asked permission to take the leaves and use them. He agreed and gave them the leaves, after which they together prepared a healing tincture and later discussed it with Ama and Grahamamia. The hero decides that the girls should not be blamed. It seems they had his permission. He reminds that earlier they promised to use medicinal herbs only in the presence of Arunas because they can be dangerous. At the end of the scene, he asks the children if they are ready to go to sleep and suggests turning off the light. Diaz notices, although Senya and Aiken look lively on the outside, in reality they lost their parents due to illness. He feels that they still have feelings for their family and painful memories, thanks the children for their support, and says that despite recent decline he feels good now. The girl warmly smiles in response. The man tightly hugs two little girls, sadly feeling miserable and repeating to himself that he must protect everyone, but he fails. Despite the inner struggle, he smiles, hugging the children as if drawing comfort and warmth from them. He felt, despite everything that happened, now he was truly happy and visible, but strong bonds with the people around gave him deep inner warmth. In the circle of relatives, the man gently embraced his loved ones and felt that their family ties were strong and unbreakable. He called them family, emphasizing that deep unity. In the morning, Eldon lay in bed making strange sounds, as if something extraordinary was happening to him. One of those present anxiously wondered if it was because of some medicine Eldon had taken. Meanwhile, Diaz felt lightness in his body, and as if he had returned to youthful of strength and capable of the impossible. So one of the people nearby, frightened, hurriedly called for help. Suddenly, Eldon burst with energy. According to the Camelats, he was fine. Another noted with surprise that yesterday's healing infusion had indeed worked, although everyone insisted that Eldon had to take medicine daily, otherwise he would feel bad. But that morning he jumped up and ran without taking anything, as if nothing had happened, and everyone around looked at his unexpected surge of strength. The characters whispered and argued about Eldon's condition. Someone claimed he had simply overexerted himself and was short of breath. Although the illness had resetted, it was still too early to talk about full recovery. Time was needed, while others doubted whether the healing herb was truly genuine because its effect was too fast. The characters anxiously discussed Eldon's condition. Someone said he had simply overexerted himself and suffocated, and although the illness had receded, it was too early to speak of full recovery. This would take time, while others doubted that healing herb because its effect was too quick to be genuine. In the middle of the clearing, a large tent grew up, and the meeting participants gathered there. One of the heroes loudly called the attendees closer, and a man and a woman approached the table where they were already awaited. At the meeting, it was decided to discuss important issues, including the king's words. One of the participants sincerely thanked everyone for sharing the valuable Sanjavanya with him and admitted that he did not know any other way to express gratitude. One of the participants explained that the matter with Sanjavani was complicated. Medicine had already been used, only the seeds remained, and he did not want anyone to think that he was profiting from it. The characters began to say that now, knowing about the effect of Sanjavani, it must be acknowledged without ill intentions. It is hard to cope with this. One participant noted that the medicine was not used by them but by others, and that the seed probably did not sprout because of the hay, so he suggested leaving the decision to those who used Sanjavani, as they acted with good intentions. They decided it was better to cross Sanjavani out of their thoughts. No one knew what its withering might lead to, so they entrusted the fate of the plant to Sani and Aikna, promising to lend a shoulder if needed, but expecting neither thanks nor official recognition. One of them warned that as soon as news about Sanjavani got out, it would attract unwanted attention and could ignite conflict, so he hoped others would keep it secret. Another, thinking about what benefit the plant could bring, gave the example of a dying man whom Sanjavani could have saved, and wondered if this would change their policy of silence. They decided that even with Sanjavani, it was impossible to save all the sick. It was too heavy a burden for one person. One of them said that obtaining Sanjavani was fate, as was the fact that it ended up in the hands of Sani and Iken, and believing in the children's good intentions, decided to leave everything to fate. Dia believed if someone was destined to be saved, fate would lead him to Sene and Aiken, and when the children made mistakes, the adults would simply shrug and say thighs had to be, it was fate. Eldon said that he wants Camelos to inform all the villages as soon as possible about the necessity to keep everything secret. Camelos replied that he understood and promised to adhere to this decision. Then the meeting resumed, and one of the participants said that he came to convey His Majesty's words about the rights of the Duke, in particular, about the right to take a new surname, and added that he decided to forget everything he said before. Diaz exclaimed in surprise that he was being offered the title of Duke, and admitted that he never thought he would become a nobleman with a family name. Others also looked confused and embarrassed. He tried to explain that he was just a simple citizen and did not have a family name, but he was told that he should be registered as a nobleman of the Kingdom of Sansarif, and even emphasized that Diaz should already have a family name. During the conversation, someone teased Diaz, if you have possessions, then you must have a surname. Others were surprised that he never called himself by a surname, and then it turned out that his surname was Nitris, and Diaz himself recalled this with surprise. The conversation about Diaz's surname continued. He admitted that he had never thought about it before he was suddenly put on a plane. One of those present reminded that Diaz must accept noble status as ordered by His Majesty, and then there was nothing to be done, and at the end he was asked to read aloud a letter explaining his position and status. One of the interlocutors said that Diaz received the title of Duke, the right to choose a new surname, and exemption from a tax for 3 years. He was handed a document with a seal confirming the status and a letter with the words, His Majesty, and details of the orders, and added that obtaining this title must have cost considerable effort and hinted at hidden motives. In the conversation, it was whispered that due to mistakes in the struggle for the throne, the king found himself in a difficult position and might soon abdicate, so it would be beneficial for him to secure the support of the duke, in particular Diaz, and the interlocutors suggested that the monarch might have deliberately given Diaz the title to gain an ally who would have the right to oppose even the royal family. At the meeting, they talked about a fund that was to be transferred to Diaz. One of the interlocutors explained that due to previous losses, time was needed for new preparations, and added that the king asked to provide mutual assistance, and Diaz replied that he did not need either the fund or people, and that the king's help was quite enough for him. Diaz thought that if he had come to the village with royal gold and people, perhaps she would never have met Eru, and fate would have turned out completely differently. One of the men said that he was glad about how everything turned out, that he liked life in Iluk, and also suggested that she might have had personal motives related to William. The hero said decisively, I want to protect the villagers and build our future together with everyone. The characters discussed the importance of acting independently. One said that although they were grateful to Eldon, everything must be done by themselves. Another emphasized that he must personally manage the people and money, so he took on the duties of lord of these lands. A.R. Yuna felt the sincerity of Diaz's words. The interlocutor assured Diaz that he understood his feelings well, but said that he was mistaken in 2 things. Their relationship was never one-sided, and many resources and victories were achieved thanks to Diaz. Diaz thought that this probably referred to Sanjibani. He explained lively that a government loan is a credit for the country, and the more a nobleman has, the higher his status. He added that this strengthens the right to vote in the country, assured that when voting on the budget to support Diaz, he would have the right to vote and therefore no losses were expected, and also noted that an alliance with him would give the king an advantage and strengthen his influence. At the meeting, it was discussed that the state loan does not need to be repaid, it will not cause losses to the king. One of the participants noted that the aid was not altruistic, so Diaz should not be too modest, and the girl proposed a compromise that would take into account the wishes of Duke Kassadek and her father's desire to independently develop the village. The woman anxiously recalled the terrible road to the village of Ilutz, saying that it was completely unsuitable for carts. The interlocutor was surprised, but everyone noticed that even Duke Kassadek's carriage barely passed, and this only confirmed that the road urgently needed repair. One of the participants broke the silence and proposed building a large road to connect the village of Iluk with the nearest town. He explained that the current path was difficult to travel, and the new road would bring development to the region. Others immediately supported the idea, noting that with a road, resources, and workforce, any plans could be implemented, so they decided to take a state loan because they lacked their own funds. Eldon agreed to the proposal to build the road, saying that it would improve logistics and make it easier for him to come. Others picked up the discussion and proposed a guard post and a resting place with a well. All this reminded the observers of the DS style, and one of them noted that it was quite impressive. The participants immediately agreed to go see a suitable place for the project. One recalled that, as promised in a letter, he brewed fresh tea. Then they started talking about Yuha, noting that he was not always easy to work with, but his teachings were very valuable, and one of the interlocutors emphasized that despite some carelessness, Yuha was talented and inspired and taught many of them. The characters talked lively about Duck. One said that he liked his desire to avoid war and put peace above all. Another asked in surprise how a military scientist could hate war, and they were explained that Duck considered war the least effective thing in the world and insisted on avoiding it because otherwise humanity would be defeated by monsters. He sincerely believed that avoiding war through diplomacy was the highest form of military science. Thanks to his abilities, he served on the royal council and insisted on a quick peace, but later he was accused of incompetence and forced to resign, and one of the characters received a letter asking to provide a surname to get a response. One of them said that they were given the right to take a new surname and advised choosing a good, meaningful surname that would live on in the family. Others also decided to take the same one, and one of the heroes was so overwhelmed by the responsibility that he could not come up with a worthy surname, so the others laughed at him, noting that he seemed to have lost courage. Diaz felt how important it was to choose a family name. It would not only represent his family, but also become the name of the land he would govern. He wanted it to be suitable for descendants, and knew that obtaining a family name was a rare and great honor. Diaz sat at the table and racked his brains over the surname, but honestly admitted to himself nothing came to mind, so he decided it was better if someone else thought instead of him. At that moment, Uncle Ben entered the room, apologizing for the disturbance. Uncle Ben, beaming, said that he had invented a new name, explained that before that he consulted with Arn, Unoy, Sun, Sunne, and Ian, and asked them not to object, and Diaz, stunned, really wanted to know what it was before it was officially entered into the documents. The old man suddenly remembered that he had already asked Diaz not to speak to him formally. He was an adult and worthy, and in the document he recorded the chosen surname Mayabattle, adding that it suited both Diaz and the land he governed. He heard a new name and immediately asked what Mayabattle meant. He was explained that combined, Mayabattle means a hero who protects Mia, and battle is an old word meaning brave or heroic, and the old man smiled, adding that the name Diaz Mayabattle sounds good. Yaz asked why the word Mia was chosen for the surname. He was told that it is important to establish good relations with the tribe living on this land, and that the name hero who protects Maya would be perceived positively, and they also noted that the old name of the plain meant useless, while the new one sounds much better. He froze in thought whether there was some hidden meaning in this choice of surname. He was explained that the name Miyabato for a branded fabric could become a real trump card. It would easily associate the product with this locality. Ben admitted that he had thought about it, but added that it would take a long time before he could realize this idea. The old man said that he dreams of building a beautiful temple and would be grateful if Diaz kept the family surname until then. The narrator noticed that in the village they often consulted with the uncle, and everyone expected that sooner or later he would want to create his own place, a temple, or something similar. His sermons and parables were listened to with interest, and advice based on experience was sincerely respected. The old man explained that the temple in the future would be dedicated to Meha. She was a messenger of God, and the Arab Sanjikavani were considered a gift from the gods, and added that if Meha really spoke the divine language, then there could be no doubt about her authenticity, so it is logical that the name of the messenger of God would be included in the surname of the ruler of these lands. The old man admitted that a long road lies ahead and said that he would temporarily remain an advisor to everyone. He added that for the sake of the interlocutor's parents, he hopes to become a worthy lord and justify the new surname. He considered this surname good in his opinion. It had both meaning and a good sound, and was connected with the veneration of Meha. The woman raised her eyes and asked Diaz if he had already completed the registration of his surname, and he, smiling, replied that only the documents needed to be taken to the king, adding that in the evening they would hold a banquet in honor of his title and new surname, and Eldon and the rest would stay in place to celebrate solemnly. Diaz asked if they had something like patronymics and if it was related to the surname. The woman explained that in their culture surnames are not used, so it was hard for her to understand such a custom, but she thought it would be good to name the plain Miyabattle, and the girls who were listening to the conversation quickly understood and explained that it was about patronymics. The girls happily reported that they, the children of Diaz, take turns calling themselves Sene and Ikin. Diaz explained that a name indicating whose son or daughter a person is called a patronymic. The woman added that if there is a great-grandfather, his name can also be used, and upon marriage it shows whose wife or husband the person has become. She praised the girls for how well they coped, and they happy. Said that they really succeeded. They discussed that giving children a surname means officially recognizing them as heirs. They said that the one who takes the surname must behave like an aristocrat, and the woman asked if she could take the surname of a noble family and if Senai and Aiken could become heirs. The man said he did not mind them taking this surname, but strictly emphasized that the decision must be made by the girls themselves, added that aristocratic manners are very complicated and should not be imposed on children, and the woman smiled and noted that over time they themselves will understand how annoying it is. At the party, one of the guests thanked Diaz for the invitation and said he was having fun. Diaz smiled in response and said he was glad to hear that. Later that man noticed that the children Senshin and Ahenshin sometimes looked at him and at Camlets as if something had interested them. Dia thought that Sin and I were happy because the sick Eldon and Camlots began to recover, and added that these children had lost their parents to illness, so the recovery of others especially touched them. The man agreed, said that now he understood their smiles, and added that he was impressed by the friendliness of human dogs towards other races. The hero sincerely admitted that he previously did not know about the problem of small species and thanked for the help, suggesting that perhaps this environment suits them. Another hero suddenly realized his inexperience and understood how much he still needed to improve, was grateful for the chance to be among others, and was pleased by what he saw. Feldon could not repay either with money or words. He was given a chance for a new future, and this impressed him. He said that all his life he had strived to end discrimination and conflicts, but deep in his soul, he knew that in his short life he would not manage. Seeing how different races unite and smile together, he felt humility and decided to work even harder to spread such harmony throughout the world. The hero asked Diaz for help and support, frankly said that he wanted to meet not as a representative of the authorities, but as a person, admitted that he needed him. Diaz in response promised to do everything possible, clearly showing serious intentions and readiness to support. The heroes gathered for another lesson about aristocracy, and one of them sincerely admitted that he still had a lot to learn. The teacher explained that the aristocratic system was created to govern the country and encourage competition, showing the hierarchy from baron to duke. The lesson revealed to the hero the structure of aristocracy and focused on the title of duke. He was explained that duke is the highest rank among nobles and has special privileges, primarily the right to manage land freely buy, sell, or develop plots, and it was this right that contributed to economic growth and strengthening of power. During the lesson, the hero unexpectedly proposed to apply the theory in practice, pointed to the map, said that he wanted to sell part of his territory, asked to name a suitable price, and explained that he was doing this not out of gratitude, but for his own reasons. This surprised the interlocutor. During the conversation, one of the participants made a remark that the wood used by Diaz and others was from the village of Aranak. When he asked where Aranak and others got it from, his interlocutor began to suspect that it might have been taken secretly. When it became clear that the wood was probably used without permission, the girl apologized for being silent and offered to sell the amount of wood needed so that there would be no problems in the future. And Diaz replied that he preferred money as compensation and recalled that one could simply buy the land, then there would be no paperwork hassle. Diaz explained that he understood the need to buy the forest, but seriously emphasized that being a duke is difficult and one must consider the interests of both sides, added that one cannot just manage the land at will if someone lives there. The girl admitted that she did not know the price of the land, and Diaz pondered what price they could offer. Diaz unexpectedly proposed to pay with materials from 2.5 wind dragons. This impressed the interlocutors, but one of them admitted that at the real value this was more than enough, although such a decision was unusual. At the meeting, LDAN called this training and suggested talking about formalities, but Diaz was not ready to negotiate and felt unnecessary, so in the end decided that such matters are better entrusted to LA. She had already successfully collected materials to pay for the wood. After the negotiations and training, Eldon went home, satisfied with the result. Laura shyly apologized to Diaz for not telling him about the forest, but he replied that he was not offended, understood the situation with the single tribe, and believed that one should not interfere if Eldon himself did not explain anything. Diaz stated that he would honestly resolve territorial issues with the Ogrons. After that, the village seemed to return to its usual rhythm, but the calm was deceptive. The girls constantly demanded adventures and trips to the forest, which caused many problems. The narrator said that preparation for winter involves gathering salt, hunting, and food storage, and that there are important rules: not to disturb other villages, to be careful during hunting, and that all this should begin with the arrival of migratory birds. Two girls enthusiastically asked to be allowed into the forest, but the man explained that the registration of rights was not yet completed and he needed time. He added that the girls could not wait and were full of determination because they once lived in the forest with their families. The girl delighted everyone by announcing that she was allowed to enter the forest and emphasized that there was no time to waste. Autumn was approaching. She added that they would have to gather the harvest daily and might need Maya's help. Aruna gladly announced that they needed to prepare from tomorrow. They would have to go to the forest every day. Everyone rejoiced at the anticipation of the harvest, and the adults said it was time to get to work and make supplies for the winter. One of the adults seriously explained that the forest contained not only food, but also poisonous plants, mushrooms, dangerous insects, and monsters, so they needed to be careful and follow the rules. And although he was worried, he admitted that the girls would be able to manage and walk safely in the forest. Diaz tells Aruna about forest mushrooms and says that there are edible ones in the forest, explaining that he knows forest food well because he was an orphan in childhood and had to survive alone during the war. The girl nearby listens in surprise and says that there are many forests in the east of the kingdom. The narrator reflects that working in the forest requires knowledge and the ability to recognize edible mushrooms and other food. The man in the photo turned out to be a true companion and advisor for pregnant dog people. A former priest, he shared his experience to help others, especially Francie, who was soon to give birth. The heroes were gathering edible mushrooms in the forest, and one of them smiled and said that he knew forest food well because he was an orphan in childhood and survived in the thickets during the war. The girl admitted in surprise that she never thought she would have to eat mushrooms, while they actively argued about how best to cook them: frying, boiling, or drying. The heroine tried to find out which mushrooms were edible and decided to use cleansing magic to distinguish edible from poisonous ones. Her companion noticed that she was too suspicious of mushrooms, and when she pointed to one, he quickly stopped her and explained that it was poisonous, adding that although mushrooms look similar, they can be distinguished by small signs, and the one with the fluffy cap was edible. Suddenly, the heroine realized. Now she was drawing knowledge from Diaz and saw him in a new light as a reliable person. Although she previously thought she knew more, she now felt respect and gratitude towards him. Meanwhile, the girls continued searching for food together and found a walnut tree. Children were gathering nuts, and one of the adults noticed that they had collected only about 30% of the fruits, leaving the rest. He was surprised Seni and Lakin seemed to already understand the rules of preparing for winter, and he thought that maybe they knew about the rule of not taking too much. One of the heroines explains why gathering too much is a mistake. It destroys the natural balance, prevents new plants from growing, and threatens the animals that feed on these fruits. If the animals die of hunger, people will suffer too, so the children try to follow the forest rules, and the adults clean up trash and prepare for winter, taking only what is necessary from the forest. The heroine explains, today the outing was supposed to be only a review and study of the rules, but there is still much work. They discuss firewood harvesting, hunting old animals for meat, and hunting rules. Females during the breeding period are not touched, so they prefer old individuals to avoid wasting young meat. They are preparing for winter. The man says that the forest is rich, and with diligent work one can gather enough food. He recalls a powder for attracting animals that requires skill in reading their tracks, and the girl enthusiastically praises his masculinity and adds that without a strong man in the family, winter becomes especially hard. She, sighing with relief, admitted that she used to worry a lot about the lack of supplies and could not sleep peacefully in winter. Now, thanks to the man's efforts, she felt safe and called this winter the happiest in recent years, while the man meanwhile thought that the supplies had not yet been checked and the preparation for winter was just beginning. He felt that he had to justify expectations and not let people down, so he worked tirelessly and did not succumb to pressure, while other team members were also gathering resources in the forest. Diaz carefully examined the dug-up potatoes and wondered whether to leave some as a reserve. Two girls approached him and asked if he really found potatoes. He smiled and kindly invited them to look at the find. The girls began to carefully inspect it, smelling the tubers. The girls with a sparkle in their eyes explained that the important thing is not the taste, but the strength of the tuber and its ability to grow, so weak tubers should be eaten, and strong ones transplanted to other places to multiply the harvest. The girls said if you plant too much potato in one place, it will weaken. It is better to scatter the plantings across the plot. Then the harvest will be bigger, and the tubers will grow strong, like trees. Diaz remembered how the girls earlier talked about trees and thought that they grow better when there are fewer of them. The girls replied that moderation must be maintained so that the sun can penetrate between the crowns, and he decided that maybe there are too many trees. Diaz noticed that there were many mushrooms in the forest, but their taste was mediocre, and the girls explained that due to dense thickets good trees do not grow here, and medicinal herbs are becoming rarer. Then Diaz said that next time he would cut down a few suitable trees to free up space, to which the girls replied that you cannot just cut down suitable trees, you have to choose between those that interfere and those that are weak. The hero laughed when he was told that in the forest Sene and Ikin were teachers, because they were the ones explaining which trees could be cut. The girls were surprised that they were called that, and then the adults suggested trying again, praising them for their efforts. Aruna noticed strange mushrooms, and it seemed that they had appeared recently, but suddenly one of the mushrooms began to move and transform. She stepped back in shock, realizing that these were not ordinary mushrooms, and instantly rushed to defend herself when one of them released a cloud of spores or smoke. The hero shouted upon seeing this and called out to the girl named Aruna with anxiety in his voice, seeing her motionless on the ground, and nearby a creature resembling a huge mushroom, which filled everyone with confusion and horror. The girls warned Diaz to stay away from the mushroom, explained that it was a new species called the magic gas mushroom, and emphasized that it was important not to be caught in its powder at that moment. The mushroom began releasing a cloud of spores, and Diaz without hesitation rushed to attack. Diaz charged at the mushroom and with a powerful strike cut through the cloud of spores, while the mushroom resisted and emitted even more gas. Focused and determined, Diaz raised his sword to deliver the final blow. After the fight, the companions rushed to Aruna and anxiously asked if she was okay. Fortunately, she was unharmed, and then one of them explained that they had been attacked by a magic gas mushroom, a poisonous forest monster that sprayed toxic powder. Diaz asked worriedly if the mushroom was poisonous. He was reassured that everything would be fine, although AR would feel unwell for some time, and at that moment she began to regain consciousness and quietly uttered his name Diaz. Yuna, still half dazed from the poisoning, looked at Diaz and said that he resembled a prince on a white horse. Diaz, stunned, asked if she really considered him a prince. Yuna, under the influence of the poisonous powder, began to say that Diaz was very brave and knew no limits, while others noticed that after inhaling this substance, a person might start to hallucinate and behave strangely. Aruna, still under the effect of the powder, behaved oddly, spoke confusedly, and insisted that she was not of royal blood. Meanwhile, the girls sang a mysterious song about a jealous king of leaves. The stranger heard the old song and suddenly froze in surprise. It was sung by someone else, and he thought that person had magic. The girls said it was not their magic. One of them decided to postpone this matter. In the camp, they noticed that Aruna recovered quickly, and someone said that because of the strange events, they were not worried. Diaz asks if these are the same mushrooms they gathered yesterday. The girl confirms that she fried and salted them on his advice. Everyone happily tastes and praises the flavor, but Aruna, one of the girls, still feels uneasy, and the main hero notices that since returning from the forest, she avoids his gaze and wonders why. The next day, the hero sat in the yurt, thoughtfully looking at a map or planting scheme. Sheep lay quietly near him, and when his thoughts wandered far away, one of them made a quiet sound as if wanting to find out what was troubling him. The main heroine was turning over in her mind someone else's proposal to build a road. She wanted to connect east and west so that trade would go straight through the village. She noticed that there was already a path in the forest according to the plan. This route would go through the very center, and she hoped to revive the village, sell local goods, and expand her influence. He sincerely wanted to improve the lives of everyone and develop the settlement, but did not want to harm Mia's sheep and the meadows where they grazed. He understood that these pastures were irreplaceable and did not want to cause them serious harm, was sure that the Oni tribe also wanted to develop their village, and just as he was thinking about this, the sheep suddenly paid attention to him and interrupted his thoughts. Diaz was still turning his plans over in his head and did not quite understand what the sheep wanted to tell him, so he decided that they meant, first think about yourself, and only then care about others, and considering that the crossroads themselves were not so bad, he began to plan how to divide them, calculating his next move. The hero thought that there might not be enough money, but the sheep behaved as if there was nothing to worry about, they said. It was only necessary to think everything through, and their talks about the meeting and the upcoming dinner completely distracted him. Diaz was asked to be careful with the valuable map. One of the council members agreed with his plan, but emphasized that the important opinions of other representatives, especially Aruna, mattered. Diaz asked if there was anyone else whose opinion could be asked, and the girl added that Aruna would speak on behalf of her village, so the decision should not depend on just one person. Zort told with surprise that thanks to another, he was able to try a dish prepared by Aruna, and he did not believe how tasty mushroom food could be. He added that now he could distinguish edible mushrooms from poisonous ones. Diaz said he wanted to talk to the chief of Moru, but had not yet been able to. Those present were amazed at how quickly Zort appeared, and the dog confirmed that the chief had earlier asked him to contact Diaz as soon as possible. Aruna's brother proudly noted the achievements of the interlocutor. He received a surname, became a duke, and now was engaged in road construction and village development. And Diaz and another hero said that the idea of roads had previously been discussed with the inhabitants of the village Iluk. They wanted to build a crossroads between villages to improve the movement of people and goods, and turn this place into a trading center and warehouse. The conversation was lively and tense. They wanted first to build a road from west to east, and then to the north and south. One noted that if they started building themselves, one tribe might object. He planned to get permission in advance, although he did not expect it to be easy. The interlocutor said she did not want to create conflicts, and that they wanted to establish good relations with the tribe. Another suggested that there was still tension between them. They continued the conversation, and one of them admitted that he did not know what to do with the road issue because it immediately raised the question of who owned the land. He tried to figure it out, but it was difficult for him, so another advised starting with the simplest to say directly what they wanted to talk about without complicating the conversation. One of the heroes proposed to divide the plain in half between the village and the single tribe, and explained that the center with roads would be shared, but the interlocutor thought with such a division, it would be difficult to build a road to the north or from east to west. Diaz explained that although the territory seemed divided into 4 parts, in reality it was not so. He advised using the roads at one's discretion to avoid quarrels, and it was also said that they planned to make an accurate map from the air and mark the boundaries with their pigeon friends using white circles. One of the heroes asked if the others approved the proposed plan, and he was told that they had consulted everyone and no one objected. He clarified that even Aruna agreed, and this was confirmed, but he was worried that those who had lived on this land before might think that the single tribe was taking half, to which another asked in surprise if they had quarreled. The hero admitted that he hadn't come up with anything better, so he proposed the simplest and most understandable way to divide the land in half. He explained that as long as the kingdom does not fall, one half will belong to a single tribe. And he added that he can freely manage his part. Zord said that if he were the chief, he wouldn't even discuss the situation but would simply agree to the proposal. Another noted that in case of war with the kingdom, they would have no chance to win, so getting half the plain was already more than they could hope for, and added that from a certain point of view, one could say they had conquered the entire plain. One character anxiously reflects, if Aaron's children ever inherit this land, the tribe's blood will pass to her relatives. He assumes this might have been her plan from the start, and recalls that after Diaz and Aaron's wedding, they decided that such a transition must take place. Now he understood why Aaron gave the resources and allowed them to live together. She had thought it all through from the very beginning. He realized that his chief would be tied to another tribe as if it were his own, and asks to be told more about the Duke and the kingdom's laws to later negotiate other terms. One character loudly assures that he will handle everything and defeat the old woman. Another happily smiles in thought, as if finally everything is turning in their favor. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the city of Malangal, in the western part of the Cascades territory. In a secluded place, a group of people gathered with faces hidden under hoods. One of them sharply turned to another and demanded payment for services. The interlocutor, without objection, took out a pouch of coins and handed it over. Then a man with long blonde hair appeared, who was respectfully called Meza Sama. In a dark alley, a man in a cloak named Norius, the right hand of the first Prince Richard, is closely watching Meza, confident that she has already started acting, says that even if people begin to die, he is powerless to change anything, and adds that they are in a forbidden place where trade is prohibited, so if her goods appear on the market, it could cause mass poisoning and complete chaos in the city. Several interlocutors whisper rumors that Eldon Sama has started horseback riding and fencing. Previously, this was not noticed about him. One says that today Eldon looks more noble. They also say that the economy is improving, and someone suggests that Eldon has decided to become a duke. They talked lively about how life in the city has changed. Even exquisite food has become ordinary, residents look happy, the streets have become livelier, and one of the interlocutors admitted that although he does not like the city, he feels comfortable here because different species live in peace, and the environment is safe and welcoming. A man with a mug stands, gripping the cup and thinking. He respects Eldon and acknowledges his merits, but must carry out Prince Richard's order to destroy the city. He hesitates because the city has become safe and prosperous, but if Eldon continues to spend the Empire's funds, damage will be inevitable. He stopped, seeing a rhinoceros woman with children, and could not believe they were walking so late. At first he thought it was a family, but then realized they were different species, and he was struck by how calm and safe this city is if even at such a late hour one can see this. He silently watched how different species peacefully get along with each other, and in his heart admitted that he was powerless to resist this. The city atmosphere captivated him, and although the mission was important, now he understood that nothing would change anymore. Having read the document, the man understood that someone was smuggling contraband into the city. He ordered his assistant to leave and pondered who was behind it, and the thought that this unknown person could threaten the city itself squeezed his heart. The tribe leader says that he came to finalize the deal to hand over that part of the plain. They do not want unnecessary formalities, but when they are ready, they will do it officially, and he adds that in the future they will either create their own state or fall under Diaz's rule. The elder asked if all the villagers agreed, except for Diaz and Aruna. Having heard confirmation, he asked for evidence, checked it, and said everything was in order, and the interlocutor was promoted. He became the second candidate for the position of leader. The elder loudly announces who is responsible for what. He leads part of the expedition and entrusts security to his interlocutor. This decision was made due to the expected influx of people after the road is completed and possible problems, especially the unstable behavior of dragons. Security needs to be strengthened to relieve the expedition group and ensure safety. The elder talks about future relations with the new ally and firmly says that in case of threat, the security will lend a shoulder, adding that the allies voluntarily gave the land. This is a sign of their prudence, but warns that no one should try to take advantage of this. One of the warriors adds that the elder is still a strong and farsighted leader. During training, Eldon fainted from exhaustion, but stubbornly said he could continue, and his comrades, worried about his condition, begged him to rest and reminded him not to overexert himself. Eldon, though tired, still decided to continue training. He believes that otherwise he will never catch up with Diaz. Diaz sneezed, and everyone immediately started asking if he was cold. The girls laughed and offered to warm him up together with Aruna, and Aruna shyly asked them to stop joking.